unknown companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase. me as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast.
ready here. Rocky out the open, the smoke. TALON! Strategic! Go! The one in trouble right now. Need to worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity, challenge again, or honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
Paling untuk 3 yang lainnya, kalau misalnya kita kalah berada di hashtag 2 dan kita nggak bisa dapat hashtag 1, yang pasti nanti ada hukumannya, ya paling traktir sih atau enggak ya challenge-challenge rank lain. Tapi jangan sampai dong hashtag 2.
Mọi người hãy tưởng tượng tôi như kiểu một cái chùa đấy, với lại cái team của tôi như là một cái chợ ấy. Chùa thì muốn yên tĩnh, còn chợ thì lúc nào cũng ồn ào.
Okey, kepada teammate saya, kalau tengok video ni harap tak ambil hati sebab semua perkara ni benar.
Solusinya ya gue tutup aja pakai bantal mulutnya Asa biar dia nggak berisik.
Ngenokin teman sendiri sih, itu ada bisa pakai bom, bisa pakai bensin, itu sering terjadi dulu di zaman-zaman RA. Nah kalau di zaman-zaman itu kita sering ngemoli teman kita sendiri, itu sering terjadi dan tapi kita ya ngebawa itu jadi lucu aja sih.
Điều ngớ ngẩn nhất cả đội từng làm chắc là những quả nét và những quả lửa, tại vì thay vì chúng tôi chọi vào địch thì chúng tôi chọi vào nhau.
Diorang selalu tinggalkan saya seorang-seorang, saya rest seorang-seorang, dia memang lembab gila.
Wah, kalau itu gue pernah sih, waktu itu nge-push kompon, terus si Asa ngebom diri gue, bukan ngebom musuhnya, jadi malah friendly fire. Ah, parah sih dia.
Satu pemain yang aku bakalan pilih itu, aku bisa bilang Leon DZ, karena Leon DZ itu selain dari pengalaman dan juga skillnya dari tahun ke tahun itu udah cukup oke, dan jujur dari diri aku sendiri itu aku penasaran main sama dia, makanya aku pilih Leon DZ.
Cho em tuyển cả 3 người luôn được không? Thứ nhất là Tony Kay, hai là Rosemary và Kaluk, tại vì cả 3 tuyển thủ đấy luôn luôn nằm trong những cái top player của các giải đấu và cũng có MVP của mình nữa.
Saya akan ambil TODAK Naim sebab dia punya backup laju and then sharp shooter.
Gue maunya Yami sih, karena alasannya gue pernah SEA Games bareng Yami, gue ngerasa klop main sama dia. berasa kompak, chemistry gue kayak ada sama dia.
Untuk Red FaZe jangan maju mulu ya, karena gue bakalan maju dan gue yang lebih jago, jadi jangan sosok maju. Untuk Firman juga sama, begitu pula juga Pepeng. Untuk Boboho banyak grinding lagi.
Đồng đội của tôi như cái radio vậy á, tại vì kiểu không thể tắt được.
Manzi sebab dia ni macam star syndrome, selalu siap lambat, orang kena tunggu dia. Dia dah macam raja dah dekat dalam team ni. Asyik nak kena tunggu dia je, semua dia siap lambat. Confirm kena tunggu dia.
Oh, Asa sih. Karena kalau Asa nih, kalau di GH, kalau di gaming host, dia tidurnya tuh ngoroknya paling kenceng. Jadi gue keganggu banget tuh kalau tidur. Jadi dia ngorok tuh berasa kapal pecah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PMSL 25, bro. Hello, sir. How are you, man?
I'm good.
Yeah, bro.
Let's go. That's Morman and Mela from Thailand. Welcome again to the PMSL SEA Summer 2025 for the last Super Weekend. 16 teams are going to battle again to determine who are going to the grand final. And as usual, before we are going for the first match, we are going to have a little bit chit-chat with the two players like I already mentioned, and join with us also Mr. Fu as the translator today. So, starting from Mela from Vampire Esports. You will get the time, Morman, after this, okay? First one, coming in as the winner of Week 1 Super Weekend. How are you feeling heading to Week 2 Super Weekend today? Confident? Excited?
ก็ในวีคที่แล้วนะครับแวมไพร์จบเป็นอันดับที่1ในรอบซูเปอร์วีคเอนด์พอมาเล่นซูเปอร์วีคเอนด์วีคที่2รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับตื่นเต้นไหมหรือว่ามั่นใจในตัวเองมากน้อยแค่ไหน
ก็ปกติครับก็ไม่ได้มีความตื่นเต้นอะไรเหมือนวีคแรกครับก็เล่นเหมือนเดิมครับแล้วก็อาจจะมีความมั่นใจมากขึ้นกว่าตอนรอบคัดก็ได้ครับ
Of course we have more confidence but we didn't feel that much pressure we just play as usual so yeah we just try our best to play like we were always did
Like the Super Weekend number 1, they played really well, really strong as the Vampire Esports. Next on, Mela, usually you stayed on a team for a long period. But this time, you moved from FaZe to Stranger Esports and now to Vampire Esports in a short span. What made you choose to join Vampire Esports?
ก็ปกตินะครับเมล่าเนี่ยจะอยู่ทีมใดทีมหนึ่งนานมากๆเลยตั้งแต่อยู่เฟสจนตอนเนี้ยเราย้ายจากเฟสไปเป็น Stranger Esports แล้วก็ย้ายจาก Stranger มาเป็น Vampire อะไรจะทำให้เราตัดสินใจเลือกที่จะเล่นกับ Vampire ครับ
ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมท็อปในประเทศแล้วก็ไม่รู้จะไปทีมไหนนะครับตอนแรกว่า TEA แต่ว่ามอร์แมนจะไปก็เลยไม่อยากอยู่ด้วยครับก็เลยไป VP ดีกว่า
I would say because Vampire Esports is one of the best team in Thailand and at first I'm thinking to go to eArena but Morman is there so I choose to join Vampire
Okay, rivalry between Mela and also Morman. But I'm just curious because the last time we did the interview with Thailand players, Lobby X and Tourniquet said that you are the idol of the Thailand teams or the Thailand player. Do you consider yourself as the, we can say, top 3 players in the Thailand?
ก็ก่อนหน้านี้นะครับล็อบบี้เอ็กกับเตอร์นี่ได้บอกว่าเฮงเป็นเหมือนไอดอลของพวกเขาเลยคิดว่าตอนนี้ตัวเองนับว่าเป็น1ในท็อป3ผู้เล่นที่เก่งที่สุดในประเทศไทยไหมครับ
ก็พอได้อยู่ครับ
Definitely
Ooh, spicy! That's Mela, and we are moving to Mormon right now, the opener of this interview session. Last week, Mormon, you just barely made it into the Super Weekend at the 16th place, which is the last spot for the Super Weekend. But this week, you guys are top 1 in all 3 days of the group stage. Did you guys fix something very important in the gameplay?
ก็ในวีคที่แล้วนะครับeArenaเนี่ยแทบเกือบจะไม่ได้ผ่านเข้ามาเล่นในรอบซูเปอร์วีคเอนด์ด้วยการจบอันดับที่16พอดีเป๊ะเลยแต่ว่าในรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจวีคเนี่ยเราจบเป็นอันดับที่1ของ3วันเลยทีมเรามีการปรับเปลี่ยนแผนการเล่นหรืออะไรยังไงบ้างไหมครับ
ก็แผนก็เป็นเพราะว่าโค้ชไม่ยอมผมลงครับพอผมลงก็เลยได้ที่1วีคครับแค่นั้น
because our coach doesn't let me play so when he let me play we are grinding to the top one
Okay, confidence again. Not only Mela, Mormon also. Next one. We know that you are a very funny and cheerful person. How do you balance your jokes with staying serious during the game with your team?
ก็อย่างที่รู้กันนะครับว่ามอร์แมนเป็นผู้เล่นที่เฮฮาแล้วก็ตลกมากๆแต่ว่าเรามีวิธีการบาลานซ์ยังไงให้เราไม่ติดตลกจนเกินไปในเวลาการแข่งขันในเกมที่เราต้องใช้มูดซีเรียสหรือจริงจัง
ก็ไม่ได้อะไรมากแค่ทำสมาธิก่อนเริ่มครับเพราะว่าเวลาแบบว่าไม่ได้แข่งก็ตลกเป็นตัวเองแต่พอแข่งก็แค่นั่งสมาธิแล้วก็ทบทวนข้อผิดพลาดก่อนเริ่มแค่นั้นครับ
I would say not really too much because before the match games I always do the meditations to make myself calm and during the games I'm the different person about the not in the game so during the game I was really meditation and calm yourself and thinking about what you have done and what your mistakes
Interesting. What a special player. Because fun fact, a lot of Indonesian viewers is actually your fans, Mormon. Because your cheerful personality, you should be proud of that. Mormon and Mela, last time both of you were in FaZe together. Today, both of you are in the top 2 of league rank points. So far, in a different team. Mormon, can you look at Mela's eyes and say something to him?
ก็ก่อนอันนี้นะครับเมล่ากับมอร์แมนเนี่ยอยู่ทีมเดียวกันมาแต่ว่าตอนนี้เราอยู่กันคนละทีมแล้วแต่เราทั้ง2คนก็ยังอยู่ในท็อป1และ2ของตารางมีอะไรอยากจะบอกเฮงไหมครับ
ก็ทำอะไรก็ระวังตัวไว้ครับมีคนเขาจ้องอาฆาตไว้ครับ
so be careful of yourself everyone is watching at you
Everyone, Mormon and the other team and right now maybe Mela, do you have words for Mormon
เฮงมีอะไรอยากจะบอกแมนบ้างไหมครับ
ก็อยากให้เจอจะยิงให้กลับไปเป็นดาราเลย
Don't let me see you I'ma shoot you until you go back to become the superstar
Love it. That's the words from Mela and also Mormon. Thank you so much for both of you and good luck. Thank you so much also for Mr. Pooh. And that's the interview before we are going for the first game of the day. And I hope you guys are enjoying the matches because this is the last Super Weekend, the last action pack again to determine who will go to the grand final. So that way, for the action pack, we are going to the casters. So casters, take it away. Let's go.
Oh man, I just can't stop being entertained by these players, right? They're getting very, very much better in entertaining all of us. And of course, you all will be entertained because this is Super Weekend number 2. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2025. And we're still here with you. My name is CelcomDigi together with the amazing Choo. What do you think? What's your takeaway from that interview?
I love the opening. I am amazingly adored by the opening by Mormon just now. He was so hyped up and we are hyped up as well when it comes to our Super Weekend. Today will be the benchmark settings about the Smash Rule tomorrow. Now I'm looking forward for this because I have a feeling since we have all the Heavy Hatters team heading into this Super Weekend. We saw how eArena BTR performed yesterday. eArena taking the lead for overalls. Vampire still, staying quiet with their secret strategy, but they will actually push their limit when it comes to the Super Weekend. I cannot wait to see how much will be the benchmarks for tomorrow.
Yeah, so today will be the day where the teams kind of set the benchmark and see how far they are from the match point. Then tomorrow is going to be the Smash Sunday, the day that everybody looks forward to. Will we play up to 8 games? Will we play only 2 games? Who knows? But that's a storyline for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. The storyline for the entire PMCL is that these teams are gunning for the 200,000 moolah.
That's gonna be a big prize pool down there, especially for the champions to take it away. But we're gonna starting off our format as per usual when it comes to the position ranking. Today is gonna be the 14th of June. We're down to last 2 days of the group stage and the league stage before we head over to the grand finals, which gonna be next week.
Yes, next week is going to be the grand final, so make sure you book your tickets or maybe claim your free ticket starting in tomorrow on the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports. But when it comes to the format, well, Chuchu did mention today it is the 14th of June, so today is the week 2 of the Super Weekend. Day number 1, the day that we will set the benchmark. And once we finish off this Sunday, we will tabulate all the league rank points to decide on who are the best 16 teams that will move on to the grand finals next week.
Now, when it comes to Smash rules, some of you guys seems to be not familiar with it. By end of today, which is going to be the Saturday, the first day of Super Weekend, the highest team and number 1 will set the match point to be smashed tomorrow. So whoever can secure a chicken dinner after they manage to overtake that set point, they will straight away winning the entire day as a Smash show. Now, congratulations again for top 16 teams for this week to make it through for this Super Weekend.
Yeah, some of them first timers looking at GLU squad, looking at Team Secret. These are the 2 first timers into the Super Weekend. They missed out on Super Weekend 1. So Super Weekend 2 is the day that they will try to get as many points as possible. And also to kind of like keep themselves in the top 16 when we tabulate all the scores together. Now, speaking about the scores, this is the current standings here with number 1 Vampire Esports who smashed it last Sunday.
Now, we talked about the teams that didn't make it through for this Super Weekend. That's including Alter Ego. And who else? I think there's going to be a next page here. So far, most of the teams on the first 2 pages will actually make it through for this week as well. But we did mention about some teams cannot even make both Super Weekend when it comes to qualifying themselves into the grand finals. And this is going to be the second half. Now, we do know a lot of teams that didn't make it through the first Super Weekend will not make it through. So, except for only a couple of teams per se.
Yeah, so the teams that did make week 1 but didn't make week 2 is Alter Ego and 7-9. So they'll be waiting for the end of Sunday to see whether they have officially locked in their spot in the grand finals later. So they will be they'll be like SK basically, like how we talked about them yesterday, in their hotel rooms by the edge of their seat, watching every game, hoping that the team doesn't overtake them. So it is what it is because they didn't enter into week 2 Super Weekend. All they can do is just hope for the best. But speaking of the best, these 2 teams, ETR and TALON, they were the best of day number 3 of group stages.
2 days in a row for BTR to score a back-to-back chicken dinner yesterday and the day before. Now that speaks something, but I have a feeling today is going to be really rowdy when it comes to all the teams that are trying to challenge themselves to get the most out of their points to get into the grand finals. But nonetheless, the team that will swap in with Sam 9 as well as Alter Ego for this week's Super Weekend, it's going to be the Vikings as well as GLU. Now, these 2 teams didn't make it through for the first week Super Weekend, so they will try to gain as much to make sure they will get into the grand finals too.
Yeah, so for the Vikings, they did make week 1 a Super Weekend. So it's GLU and Team Secret that will need to squeeze out the points within this next 2 days. Of course, we're going to start off with Sanhok. It's going to still be the same 6 matches as how we saw in the group stages. And today is all about setting the match point for tomorrow. So nobody's going to be eliminated yet by the end of the day. Everything will be unveiled by tomorrow. So tomorrow will be a very important day. And of course, today, even though it's about setting the match point, you want to get as close as possible to that match point so they can smash it tomorrow. But speaking about getting close, the grand finals is getting closer and closer, and you can get your free ticket.
Yeah, make sure you guys stay tuned for tomorrow, which is going to be the 15th of June. This Sunday, tomorrow. Stay tuned on the social media, every platform possible on PUBG Mobile Esports or PUBG Mobile in your regional as well, because there will be I don't know how much, but it'll be hopefully plenty enough for you guys to have your hands on to the free tickets. And make sure you guys are going to meet all the players at the Basket Hall GBK Jakarta so you can experience the grand finals yourself and enjoy yourself and visit all this on-site booth.
Yeah, that features TALON, RRQ, GLU Squad, Alter Ego, Boom Esports, BTR, VOIN Donkey, and of course our official phone sponsor for this season's PMSL Summer, which is TECNO. And if you join TECNO's booth, you not only can try out the phones there, but you can also join fun activities and also win team merchandise while having the opportunity to snap a photo with your favorite player or maybe the teams themselves. So make sure you block your calendar, especially if you're in Jakarta, to head down to grand finals to visit those booths.
Yeah, we talked about, a lot of people are talking about how many jerseys you want to get, especially coming up from GLU Squad. So you want to collect all those colors, why not catch them all when they can say that? And also there's opportunity for you to meet up all your idols too. That's going to be a rare occasion because it's not every day is open to public for the grand finals. And also you guys can grab the opportunity to enjoy some Indonesia cuisine while you're there. Now, speaking of the Super Weekend, of course, what they're fighting for, why these guys fighting so much at this stage, not just for the grand finals, but it's also for them to secure the slot in the Esports World Cup. Bigger stage, more at stake, million of worth dollars prize pool up there.
Yeah, and the opportunity to play among the best of the best teams in the world and show that you're able to stand up to it. Only the top 3 from PMSL Southeast Asia will be able to move forward into Esports World Cup. But they won't be able to move forward if not because our official sponsor for the PMSL Summer this season. Thank you so much to TECNO for being together with us. And the phone that you can see here on our site, and this is the POVA 7 Ultra 5G. It is also the same phone that is used by all these players when they play in the PMSL. And you can see it live itself during the grand finals later, where TECNO will be having a booth. And this phone, of course, it will empower you to win the battleground with ease.
Yep, you guys should try it yourself. But we're going to talk about the teams for today. There's going to be plenty to talk about. We can start it off with the strongest. We can start it off the underdogs, the Cinderella story. But we don't see a lot of these Xaviers when it comes to their second day in the league stage. I'm looking for them to reveal their secret strategy, but not all of them, because we do know they still have to reserve it later for the grand finals. But this is going to be teams that pretty much have a heater, and we do know how aggressive they can be, including for your lineup too.
Oh yeah, I mean, BTR, you have BTR as well. We saw them just going amok throughout the group stages, whichever player that they put in, whether it's Foxy, whether it's Ryan, whether it's Snape, and of course you have the regular Sata together with Federellas that will be mixed up together with the other players, and they perform very well. Or let's not forget about Renzi as well. So let's not forget about Razy as well. So BTR is definitely a scary team to beat. And the fact that they only scored 1 point, they were at number 16 last Super Weekend, they definitely want to make up for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's everybody's game right now. We don't see a lot of teams want to show off too much when it comes to during the group stage. So here comes where everybody wants to show what they're made of, especially the teams at the very bottom. We talked about the teams that didn't make it through the first Super Weekend. So I assume they will try to go all out since the start here and try to push the numbers as much as they can so that they get closer to the match point or the set point rule for the Smash rule tomorrow. And also, speaking of tomorrow, you don't want to get left behind so much that it's so difficult for you to actually catch up to the Smash rule point.
Yeah, so you want to be the team at the front or as close as possible to be able to meet that Smash point, and then thinking about scoring the chicken dinner to smash everything, and then you end the day early. That's going to be the goal for all these teams here today itself. If you start off like, okay, I'm at number 16 and the gap between myself and also whoever is at number 1 is big, you will require a lot of rounds to catch up onto the match point and then able to smash it. By then, some other team could have smashed it and you might be locked in at what? Number 16, number 15. So you don't want to put yourself in that sort of pressure. Every team would want to gain as many points as possible to be as close to the top as possible.
Yeah, when it comes to getting it close, it depends really. Only the players can actually answer that question whether they can actually execute or do it or not. Because right now it's down to the mentality, especially the teams. You know what? We still have to remind everybody about Vikings Cinderella story yesterday. It was remarkable. I don't know if they will carry out the momentum here today. I'm hoping they still have those adrenaline rush instead of going back in their cocoon and stay quiet and passive like they were before. I hope that's not going to be the case here.
Yeah, hopefully as well. We hope for the best for all the teams, all the players themselves, because they will be starting game number 1 inside of Sanhok. It's going to be a fresh new lobby for them. The best 16 teams in week number 2 will be duking out with each other, and they only have one Sanhok to prove it before we move on to the OG map of Erangel after this. One Sanhok to set the tone for today, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to jump in very, very soon. Who do you think? Get the first chicken dinner, put it in the comment section as we fly in into Sanhok.
First map of the day, kicking off our start of Super Weekend like the usual, but this time more at stake. Whoever can get more points there will definitely have huge advantage for tomorrow's Smash Rule Super Weekend. But for now, we're going to look over for VOIN Donkey. Now, VOIN Donkey, there's up and downs. You do see they sometimes run amok just like how BTR did, but it has been amazing run, especially yesterday. We can see Zeta and also Potato did major clutch, even though they're just a duo. But for any consolation, it's a small map, so wherever the flight path flying over, it's going to be reachable, wherever they fancy for the players. But it's all about the circle. We had 3 island circles. We have Heart-in circle, smaller island circle. I'm looking forward for this one.
Yeah, it was an insane circle yesterday, right? 3 islands, and then it finally ended on the outside of boot camp. That was a very, very challenging circle that ended up with BTR scoring the first ticket dinner yesterday. So speaking about BTR, so it looks like they are going to change their drop spot this time. They're going to take Alter Ego's drop spot around the area of Camp Alpha instead. Hoping for the circle to be in Camp Alpha, because if you have it there, you drop there, that's a big advantage to a team like BTR. No other early encounters. But we're going to see a different circle centered around Quarry this time.
Yeah, circle pop. Is it going to be around Quarry, or might surprise us around Camp Charlie or Painan? That's a rare one. Or even Docks. I would love to see it down south all the way, because we don't see that too often when it comes to this sort of circle. We often see it on the northern side when it comes to the smaller islands, but not too much on the south. But again, we have to remind you guys to make sure you stay tuned for tomorrow, especially because there's plenty of free ticket to the grand finals. You guys want to grab this because there's so many on-site booths to enjoy.
Yeah, stay tuned to the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports to claim your free ticket to the PMSL Grand Finals happening next week, ladies and gentlemen. And you'll get to see the team this season to be crowned the champions of PMSL, and also top 3 teams that will gain their ticket to the PMWC. Now, let's check out what's happening here on screen. We have GLU Squad just next to the Vikings. And if you remember yesterday, it was very interesting for the Vikings. They scored the final chicken dinner that allowed them access here into the Super Weekend. It took them that long to lock in their ticket. And glad to see the Vikings here.
Yeah, I remembered how they celebrated, how they smash everything across what they can see on the table. And they were celebrating, despite only got 9 eliminations. Still considered as a high kill volume by the end of the day. But for them to actually score in the very last minute, that was way too dramatic. And they pushed all the way to the 13th place. And we remember that. And the point in between the 17 and 16 was only a couple of points away, 1 and 2 points for SK2. But, yep, what's done is done. It's not changeable by now. But what we're looking for, it's going to be the present, where the circle still not focused by the players. They're not taking that rush towards the center. So I assume everybody just going to take their time to loot up as per usual.
Yeah, so it's still stage 1. Everyone just dropped. So they're not really in a hurry, since it's not one of those 3 island circles or only a Camp Alpha circle. So the teams can take a little bit more time this time. if the circle is like on the main peninsula, then yeah, that's generally what will happen. TODAK is one of those teams that decided to push in a little bit faster, and now they're somewhere in the middle of the circle, which is fine for them. And TODAK is one of those teams that is that needs to do well for this week, because they only have 1 point from last week, and they have a risk of going out if they end the day or end the super weekend with only 2 points.
You know, I was looking forward for any hot drops, especially eArena and the Vikings, because there's always those two to fight in the early on stage between Sanhok and Erangel. Now this time, at least for the Vikings, they're not taking a jab against that, or even, you know, sadly we don't have the Exosphere, where it's also fun to watch an early skirmish between these teams. But eArena, they're taking their own sweet time, not as aggressive during the league stage this time. Everybody seems to be marking and respecting each territory and not try to go over their parameters.
Yeah, it used to be like eArena and the Vikings in boot camp, and eArena, they have a good record against the Vikings. But yeah, I guess it's a small truce between these two teams, considering that everything resets back to 0. But the Vikings, they're not calling it truce against GLU squad. The snake into the building where Hexas is at, it did damage him down to 80% of health, but it's still generally alright, so it's not revealing too much yet. Instead, it's going to be Hasbi pulling himself to break.
A break, yesterday's MVP for the last match as well. And GLU will not sit this one quietly, of course. I'm surprised Vikings going out of bootcamp this early. Maybe they don't want to crossfire with different teams that will pass by bootcamp later on. But Superman managed to get down on Hasbi. Oh, whoa. That's a nice one. Hex is down on the ground. That was a perfect nade by break.
What a nade. One nade to knock him down. And he is pretty far away from the other members of GLU squad, so he will be easily be finished by break here. That's going to be point secured. GLU squad, only 2 players left on the other building, just in front of break.
Break. Where would they go next? Are they hunting for GLU? All the rest are remaining of them. I guess they really want to go all out, knowing that there's only one super weekend for them. So they're taking a very aggressive approach, proactively trying to hunt people down early on, especially in Sanhok. We don't know Sanhok's sort of a wildcard map. There's no particular team that's extra strong in Sanhok so far, so everybody's trying to take advantage before they get into a more difficult map like Erangel.
Yeah, so Sanhok is one of those iffy maps, right? At least the circle is not that iffy for this time Sanhok. If it was yesterday's circle, then yeah, then it will be kind of difficult for the teams. But of course, it's entertaining for us. But this kind of circle is still not too bad. But if BTR comes onto the Vikings, then, well, that could be bad news for them.
Oh, I would love to see that one happen. We love the side of BTR where they go recklessly hunting people down and just being a bulldozer from behind as well. But don't forget vampires. You don't see too much of them during week number 2. They played a very low profile vampire compared to, you know, the usual stuff that we've seen even last week Super Weekend. I want to see that version this time.
Yeah, they did okay enough in the group stages to make it here. So that's mission completed. I guess today and tomorrow we'll probably get to see the best of Vampire because the stakes are different this time. On the elimination feed, we are seeing at least now the best of CelcomDigi Alliance knocking down and taking out the members of FaZe Clan.
Oh, with Painan might be the next circle. Everybody hovering around Painan right now, but CelcomDigi Alliance is taking the blue zone at the same time, hunting FaZe Clan and hot on their tails. Here comes Leon, tracking a bit missed, but never mind. They're going to just finish off a shopper, so they will secure 3 points out of that, leaving FaZe Clan the last member remaining, but he has to fight the blue at the same time. Going into the circle will not be easy. We saw how many teams already start to migrate into Painan.
Yeah, Red Bull's taking a long rotation in. At least he can still tank out because he has 3 first aids and 13 bandages, as stage 2 is still alright. But let's check out what's going to happen here. Looks like the fight between the Vikings and GLU squad is going to continue. Xbox and Stickley in 2 different buildings. And VKE, they're split out with a 2-2 formation. They found Xbox. He will be down. And now it's going to be all in focus on the Stickley.
Oh, we've seen the best of Stickley when he actually clutched 1v4 yesterday. But here comes a nade, raining over to a side of Stickley, but he managed to dodge that one. WoundGG going in for the flush, but got knocked down instead. Stickley, he still can do 1v4, no problem. But unfortunately, GLU, they did not secure those knockdown into points. So they ended up with a 0 this time. But hey, still a warming up first map for them.
Had a little bit of assistance from BTR, but Stickley was not able to get the most out of it. So GLU squad first team to go out, no points in hand. Xavier now. Okay, big spread here by Xavier. We can see Niti alone. And the other players of Xavier, they're on the other side. So they're trying to cover as much ground as possible to gain the information of any potential incoming teams. And that would include Boom Esports scouting around the area. And they have no idea that Xavier is here.
Xavier's been playing very sneaky. But I love it. I love surprises when it comes to these games. eArena also been super quiet to not starting off any fight here. We do know they love hunting so much, but yet they're waiting the bait to take the trap. And Claw might be the one they've been waiting for. We've seen eArena, they're pretty much strong when it comes to balancing offense and defense at a certain point. But it's Claw. Claw with Red Face, you know how aggressive he can be.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Redface is definitely a key player for Claw, undoubtedly. Arguably, in the entire lineup, he is the most performing player, so they will be banking onto him to try to bring them as many points as possible. As for Ponbit, he got that one knock onto Xavier, but not able to finish it yet, so it could be a long-range knock. Okay, that's Lamborghini on screen, and Zero is moving in to make sure that they secure the elimination point. And here comes Yummy as well. The point will surely go to Boom.
Yeah, and the rest of these Avies, I don't think they want to reach out to Lamborghini. A bit too late by now. I think Peregrine had the idea, want to save his mate, but it's a bit slightly too far. And it's too much at risk, knowing the fact they heard a couple of shots from behind and from distance as well. But the Circle Wishing will be really Painan. Oh, shift over Cave. Now, I would love Cave Circle, but never mind, it's still going to be Painan. There's plenty of choke points in Painan, especially around the bridge, which quite vacant. I'm surprised because usually a lot of teams want to play around that bridge of Painan.
Yeah, I guess because at first everyone thought like, okay, it's going to go to Quarry. And then now, the circle became difficult. There's a little bit of split between the Ruins Island and also the main peninsula with Painan in between. So it's going to be pretty tricky for these teams because you're only at stage number 3. So there's a chance that if it goes like stage 5 or 6, it could go one way or another. Even more interesting if it goes to the Ruins Islands. But right now, Xavier, they want to manage that circle. They go straight into Painan, but then Vampire Esports is here.
Yep, but Xavier is going again. So what a nade coming up from Tony K. Never failed to disappoint. But here comes another nade responding by Nate T. They are exchanging hands when it comes to the hand grenade. There's a nade galore once more, and Painan heated up with a lot of bullets flying over to the side of these Xaviers, and they are done. That was a swift one. Saying good for CelcomDigi Alliance. 2 teams going down back to back.
Yeah, CelcomDigi Alliance as well. They go out with 3 points. They lost to Team Secret. And now TODAK, BTR, but both teams on the move, so they might not clash with each other. So TODAK, they're going to take the high ground, so that's fine. But for MEC, now going up against Roy with Hoi Kwang on the ground.
Kim going forward, taking the charge. Kido still in the small shack. The nate's coming in. Kim is holding this fort by himself to go against Roy here. I don't know where are the rest of MAC, whether they want to join in Kim to help him to actually go against the entirety of Roy. But Roy, they might want to go and cover up Hu Kwang. Well, he managed to reset himself anyhow. It's back to 4 for Roy.
So the nade been lobbed across. Hui Kwang will not receive the end of that nade. Manzi is cooking up another nade now. They're trying to find an advantage. If they can get the knock onto a member of Roy, then they might just go for it. And MEC, they found Mango. Okay, that's their opening here. Juke is pretty low as well. MEC will enter the door where Juke is at, but Juke gets a double knockdown. Back to back. What a defense by Juke alone.
They were having a slight upper hand before, but MEC didn't use the opportunity, and it was a turnaround event by Roy, but Juke is still going to go down anyway. Kido is trying to find the rest of them, but they're clogging the corners. Kido managed to take down on Hoi Kwang. Is back to square one, as Kido also being knocked down by Khan just now. I think maybe perhaps who else is actually TODAK aiding Roy from behind.
Yeah, TODAK had to fight in. Okay, let's see if they can get more out of this situation. Voki is now the final player for MEC. The IGL himself lobs a nade into the door. And will it land? Will he get anything? Okay, yes, he will. He will get Juke. But at least that's a point secured by Voki. Akar now looking for revenge. He sees Voki in front, but he receives damage. Lucky enough for him that the blue zone, he actually stops just right beside him, so he's okay for now. But the fight will continue on with Voki still alone here, fighting for his life, securing another point.
Voki, the blue zone will kill him for sure if he doesn't want to finish things off. But finally, that one random radius of the splash coming out from that shotgun did manage to finish off the reservoir, but at a cost for the side of MEC, leaving Voki the last member standing. We saw the circle shifted just now. BTR got themselves quite in the center with very sweet compounds to work with, while Vampires did take the entirety of Painan, but I'm not sure how long, because last time we saw these Zavers were actually moving towards that direction.
Wow. We'll check on those teams later, because right now the problem for Team Secret is that they need to come out of this house. Oh, the final player of FaZe Clan, Red Bull, eliminated, so 0 points for FaZe Clan this time. Okay, we are now at the top 11. In Painan, we have Claw on the other side. Well, because they're on the left side of the Ruins Island side, no other team is there, so they will not face off against Vampire Esports for now. Unless when the circle shifts, they will have a choice. If they cut across Painan, then Vampire is there.
Yeah, I think I mistaken these Xaviers with the Claw just now. It's the same color scheme, but it was actually Claw. I think they pulled back all the way. But on the side of TODAK, they do have those slight elevation right on top of Corey, but they need to cut across Team Secret or even force this fight, because even if they went into the circle or they want to go into the circle, Team Secret will actually try to follow them from behind. So they have to deal with this for TODAK and try to split themselves. Some of them will try to see if there's anybody from the inner circle to actually gun them down. But right now things going really haywire here, including TALON joining in TODAK. They might actually get sandwiched with it too if TODAK don't really try to deal with Team Secret as fast as they can.
Well, Team Secret having the hardest position right now as they need to hike up this hill where TODAK is at. And Zeros will be at the front. He needs to pit stop himself, healing up 30 seconds before the blue closes entirely. And now Tam will try to stop them from coming forward. Frankie will be gunned out by Tam. On the right side, Tam is pretty busy. He'll be taken out. And here comes Real together with the rest of TODAK. And TODAK will Langa against Team Secret. One more to go. That's going to be Trong right in front of Real with the blue assisting him. And TODAK will win this one against Team Secret.
That was a brilliant execution using the advantage of those high grounds. That perfect execution on the side of TODAK, of course. But next we have a shrink of a circle. And BTR, will they still be favored? Definitely. And Vampire is still at the edge of it with some compounders of Painan. And Claw, right now, they have to pass across Vampires to be in the center. But we do know that's going to be an open field, not an equal ground. There's going to be some multi-level of terrain out there. But for eArena, they're just crossing on the upper side of Painan bridge. Now that's going to be dicey for them as well, but MEC last member Voki eating away the damage coming up from TALON just now, and that's going to be their run cutting shot in Sanhok, but at least they scored 4 points here.
Yeah, after taking out Roy earlier on. Now Boom Esports, they're in action against MVKE. Superman eliminated by 0. And BTR as well, they got involved somewhere somehow, probably a long range shot. And here comes Boom Esports against Dins. Here comes the nade from the left side. It's going to be Yummy. Damaging him. 0 goes down to Dins. Now Yummy, he has to pull off this one. Should be pretty straightforward for him with DBS in hand. And 0 will be back up.
Yeah, back to 4. I mean, Yummy never fails us with his DBS plays. Just sometimes those long range make it slightly difficult for him. But the Vikings, Woonty, the last player again. We have so many solo survivors just now. We witnessed they barely can actually survive long enough with a Misery, aka Mastery, already had him corner now. One pick and that's it. He's trying to pick out. He's waiting for it. Misery now taking advantage. Pombit gonna go in for the rush. He's surrounded and that's gonna be the last of Vikings. And at least they don't go empty-handed as well.
Well, VOIN Donkey could go out now. And there you go. The zone took away their life. They will deny rate a point at the same time, so they only gain 1 placement point in this round. Here comes BTR as the gatekeepers against eArena trying to stop them from moving forward. NC2 almost down.
So Tar going back indoors, knowing the fact there's too many people outside. I need to hide. For eArena, on the other hand, they are battling with the blue zone. With Sakura cannot reach out to TONIK or NC2. At this point, he needs to go there by himself to go against Vampire. Vampire can steal away those points, or even BTR. I mean, Vampires, they are closer, but BTR will not anything slip by their view. But on the other hand, the Circle, it's just going to be Talon Circle all day long, and they can gatekeep so many teams, including Vampires and Claw at the same time from the south.
And the Circle moved away from where BTR is at, so they have to come out of their compound soon. Sakura now healing game, that's the best that he can do, and he failed to heal in time. Eliminated. That's going to be eArena out, number 6, 1 elimination point. Now time for BTR to move out.
Oh, Talon repositioning. Oh, they know this is going to be in super open space, but at least those vegetations, those trees will give them slight cover for now, and that high ground will actually give them quite a broad view as well. But the moment we talked about that, that's where Claw tried to take over where they at, and with them rushing in with their vehicle with another person to support when it comes to firepower. But Axel, what a view, but unfortunately he whiffed those connecting shots, and now Boom coming up from behind as well. This is going to be tough for Talon. They might get sandwiched as well.
Oh, but look at Jipeng. Jipeng on the lower ground. Linux kind of knows that he's there. When Red Face now, Nate send on to him. Mabella take it out instead by Sata. BTI dividing from the other side. Tony K gets Bobo Ho burned down. Point secured. And that's going to be Linux still looking at Jipeng. Where is Jipeng going to go now?
Oh, Shrap's pretty low himself. He needs to heal himself. Back up at Red Face, being hiding in the sniper tower. Oh, that's a surprise attack. Hello, brothers. And on the side of Red Face, he keep it going. Claw, despite there's not many people on their side, but it's making such a huge damage on the side of Empires. Even BTR at this point. Oh, Red Face is too daring. He needs to reload right now. And down to only 10% of HP. That was super close.
Oh, that was so close. As Claw, somehow they're still in the game after being pinned down. Now Circle favors Boom Esports, but here comes BTR just on the left side of Claw, and looks like BTR will take out the remaining members of Claw. Yummy got one on the Jipeng, so it's going to be one for each team. Now for the chicken dinner, Boom Esports, they have the Circle, while BTR, they don't.
It's going to be the Indonesian finale between Boom and BTR right now. 4v4, equal field and equal playground. We do have the same rules applied for both teams right now. Both of them having a slide at the slide of the hill. Right now, the barricade not so much, except for a couple of rocks as their main structure. And Zero give away his position while tracking down the rest of BTR. BTR, they managed to get a bit of a trade between these two teams. It's down to 2v3 with the Blues are now burning off Boom alive. They need to push forward, but things getting difficult. Awkward angle, but BTR, they're losing this. Despite they do have some slight elevations. And Boom, despite they got the Blues on to deal with, they still managed to come back from that.
Yeah, and now they have the high ground even against Razy. Razy don't have the Circle at all at stage number 8. Boom Esports right now, 10 elimination points. It's Razy against the 4 players of Boom Esports. One name will beside the cross, while at the same time the blue is behind him. No way that Razy is able to counter this, and Boom Esports will secure the chicken dinner for game 1.
BTR, they've been having this Circle for quite some time, but the last Circle did save a hack out of Boom. With them repositioning, despite being burned off by the blue zone, they still managed to slowly advancing forward without being too exposed themselves. There was some experienced play by these veteran players. I have to really bring it up, the heat up here, because right now we're looking at Boom taking the first game. We did not even have them in our discussion just now. They're showing, hey, we won the spotlight too.
Hey, don't forget about us as well. That's the message that Boom Esports is sending out. And towards the end, they have the Circle, they have the high ground, geographical advantage is given to them, and they're able to steal more than 10 points. But BTR, no Circle, they still managed to make it run until a second place finish while getting in a good amount of elimination points for themselves. Speaking about eliminations, it's going to be Boom Esports with 11 of it.
Starting off with a high notch kills at double digit. Misery, aka Mastery, Pombit, Yummy, and Zero. We see the best of Yummy with his DBS play once more, but the way they actually move along with the blue zone and the Circle just now, that was the tipping point for BTR. And BTR, they had those circles, but just didn't move quick enough, as Boom has more experience in that very critical situation. But nonetheless, this is definitely going to heat up the entire arena, because we do know BTR, they won that chicken. They were so close of getting it, but it just gets slipped through their fingers. Let's rewatch how Boom secured that double-digit elimination.
All Indonesian finale it was, but in the top 4, we also have Vampire Esports here together with Claw. And out of all these teams, interesting enough, Vampire Esports only dished out 945 damage, but still able to make it into the top 4, to be exact, top 3 in this round. Still pretty nice for them. But what a start for Boom Esports.
Yep, same goes for Vampires, Claw and BTR by Vitality. They're starting off really strong in the regions of Indonesia when it comes to the Super Weekend. And Vampires, they don't have as much damage compared to the others. I think because their pathway towards the circle was quite clear. They didn't find too much of a target, but they did travel quite a long distance. But for our MVP this time is going to be Boom Esports Pombed. 56 with 3 eliminations, 491 damage, but 4% headshot. Who cares about headshot? It's all about how much elimination you can translate it into points towards your team.
Yeah, that is what matters, right? The 3 eliminations for Boom Esports, and of course the damage output as well. A lot of OG players as our MVP this time. Now it's only round number 1, so the points are pretty clear. Who's at number 1, who's at number 2. So only 2 teams with a double digit. 21 points for Boom, BTR 13 points, and then followed by Vampire Esports with 9, Claw with 8. But we have also 2 teams on page number 1 without any ranked points. Not a problem for Team Secret and TODAK to remain on page 1.
Everybody's setting a high standard and a good tone when it comes to first day of our Super Weekend here, aggressively showing. I mean, it was a peaceful 2 stages at first, and then when it comes to stage 3 and 4, it was just total chaos. But when it comes to the teams that didn't score any, I'm surprised Xavier didn't score any point, because we expected them to be as disciplined as always. I guess they're trying to build up the momentum starting off today, because they did have the rest yesterday. FaZe Clan, GLU and DX ended up with 0s, while the rest of the team, they scored 4, 3 and 1 points respectively.
Yeah, I remember Xavier, there was that one day where they scored like 0 and 0 for the first 2 games,
yeah.
and then they just went all the way. So if there's that one team that you don't trust, it's Xavier. They will scam you. They'll be like, you thought that we're not performing. You thought like, what, first 2 games 0? We scored the chicken dinner and we just never turned back.
You know, I expected them to go really aggressive at first for DX. They're not going to do like the 0-0-0 at first. But they will surprise us regardless of that. But we're going to head into something else completely. We need to remind you guys enough that tomorrow is going to be the day where you get your free ticket to our grand finals PMSL Summer 2025. Tomorrow will be 15th of June. Today it's already 14th. So stay tuned on any social media platform for PUBG Mobile Esports, PUBG Mobile, anywhere respectively that you're watching on. It's going to be at Basket Hall GBK Jakarta.
Yeah, and if you head there to the venue, whether you have a ticket or not, do check out the on-site booth featuring TALON, RRQ, GLU Squad, Alter Ego, Boom Esports, BTR, VOIN Donkey, and of course our official phone sponsor for this season, TECNO, where you can join in on fun activities. You can try out the phones that are being used by the players at on-site as well. And you can meet the players yourself. Your favorite teams, your favorite players. You can take pictures with them. You can ask for autographs. You can do pretty much anything. And at the same time, win team merchandise. So no reason for you not to go there, especially if you're in Jakarta.
Yep, and the only way to live is to fight. So fight. That's going to be the team for this Super Weekend as well, because some teams didn't score anything when it comes to week 1. So make sure you guys also joining in the game itself. PUBG Mobile Attack on Titan collaboration and dedicate your heart to fight against the Titans. There's ODM gears and so many fights as well. You can be the Titan yourself, I think, if you want to. But we've seen the trailer. It's super horrific at first. If you actually love the anime, you will love this game. Right now, you guys have to download and just try it yourself to know. Make sure you guys also tag us if you happen to make the content for this version.
Well, I have not watched the anime and I have not tried this card, but they are looking amazing and I wish I could try it for myself. This is the PUBG Mobile X Shelby American collaboration that features the Shelby GT500 and 427 Cobra. And it comes together with exclusive attachments, together with stunning colorways, and a lot more. But it is only inside the game for a limited amount of time until the 6th of July. So we're only a couple of weeks away before it goes away. So make sure you grab it right now while it's still inside of the game.
Now, another all-new World of Wonder, where the Elimination Skill Fest gameplay is already live for you guys to try it out, experience the unlimited firepower, and get ready for an upgraded battleground. Also with non-stop action. You know, when everything is upgraded and it's called Skill Fest, it's called it out for a reason, because everything will be non-stop. As long as you guys check out the map, which can be the number 128868867. I repeat, 128868867. 867. That's gonna be the map, you guys, that you want to join in and show off all your skills and push your limit and become the brightest star or brightest person on a battlefield, as long as you feel happy about it.
Yeah, as long as you feel happy. And you can also create your own map in the World of Wonders, by the way. So if you do, of course, create content, put out your map code, and people can enjoy together. But speaking about enjoying, we're done enjoying about the Sanhok. We're going to enjoy the fight that continues on inside of Erangel next. They're going to play 3 Erangels back to back. It's going to be the same format, just like the group stages. Now, the difference with the group stages is that we have put together the best 16 teams within this week here. So it's going to be rather different for the teams when we approach the next map. And also maybe the circle will be different.
Hopefully we have some irregular circles that we've seen quite a lot when it comes to week number 2. I'm looking for what kind of offers of circle they're going to have. Yesterday was a bit skewed towards one direction. It tucked into the right side of the map, so making sure that all the players are having a hard time too. We have a couple of SMBs and some of the undecisive sort of circle, whether it's going to be SMB or the main peninsula, but it kind of shifted when it comes to stage 2. But it's going to be the test for the players and a bit of a challenge for them if that's going to be the case. But this is also the map where BTR got himself a back-to-back chicken yesterday, and they scored one also chicken, I think, a day before during the league stage. So I assume this is going to be one of the map where BTR will want to push their limit and want to push those numbers up, because just now even the momentum starting off the day was pretty heated up.
Yeah, I mean, the second place is not bad for BTR, and they did score a good amount of eliminations together with it, so they know that they are on fire right now. And if you remember yesterday, there was that one circle that was really iffy that we enjoyed. That circle that ended on the outside of Novo, that is fun. Whenever it's a main-to-the-base-ish circle, you see, it's always exciting, right? So that's why we're hoping for more main-to-the-base circle. I wouldn't mind if it's the entire day, but for the teams, they wouldn't like that for sure. But hey, to a certain extent, they are here to entertain us.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it won't be any case where some people take gliders and just did not cross to SMB. You know. But at the same time, if, the Nova Rep Noise Circle was quite rare, actually. We don't get that too often. It's always going to be in the center of SMB, where we do see the sort of abandoned airport and all this flight junkyard that were always up there for the couple of last few circles. But when it comes to that next matchup, we haven't seen the best of like even VOIN Donkey. They were pretty quiet just now. We don't see too much of them. I expect them to get aggressive in this one, even for the teams like even Vikings. They have been quite proactive. They love to engage and initiate early fights. So maybe we're gonna have a couple of hot drops here.
Yeah, maybe because it is the first time this entire group is meeting in this map, right? So who knows? We might see a clash, or whether it's intentional or not. For the most part, because it's like the day that the first few games that the points are reset back to 0, so it might not be intentional. But if they happen to meet, then like what Attack on Titan says, right? If the only way to live is to fight, so they will fight. As we will check out how they look like very, very soon. But before that, our teams to focus. We do share the Xavier and eArena together.
And for me, eArena, I'm a bit surprised though. They weren't as active as we expect them to be. A bit quiet as the start of Sanhok. Maybe they're just not really liking Sanhok as much compared to Erangel, because we saw a bit of the camera view on them, but most of it they were waiting for something to happen. They did not want to initiate too much of a fight. So I expect them gonna go hunting people down in this one.
Yeah, gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, right? It is the first game, so we'll see how things will heat up for them in game number 2, because we will be jumping in straight very, very quickly this time, as our timer indicates that the game is about to start. Now, whether we're going to see the best of eArena or not, whether we're going to see the eArena group stages or not, let's see it in Erangel. Let's go.
We're finally flying our Super Weekend with Erangel as the start. The real match begins now. Sanhok, it's just a blink of an eye and it's gone. But when it comes to Erangel, all eyes are wide open as we see if there's any early hot drops this time.
Yeah, so looking at the flight path, potential hot drops, if it happens, it's probably going to be unintentional. The potential, okay, based on the track record that we've seen before, okay, Jogopool, South Jogopool, especially eArena and the Vikings, they did meet before there. We've seen like up to 3 teams inside of Yasnaya. That did happen before. So if I were to suspect any potential hot drop, it could be these 2 areas. And now since the flight path is going to begin from the left side, South Jogopool is definitely a big suspect there. I see MVKE there. eArena, somewhere around the area as well. So yeah, they're going to both drop in South Jogopool.
I'm waiting for the circle to actually pop. If it's going to be SMB circle, it'll be very dicey for most of the team because it's slightly on the northern side when it comes to the flight path. But yeah, I'm waiting for eArena and VKE to actually claw each other out. I mean, no pun intended, claw is there as well. And don't forget about Team Secret. They might want to join in the fight as a third party. If that's going to be the case, we're going to get a northern circle. Is it going to be Ruins? I assume last time, even though it's not really Ruins or this kind of circle, there's plenty of teams that love to cross and make their second or third checkpoint on top of Ruins.
Yeah, we haven't got a northern side circle during the group stages, so this will be fresh for the teams on how they're gonna navigate around this kind of circle. And you guys can navigate around getting a free ticket as well. Remember, tomorrow, check in onto the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports because there will be a free ticket giveaway for the PMSL Grand Finals that you don't want to miss out on. And coming back onto our game on the South of Jogopool, looks like we not only have eArena on the left side, we also have GLU Squad on the container side.
Too many peoples on top of Jogopool, but we do have early swaps here coming out from GLU. SKF is playing, swapping it out with Hexas. Now, when it comes to this sort of circle, it's pretty much offered. Oh, they have double swaps actually. We don't see a lot of Hasby. Finally, Noel is back with the lineup of GLU. It was a bit awkward for me not to see Hexas because I've seen plenty of Hexas when it comes to week number 2 during the group stage. And back to us about the circle. There's a high chance we've seen this kind of circle where it might have ended up on the northern side of ruins in between those rivers. Now that's going to be a bit tough because in between Rosehawk and Shooting Range south side, there's a patch of land there. So sometimes there are teams that, waiting it out. They will wait around that small patch of land. Or maybe, just resort to ruins. Why not?
Yeah, and ruins is not bad, right? Because like it allows you access to the northern island easier in case if the circle 100% goes there. Because we can't say for sure that, the circle will definitely go there yet. Since it's a 50-50, it could pull back down. So teams might be considering to play around the riverside, like areas like Rosal, like ruins, like what you mentioned, like South Jogo Pool, North Jogo Pool, closer to the river where they will have easier, quicker access to where the circle will go later on.
Speaking of the circle, we're just going to have to wait and see, but no first blood, no first contact made yet between the teams. We can see everybody is extra careful when it comes to the Super Weekend, not trying to give away any points, any free points towards their opponent's team, because we do know every single point now will be treated as a dime because it will affect for their slot towards the grand final. But majority of the teams that's playing here, except for, I guess, 4 teams that's uncertain about their fate, into the grand finals. That's going to be Sem9, Alter Ego, Vikings, as well as GLU. So this is the only team that pretty much swap in and out and each got once for the Super Weekend. The rest of the team, and we did mention about this before, Cloud, as long as you got your entry twice for the Super Weekend, you're pretty much safe for the grand finals.
Yeah, unless if you're like 1 point and 1 point in the case where maybe TODAK, maybe BTR 1 point, although at this point it's looking unlikely, then you might be pushed down. So that is the only risk. But looking at how TODAK has been performing so far and BTR performing so far, even during the group stages, I don't expect them to end with 1 point. But that was what was said even last week, and that happened. So you never know what will happen in the Smash Day. But here is Team Secret smashing it on the TODAK.
You just mentioned TODAK and actions being into it for the side of TODAK. And we can see that it's a surprise attack from the side of Team Secret, how TODAK just dispersed and breaking their formation to just run away from Team Secret. It means that they're not expecting that kind of rush from any team this early. It means Team Secret, when it comes to looting phase, they're pretty fast themselves.
Yeah, and they want to force themselves up onto the northern side. They see that compound. They know that someone's there. Okay, let's just go. Let's not hesitate. Okay, and it brought them the return with the fact that TODAK, they were still in a split position and they had the numbers over TODAK. And that's how Team Secret secures the first 2 points. And also the compound by the bridge, which will give them an early access onto either side in case the circle decides to scam.
We're going to see you guys at Basket Hall GBK Jakarta, guys. That's going to be next week, by the way, but the ticket will be tomorrow. Make sure you guys stay tuned tomorrow. We have to remind every single time because we do know you guys sometimes, forget to jot down or forget yourself to note that tomorrow will be the day. Now, out of that, we mentioned about BTR and TODAK. They score only 1. Now, the worst case scenario, if they got the last place this week, they're still going to score another point. So that's going to be 2 points. I think 2 points... It depends on really GLU, whether they can actually score more. Or maybe we might end up as a tiebreaker for that.
Yeah, it's still very early for us to tell, right? So the 2 points, if GLU does very well, especially when it comes to tomorrow, then whoever who's at 2 points is at big risk. Same goes for like Sem9, who's also at a rather small risk since they are not playing in this Super Weekend and they are only holding right now 4 points. So even like Sem9, they have a risk of being put out from the top 16 before we go out to the grand finals, especially if all teams below them perform, and that includes the new teams that come in. GLU squad and Team Secret performs, then naturally, like Sem9 will be the first one to like be pushed out of the top 16.
I agree, especially when TODAK and BTR that each score 1 point last week respectively based on their current rankings. and they are playing too, which means they might not stay at 1 point only and maybe gaining more for this Super Weekend. We're gonna have to wait and see. I agree, it's a bit too early to call it out because that's gonna be tomorrow's story. And so far, we want to know what will be the benchmark point, what will be the set point for the Smash point tomorrow. Now, what kind of points do you, if you get to choose a point like a benchmark, how many points do you hope it will end for the day?
The realistic number, I would say, is 60, because if you hit 60, that is like a performing team within 6 games, and that's like kind of like the average of a performing team in one day. So I would say 60, and then maybe you plus 10, then it's going to be 70 points. So it could be somewhere around there.
I wish it's going to be lowered down because there's more heavy hitters in this one this time. So I assume that it's going to be lowered down. But as we mentioned before, it's going to be at the foot mountain of shooting range where a lot of players might want to get those high grounds of shooting range. Nobody's actually at ruins. Everybody trying to cross over that river right now. But for MVKE and Vampire, there's going to be a collision between these two teams as they are moving in the same direction and running away from the blue zone. We do know when they collide, try to run away from the blue zone, nobody wants to bow out from any fight. So I don't know if they're chasing the tail of Vikings or they will actually have the same direction, like we want this compound. Might be nobody there, but maybe they will try to stop by. I feel bad for that one Viking player right now, Wunti.
Yeah, but Wunti tries. Okay, he gets Tony K, 2 more to go. Needs to clutch it out with his DBS, jump down onto the ground floor. They try to sniff him out on the second floor, but he's down there. Wunti gets onsens. Okay, 1 more to go for Wunti. You could potentially clutch this one. Okay, so the teammates are here. Looks like Vampire Esports, now they're in trouble. They finish up onsens. Mela, the final player here for Vampire Esports. He needs another teammate. If not, he'll be playing this game all alone. Still dancing around, and Vikings will finally take him out. And Vampire, no points this round.
I don't know, was it coincidence or was it just a perfect setup by the Vikings? That was a perfect trap for the Vampires, and they taken the bait with one team managed to hold on with the Scar L shooting down one of the members. That was Tony K at first, and the rest was history. They're coming out from behind, and Vampire didn't see that one coming. That was interesting, but back towards another fight going on at shooting range. Claw is fighting against GLU. Now GLU, they cannot bow out early once more. They didn't score any point last time.
Yeah, I have to point out that it was because of Wunti. He got 2 players of Vampire, and then everyone rushed in because they know that the manpower. That was brilliantly done by Wunti. So shout out to Wunti for that defense against Vampire. But the Vampire fans won't be too pleased with that result. Anyway, today is about setting the points up for tomorrow. So fret not. 4 more games to go for fans of Vampire. But for Claw, now they have 2. Chiping and Zuxi.
They're taking the shelter into the bunkers area. While the shelter in the tunnel area, it's still kind of covered by the circle. I don't know at the end of the other tunnel whether it's been blocked by somebody else or not for now. But MEC spotted another team. I think that's going to be CelcomDigi Alliance they're fighting against right around Rozhok. Now, Rozhok, we have more than just these 2 teams. You can see colorful across the small map. That's going to be BTR alongside with Boom just next to them. But if they're not being careful for MEC and CelcomDigi Alliance, it might actually get backstabbed by these 2 teams if they just over-focus and tunnel their vision towards what's in front.
Yeah, they need to be aware still, right? Since we're at stage 2, so there's still a lot of land to cover. And obviously, we have 15 teams. And Circle is going to be 100% onto the shooting range area. So who's left on the main peninsula? We have CelcomDigi Alliance and also MVKE. That's about it. Everyone else is already at north. So they will try to take those high grounds around shooting range. That will be the best area in the circle.
I'm surprised eArena and Vikings not actually moving in the same direction, while eArena just now recently wanted to leave Juggle Pool. So we assume there's going to be a couple of teams that coming in very late and even tanking out the blue. Hence, they are tanking it out right now for Vikings and eArena. But MEC, they're going in circles. They know for a fact they're not alone down there. But they need to scout how many teams are they precisely just to be around that vicinity. But these Avis, can we see some action? They've been quiet since the last map.
Well, now they will face action against TODAK. But TODAK has to be extra careful because they only have 2 players. Xavier, they will take the high ground of shooting range instead, or the best positions possible in this circle. So will they crash in on the TODAK? Not really a priority for them. They would rather be the king of the hill at this point. At most, just warning shots on the TODAK, and that's going to be about it for Xavier, while they will remain themselves up there.
But TODAK just now, they actually try to stop their fires because they know Xavier was there lurking around, so they don't want to overexpose or even jeopardize the entire team's position. But on the side of BTR, we've seen the watchtower being used multiple times, especially yesterday. There was plenty of good plays around here somewhere, but unfortunately, it will not be covered inside of a circle. But looking at Boom, they're going out of their way just now to go against the team taking the watchtower just now. CelcomDigi Alliance, we saw how they were fighting against MEC before, but not because of that, they will try to hold back the position. They're holding on too long, and now they might actually have to fight the blue and fighting against gatekeepers from the inside of a circle back towards their fight against MEC.
Yeah, they came a little bit later from the Rosal area, so now naturally they have to fight against these gatekeepers. As Leon is still tanking the blue, he does have 4 first aid, so he should be fine generally, and he's still looting up, so he can regain more of his utilities there. As for MVKE, they're also on the outside, and the one that's on the inside is going to be BTR that tries to block them. Stage 3, they can still make the rotation up north. There should be enough space for them to find an alternate entry into the circle.
It's going to be Karma hit back no, it's not MEC, it's Vikings now going towards the side of CelcomDigi Alliance. CelcomDigi Alliance is going in very slow due to MEC right across them before, and that actually seems to be fruitful for them. If they can wipe up the entire team of Vikings, break in trouble. He only got a couple of rocks in between to take covers, but here comes a nade, double nade down towards the side of CelcomDigi Alliance. Seems beautiful nade, but it will not connect somehow. At the same time, the circle seems to be shifting. These guys have to wrap things up quickly because the Blues and will eat them up alive very soon.
Oh, and here's another set of nades from MVKE onto CelcomDigi Alliance. They're still holding on, popping that smoke. Ade Luke is on the ground though. Jimmy OP now will receive another nade, but he managed to evade that one. But nades coming from the other side onto MVKE. CelcomDigi Alliance, they have other players on the left side. That's going to be Oleo coming in, then sees Oleo, but not able to get a knock. Instead, it's going to be CelcomDigi Alliance getting it, but now FaZe Clan had to butt in.
I think he was using a shotgun to shoot a long range and mid range just now. I don't think it will actually connect somehow, but he managed to swap to his rifle in the last minute. But on the side of CelcomDigi Alliance, it's still taking a toll for the team. They have 2 men down. I do hope their utility is going to be enough to reset. But next, we have Xavier versus BTR. 2 members down, 3 at that. This is looking grim for Xavier as BTR, their monsters are awakened. They're going to wipe out the entirety of Xavier, but the last member of Xavier, can he make it out alive? Nope, never mind.
Yeah, the answer is nope. Although they had one of the best positions in the circle, I guess they wanted to find elimination points, but they ended up with another 0. Now, this looks like a familiar storyline. 2 zeros back to back. So game 3, well, we don't know. Maybe it's the rise of Xavier. But that will be game 3 later on. Game 2 right now will continue on with Team Secret reaching the edge of the circle.
Yeah, the Xavier's from the pen to the fire. They try to run away from BTR, that last member, but bumping into Claw. MEC taking out Jimmy. CelcomDigi Alliance now going against Boom. Pombe is the one man standing there. Is that the loss of Boom? Not really. The rest of the team still not able to catch up to Pombe, leaving him alone taking the front row. But for the rest of Boom, they'll try to cover fire quite far from behind. It's barely visible from that horizon. But CelcomDigi Alliance, they will take use of whatever structures in between them. That's going to be the rock to take covers from the long shots coming out from Boom, but there's also Roy in between. I'm surprised Boom did spot out Roy.
And Mango is down though, and they don't really have much time as the zone will start to close. Ade Luke gunned out by Yummy. Boom Esports, 2 players pushing it into the circle, while Yummy is still behind healing himself up. They know that they have an entry point because they took down Ade Luke earlier on. And now, Yummy can follow up to Mastery and his teammate as Roy, they will observe from the outside of the circle. And Car gets Leon. That is the end of CelcomDigi Alliance with 4 eliminations.
Roy, they're being charged two ways now against Talon and against Boom at the same time. They're cornered down two ways. If they want to go for a longer rotation, it's almost impossible because they will reveal their position towards the side of Talon. MEC, FaZe Clan, here we go. Voki's left as per usual to be the last member standing. And that's going to be the end of it without any point this time for MEC as they place themselves 12th placement.
And FaZe Clan this time, they last a little bit longer than the Sanhok match where they went out with 0 points. Let's see if they can overcome the next phase of the circle as we continue to shift. BTR now with a high ground of a shooting range and they will still get the circle for themselves.
Yeah, for the circle twice now in a row that BTR got the blasts of the circle. This time it's about whether they can actually close the deal to get that chicken dinner once more. Last time we saw was down to pretty much a very dicey last minute where the circle shifted over to Boom. And Boom is actually running rampant this time with 2 eliminations. They've been actually trying to target every single team, but it's just so difficult for them to translate into an elimination. And Roy... again, Roy still being scoured by the rest of Boom. Well, we have BTR is also running amok with 5 eliminations already.
Yeah, already 5 and they have 3 players and they can look for more. But for Boom Esports, now Yummy. He needs that space to heal up. So he will swap places with Zero while Zero holds the line. Needs to make it fast, popping up that smoke. On the outside of the circle still, and a lot more teams in front of them for them to overcome. On the other side, we have Team Secret. And also Talon that's going to play the gatekeeping role to stop Team Secret from coming in.
Closing in. GK and Trung, they need to move. They will hop into their vehicles and try to charge forward, but Talon stopping them from up front. Achul with an AUG spraying over to a side of Team Secret, giving them pressure, but they're not taking a warning out of it. The moment Achul saw they are driving that vehicle, they are driving themselves. But Team Secret, they are burning in flames right now as GK trying to distract while the rest of the teammate will manage to come back. That was something else. Zeros and GK, what a play. They managed to take out Talon, but it's not out of the woods yet. They still have to deal with BTR.
Yeah, they need to heal up quickly. They need to reset quickly because the zone is still closing in on them. As right in front, Boom Esports is also another team waiting for Team Secret. GK is going to move in first. But Yummy is crouching on the side of GK. GK has no idea that Yummy is here.
There's going to be a surprise party once more. Claw with TODAK exchanging their bullets, but I don't see an execution on the kill feed yet. There goes another TODAK members down, but back to a Team Secret. At least those smoke will buy them some time. I'm surprised. Oh, he's seen it through. Zeros, what a set sharp of eyes. He got Yummy straight away down. He was trying to be sneaky, but got caught in action. Here comes Zeros, brutally going for another one. No way, what a flex. Zeros, that was a big swing. What a play.
Wow, Zeros. What got into him? All of a sudden, he receives this divine power to find Yummy and then to land another elimination to Boom Esports. All of a sudden, Boom Esports from having 3 players now to only 1, and that is Zero. And Zero is among all these 2 teams, including FaZe Clan on the other side. And it looks like Macarius knows exactly where Zero is at, and JK will be the one to take him out. Team Secret will take out the entire Boom Esports.
Clean spray coming up from Macarius. Now it's going to be in the next one. They didn't even have a rest at all for the side of Team Secret from one team to the other. FaZe, now BTR, very focusing on towards Team Secret. But how do they respond to this with 9 eliminations already in their hands? If they got another one, that's pretty much the same amount as Chicken Dinner, but they want to get that chicken in with the double-digit eliminations, yeah. But Team Secret, unfortunately, the circle moved away. BTR will try to choke them down, being the gatekeepers from the inner circle. But we do have the fight of the left side circle here. It's going to be none other than a GLU versus VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, and GLU on the area of shooting range, and they need to hike up. So if they were to go that direction where they need to hike, first it's going to be VOIN Donkey. Second, maybe it's going to be a Team Secret who now parks themselves the high ground. But first they need to win this fight against BTR, and BTR will defend their ground by taking out Frankie. Now it's going to be Trung taking out Razy. 2 more to go while Zeros is on that high ground playing the off-angle guard, but FaZe Clan is passing by. Trung gets the top.
There's going to be 2 players left on Team Secret, but they got himself quite a sweet spot in view. But the nade tossed by the side of BTR, making it slightly difficult for Trong to push forward. FaZe Clan coming up from behind. Zerus is giving cover fire, but Trong knocked down by Red Bull of FaZe Clan. It's difficult for Team Secret to go against 2 teams almost multiple times right now. And I don't know if managed to survive is going to be Zerus, but here comes a nade. Seems like close enough. Just a tiny puny chipped of HP. Here comes another. Close! Oh, he just pushed this vehicle. He just missed it 1 millisecond.
Oh, so close. So close. And BTR, they will reset as a trio. Now it's time for FaZe Clan to come in. This time, it's the comeback of FaZe Clan. They only have 6 elimination points. But Team Secret, 9 eliminations. But this time, Zero is not in the circle. He knows that BTR is right in front of him, right below of this hill. He's trying to find another entry point. Where will he go? Right in front of him, he's well surrounded by teams.
We're looking at a different side of Zerus right now. He's a lion. He's like a Zeus. Showing his lightning power. But unfortunately, that's going to be tough as he down to only 10% or 5% of HP. I don't know if he's still got enough health utilities to recover. But I think he's using the band-aids. He's running out of first aids right now. Even smokes. I don't think he got any more smokes with him. They popped plenty before just to get towards the side of BTR. But BTR still standing alive. And Zerus, he got 1 molly. That's it. And the Blues will start to hit. And this is stage 6, by the way. It will take off more than 1 HP per second. Zerus, I mean, he's willing to just... die instead of giving the points away to his BTR.
Yeah, denies the point away. But they were happy with the fact that they got 9 elimination points plus at number 7. So that's going to be 10 points for Team Secret. Not too shabby. But now we return back onto the lower ground where shooting range is at. We still have GLU squad here passing by shooting range. Still with VOIN Donkey in front. But here comes FaZe Clan onto BTR. A nade lob across and they will get snapped in the process. Sata got down by Red Bull as well. Now only the captain Razy left.
Now they do have that small shack. Razy can actually clutch this one. Difficult. He's outside and that's going to be straightforward. Rolling the carpet out for FaZe Clan. They secured 9 as well, the same as Team Secret. FaZe Clan did not showing any sign of slowing down either. GLU Stickly managed to fight a 2-way war against VOIN Donkey and eArena at the same time. While Claw, I think they're getting bored as well. Nobody willing to fight against them. Look at how Zuxi just go all the way out to find FaZe Clan. He's too bored right now.
Yeah, he's bored. He needs some action and he does the scouting work. Just to find that there's another team on the high ground. Okay, go back to the circle right now because FaZe Clan, because Claw, they do have it. Okay, just waiting for the other players to come towards them. Now, FaZe Clan, with the high ground advantage, they will get Sakura. TECNO is just right below Chopper, but Chopper has no idea that he's there. Instead, they could send out Joey as the scout to gather information back.
Feels like a very good prognosis for FaZe Clan to wrap this chicken dinner this time with 4 men still healthy and alive and got themselves a double digit right now. All they need to do is just keep it going. They managed to take down on NC too. eArena, they are in trouble. Red Bull also catching up Sakura. And that with his seconds, FaZe Clan managed to get themselves double digit and leaving only last player of eArena. That's going to be TECNO, but Noel butting into this.
Noel.
Red Bull knocked down. Thanks to that TECNO being saved. Red Bull is actually focusing on TECNO, but Chopper, what a cover fire from the back line.
And it was just too bad for Noah. The blue was just right behind him when he needed to evade those shots. Now, FaZe Clan needs to save Red Bull, but TECNO is still there. Oh, Dewey knows. Dewey knows that TECNO is there, and he's trying to find an angle. He has the high ground advantage, and that's going to be a straightforward one on the TECNO, finishing off the final player of eArena.
I like FaZe Clan Red Bull just now. Despite being knocked down, he said, I ain't crippled. I'm still giving information towards the side of my team. And TECNO said, like, no, just keep quiet. Don't say anything. But still, because Red Bull has been focusing on TECNO for the longest time. Before somebody else shooting him from behind, that was GLU Noah before. But Claw, I don't think FaZe Clan know exactly where they're at right now. They are right on top of this bunk because they got this rock to actually cover them temporarily. But it's just a matter of time that FaZe Clan kind of discover, hey, they are on the other side because there's nobody else inside of this fence area right now. I think FaZe Clan kind of get the idea with this stage 7 blue zone. There's no way somebody tanking it out. So they will try to find a different alternative and different direction, knowing that there's still a plenty of open space right next to us. Why not we try to explore there?
Yeah, and with the circle, it will force them to explore the other side as well. And they have 4 vehicles. Okay, at least 3. But now with Zuxi spraying onto FaZe Clan, they will reveal themselves as they try to get at least a knock on FaZe Clan. But now FaZe Clan, they're rushing in. It's going to be Chipeng and Zuxi against Jui. That's going to open up the front flank first. And so the teammate is going to come by. Okay, here comes Chopper. So it's going to be a 2 split here for FaZe Clan. 2 send them to the front, while 2 is going to play the support role. Here comes the Nate.
I didn't know exactly the support role of FaZe Clan. That's why Claw is hiding back towards the tunnel. But, well, numbers win it. They don't lie. And FaZe Clan, they did not even trade one player for the enemy team or any of the teams out there to actually take away any point from their lineup. Nonetheless, what a clean and well-disciplined chicken dinner coming up from FaZe Clan. This is what we've been waiting for the team that always in the middle pack. Will they finally get themselves one of the teams under the spotlight to lift their trophy this season?
Well, it's only game number 2, but there's already some hope from Choo Choo to FaZe Clan. They did convert literally from 0 to now hero with scoring this chicken dinner. And they also bring back home together a lot of elimination points in the process as well for FaZe Clan. And it was not an easy journey for FaZe Clan. They've been going around, taking fights, including one with BTR. And with this beautiful nade, they opened it up, they took up BTR, they moved towards the left side where most teams are at. They're just looking for elimination points this time. And so happened, they not only get eliminations, but they also get the chicken dinner together without losing a single player.
I like how they've been playing tag team alongside the lineup of FaZe Clan, where sometimes Makaris and Red Bull will take the front line to a certain extent, and then they swap the roles with Chopper and Gui next when it comes to the last minute chicken dinner just now, where Chopper and Gui will take the front line next. So they've been alternating between who will be at the backside and who will be the front-facing charging players. So that kind of actually plays so well for the synergy of FaZe Clan right now. I'm looking forward what else they can actually play because they seem to be so versatile right now.
Yeah, 15 eliminations. They can hunt, they can get eliminations, they can survive. This is what's shown by FaZe Clan in game number 2. Very different performances compared to game number 1 where they had an early encounter with CelcomDigi Alliance. But FaZe Clan this time, 15 eliminations with the highlights.
I'm loving it right now. Give me some of more FaZe Clan. They ended up with a bit of bing bada boom. I love how they just put up a show with such a tremendous amount of high kill volume just now. This is what we're waiting for our Super Weekend with 2,488 damage. Look at the distance. They're covering the ground more than all the other teams. 51,000. for their travel distance. They did not stop at all.
Yeah, it just tells me the story that they've been going around hunting for elimination points with the damage, with the travel distance, and of course with the confidence of them having a full squad time of, well, entire squad till the end. Well, for the other teams, we have Claw with only 8 minutes full squad time at second place, and then we have Team Secret here as part of our top 4 teams. Chopper from FaZe Clan 3.0. Before this, used to play for Austria, Thailand. Now he's the MVP with the 6 eliminations and 618 damage brought in.
It's a lot of number of 6 up there. But when it comes, I feel like every single FaZe Clan player should be up here too, because every single one of them have been pulling their weight. And we can see how they've been alternating when it comes to their roles and supporting each other. I love the cover fire from Red Bull just now, as well as Makari is just charging forward. They've been taking turns into doing what they can to make sure that every single player actually do play their part. 25 total points. This is going to pull away all the other teams down there, especially the ones at the very bottom, to catch up, to get those measurable points or more. That's going to be difficult for the rest of them. With double digit on Claw and Team Secret as well. Well, I'm looking at the first page, nobody actually ended up with 0 for the rank points. So I guess everybody tried to balance out for both elimination and positioning.
Yeah, let's not forget that Team Secret's got 9 eliminations this round, so they will pull away a lot of eliminations up, leaving 3 teams with 0 points: MEC, Xavier, and Vampire. Of course, the surprise teams down there are Xavier and Vampire. And with the fact that Xavier 2 games in a row, 0 points, but we've seen it before. Don't trust Xavier. The last time we saw they got a 0-0, they come back hard. Now, in the overalls, looks like we're going to have a tie between Boom Esports and FaZe Clan.
Yep, the tiebreaker is going to be the position point first, then only elimination, because that's the difference between these two teams. That's why they have this total up, same points up there. Whoever scored the next chicken will automatically push themselves upwards. But for the other teams, we still have another tie between the 4th and 5th place, Claw and Team Secret, or BTR, stuck in between these tiebreakers up and down there. And VK Vikings, I am loving the fact that actually did not disappoint us after their Cinderella story showdown yesterday. But the one that really surprised us is going to be these Xaviers. Are they pranking us as per usual? Are we waiting for Sudden Chicken in the next one?
Well, we're definitely not pranking you all with this free ticket that you can grab in the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports starting tomorrow, the 15th of June, where with this ticket, you can watch the PMSL SEA Summer 2025 live at the Basket Hall GPK. So again, you can get these free tickets through the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports by tomorrow. How? Well, you need to find out tomorrow. So make sure you follow the social medias while you're at it so that you don't miss out on important information and free tickets to PMSL finals.
Yeah, especially for this reason. If I were you guys and I happen to be very close towards the grand finals venue, I would definitely already charge my card for my credit card or debit card or even my cash. Make sure that I have enough to buy every single jersey available from all these teams, and also try out yourself with our sponsors TECNO, the POVA 6-7 series with Ultra 5G, that you can try yourself what the players are actually using right now. Have a feel about being in their spot for once, you know. How does the device feel? And you can even join in a lot of activities in between, because you can take so many photos, make memories, even meet up with your favorite teams and players. Speaking of our favorite right now, I hate to break it, our favorite Xavier is not actually making any points. I mean, they did it before. Are they really playing the late game? And surprise, I'm here. Did you guys actually see this one coming? Yeah, wink, wink, you know?
You can do that again. Yeah, you can do that again. When you do that, imagine like Lamborghini actually doing that. You know, we're back, wink, wink, you know. Although you can,
No.
you probably never get to see the expression from him, but yeah. I mean, they have scammed all of us before in the group stages. So if they were to do that again, it would be like, it's Xavier, you know, they can do that. But if they go all in homeboys and go 5 round 0, then I have a lot of questions.
I want to know what's up on that end, because we do know the Xaviers, even if they scored a chicken, they will never celebrate. Imagine if they don't score any points. and if they pull a homeboys with 5 consecutive zeros, I think we can see Lamborghini fuming. His face might be as red as my beanie right now. I'm not gonna lie about that, because we've seen, it's such a rare scenario to see even Lamborghini just pop that end of his mouth to smile a bit when they got the chicken. Imagine if they got double zeros. Oh my God.
Yeah, the only time where I personally saw him smile was also during an after party. That means not in the arena. During the arena, he's like a totally different person. But then outside the arena, when they go for dinner, when they start to chill after party, they just change altogether.
I mean, even when there's no camera on live or there's no more games, even in the venue, at the venue that time, after everything's done, he did actually pull a bit of a smile there when he actually posed for the cameras for his fans and family at home. But I assume that, you know, this is not the time where you get to see them smile, any of them, because I feel like if you even see the fillers in between before the start of our show, the players of Xavier said their teammates sound like a radio, they never turn off. So I assume they'll be shouting a lot when it comes to their communications in the game, but that's also what keeps them going. So I want to see if they really can come back from this. Will it be a huge gap for them to catch up to tomorrow's benchmark and point? Because if they don't score for the next one, there's going to be a lot of trouble brewing up for the side of these Xaviers.
Yeah, unless they do a Xavier. If they score chicken dinner somehow this round, then you'll be like, that's Xavier. They're just doing the Xavier again, you know. Now we have a new term, it's like doing the Xavier, which is pretty much a scam. But we're not going to scam you with our teams to focus. So our teams to focus here still has Xavier because Choo Choo maintains the same first three teams to focus, while mine, I'm just going to go all changing the entire day just to give them some hype.
Okay, you just missed a bit later for FaZe Clan though.
Oh yeah. Slight miss.
A late prediction, a late team to focus. But for me, I expected these 3 teams to go aggressive all day long, like for the start of the day of Super Weekend. I did not expect them to come in later, because for me, I feel like the one that's always popping out later is going to be teams like CelcomDigi Alliance, Vampires, where they're brewing up something and just sitting it quietly the first 3 games, and then they start to come back later on. Now, I don't know if that's going to be the case for the Xaviers or not, because if that's going to be the case, great. At least we don't get disappointed, because they have not dropped ever their performance for so many seasons. Not now.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like, okay, yeah, Xavier 2 zeros, yeah, sure. Yeah, we have seen it before they come back, so that's why I'm still not like, I'm not totally convinced that they are like out of it yet, or they are mental boom, or whatever terms that you want to use on the Xavier. It's Xavier. They're an S tier team. They'll come back. Let's see if they'll come back here in this Erangel match.
This is going to be the second Erangel before we head into our slightly extended break after this. But also, don't forget about Xerus. Just now, Team Secret Xerus was amazing. So I have a feeling we have a new star born in this season as well. So maybe he will surprise us, just like how Turnip been playing. But at least the flight path, this is a very beautiful flight path. A flight path splitting the map into north and southern side, so everybody can drop wherever they fancy. But it's always about the circle. When it comes to a very generous flight path, it contradicts when it comes to the circle. So maybe a very tricky circle for once.
I wouldn't mind that. So we got I would say that it's a slight tricky circle because it had like a 50-50 at some point, and by stage 2, okay, then it's quite clear it's shooting range. So it was quite okay. I wouldn't mind like a more trickier circle, tucked into the corner circle, all the way to the left side. That would be kind of nice. Milta, the Lipovka circle is nice as well. That will force a lot of teams to fight. But if it goes to Milta, Lipovka, look at the space that FaZe Clan has. Just because Alter Ego is not playing, they can loot all the way from Lipovka, all the way down to Milta Power.
That's plenty of luxurious loot for the whole thank you game! 60% of water and less land to play. Good luck for the teams that coming up from the north to go down south, that's going to be a lot of gatekeeping to do. I mean, whoever planned to drop themselves SMB will regret they didn't drop it in early on, but they will definitely, I can feel like teams like Roy, even Claw might actually immediately try to get themselves into SMB here, because this kind of circle, which land would you pick, Cloud? Will be the main peninsula, or are you straight going to go for SMB?
Oh, I'll go SMB all the way. Just like what MEC is doing on the right bridge. But on the left bridge, you have so many teams that drop around the area. Ferry Pier, well, Primos, and also the Lighthouse area. But we will also have so many fans at the Basket Hall GPK for the grand finals of PMSL this season. Don't forget to check in tomorrow on the social media, Support Your Mobile Esports, to claim your free ticket.
Oh, this is exciting. I love this game so much. Whenever everybody feels like, hey, this is a nice flight path. Yeah, or look at the circle pops. Oh my God, what a precious circle. It's fun for us to watch. I'm surprised there's no early first contact. I mean, Moment is coming in this time. I love how he hosted the opening just now. I hope he carries out that kind of cheerful and great momentum starting off here with him coming in for the side of the arena, because they haven't got a lot of eliminations so far. So with Moment, I think they will go aggressive for this round.
Yeah, it's just like what he said during the interview, right? It's like, well, because coach didn't let me play, so that's why they didn't perform. And coach let me play, they perform. So now it's his chance to prove his point by coming in the absence of Sakura.
He's a secret weapon. That's why the coach cannot let him reveal himself too much. I guess that's going to be the case for him.
Well, if a secret weapon is needed, now I'm sure eArena wouldn't mind that. Not that they're too bad, 11 points, but it's eArena, so there's a little bit more expectation. But Roy expected to meet Frenzy here, and TODAK will lose their first player, first blood to Roy, but TODAK, they strike back.
It's going to be the round gas station just towards the bridge, towards the direction of SMB. Roy, TODAK, what a nade by Car. He got himself a micro Uzi, but they did not expect him to drop big like that one. Here comes Car trying to finish off real, but there's 9 around the corner. He shouldn't take that bait yet. He thought there's going to be a lone. And Car, now he sees, he shoots, and he got another one. Car with a micro Uzi. It's been a while to see micro Uzi plays. Well, he got himself one corner. Tom now next with the DBS. Micro Uzi versus DBS. Oh, he still got shot down anyhow, but he managed to secure those 2 eliminations just now.
And it's going to be time only. As Car secured those elimination points, now TODAK only 1 player left, but they managed to get 2 in the process. But they also need to figure out, like, okay, crossing the bridge alone. Though it doesn't need to do that now because there's still the circle there. But here comes Claw onto the remaining members of Roy, and they're trying to get away with Hovercraft, Redface, and Bobo will chase them down.
Oh, Roy Mango. Mango seems a bit too sour at the back there, but he managed to squeeze by. Oh, they managed to escape from the ultimate death with only 2 players remaining with very little amount of HP, with no utilities, barely got any for their first aids. And I hope they find something themselves in around this compound right now. They're really in the need of it, but I don't know if the one that actually chasing them was still going to hunt them down. But for Boom, they start to move as well. These are the teams coming up from the northern side. And a lot of fight commenced just now was the teams that trying to get into SMB way early on. And I don't know if there's anybody trying to guard over the bridge side.
Yeah, this is where we need a bird's eye view, right? To see if anyone's doing the bridge trolling. So far, it looks like CelcomDigi Alliance will not be worried about any bridge trolls as they make their way into mid to the base, and they will check out the high grounds of mid to the base itself. So they're okay. Of course, the left bridge, last we checked, it was the most crowded. Right side bridge wasn't that crowded. MEC managed to cut across the bridge, being one of the first teams to actually move into mid to the base itself. Now, is it going to be 100% mid to the base since we have been talking about it? Not necessarily. It could still scam and move back up.
That would be fun. Evil laugh. Insert. But yeah, I mean, we've seen that happen before. It's not impossible. That'll be fun to watch. But it will be a pain in the neck for the teams and a headache for them to think about, oh, now we have to reshift again. They already make so much effort to get into SMB. But there's teams hoping that it will be the main peninsula for the next stage or next couple of stage when it comes to the circle after its shift. MEC gonna do the bridge trolling or the bridge camp. So we're going to have to wait and see who will be the next victim. High chance it's going to be BTR. But I think, based on experience, BTR know that they should not just cross this freely. They might want to check things out first.
There's also a high chance it could be FaZe Clan since they drop at Lipovka, Milta Power. So that could be their focus. And BTR in the mix as well. But I guess they don't really need to force it through because you still have a chance of the circle going back up north. So it could still go either way. Now, everybody's anticipating stage number 2 just to get a clearer idea. But even stage number 2 could be a scam. It could still be 50-50.
As everybody's a bit fidgety and it's nerve-wracking to actually manage to read it out or not for this kind of circle. Gotta wait and see. But for Kima, I don't think he got enough himself. He needs to load up more for his gears, but the Blizzard start to cover all these players that's more towards the right side of the bridge. Left side, I do want to see if there's the same scenario is happening when it comes to those choke points.
Yeah, we'll probably get an idea soon because we're shifting into stage number 2. That's where normally we'll get a bird's eye view. But BTR, they're not waiting for that shift. They are crossing right now with MEC in front, trying to block them. MEC not able to get a single player out of BTR yet. But Snake is pretty low though. Team shows up, gets a knock. Boki from behind, covers his teammate. And now it's only Satan left on the other side, the final player for BTR that is still in the game right now. And is trying to defend himself against Manzi. It's just right in front of him, but Manzi's not in a hurry.
This overstayed fight on top of this bridge where it's way far from the circle. Look at the left side of the bridge. That's too many people. FaZe Clan Sharper made a U-turn to go back around Milta. Can he actually survive? He might actually get into stage 4 when that actually happens, if he wants to leave, but I don't know if he can actually survive as long as he needs to, because I'm not sure about his utilities. And this, guys, there's too many teams in the blue zone right now. Majority of them, either they are coming late from the northern side, or they're still overstaying themselves at the bridge on the right. I don't think that's a wise decision.
Well, you know what? They have to decide on either way because this is the scam that we talked about. Looks like it's not going into mid to the base. It pulls back up to a higher chance onto the Gatka field or maybe even in very pure. So that's not so good news for the teams who have forced themselves through. Federalis. Okay, Federalis is still here. MEC, they're looking for him. And he's just right below MEC. He's the final player for BTR. He sees him. Stop pulling trigger yet. Trigger disciplined by Federalis. And now Federalis, we need to show himself. He has no choice. He's surrounded by the members of MEC. While at the same time, the Blues put the pressure onto him. And Manzi will land the final blow. And BTR will go out with 0 points.
Look at how fast this guy's trying to find any first aid in the death box of Federalis just now. Unfortunately, they overstayed themselves. This is what I mentioned about even MEC. I mean, we saw the circle bounce back to it, the main peninsula. There'll be a lot of choke points and a lot of teams already in there. The moment we saw the left bridge was already overcrowded by so many teams. And there's still a bit of the SMB, by the way, Cloud. It's not completely gone.
Yeah, so there's still that one tad bit. And if somehow the circle just scams and for whatever reason pulls down to SMB, you know, the first thing that I want to know and I want to hear is the mic check of the players. You can hear our audio engineer has to censor everything.
Oh man, it's gonna be fun to hear them screaming and shouting and yelling at each other. We're at the wrong side of the bridge, guys. It's the left one we need to go, not the right one. But we do have a couple of teams taking their boat ride once more. Knowing that it is not SMB, we have to go back to the main island, main peninsula. and hoping there's no Marine watching and standing by to reel them in for the eliminations. I don't know who else will actually wait it out, but I do know there will be some teams already waiting at the shoreline. Ferry Pier taken by VOIN Donkey, GLU on the other side. So it means if Claw want to dock themselves around Ferry Pier, that's going to be tough.
Okay, you spoke about Ferry Pier, no more military base. It's 100% on the main peninsula, and CelcomDigi Alliance is one of those teams left at military base on the left bridge, and Boom Esports will be blocking them. And Claw's passing by. Oh, with the hovercraft, they will arrive first, and they can stop Claw from docking themselves.
Who just being impatient, he jumps straight down by swimming alongside with Mango. Now Roy, oh man, here comes. I mean, Claw just arrived. Roy, the one who should be standing around Jetty and just waited out to just shut these guys down. But look at that, with a hovercraft, just quiz him between the hovercraft and the rock. But Juke, where would he swim over to? I mean, there's no empty spot for him to dock himself to be on land.
Yeah, wherever he goes, if he docks himself, that's it. Claw will be there. Okay, he managed to find a small spot. But even that, Claw knows exactly where he is. They're rushing towards him. And if it's not Claw, look at the minimap. There's another team waiting behind. And it's VOIN Donkey. They spot out Juke. And Roy says goodbye to this round.
It means Claw also knows there's another team inside of that compound right now, that warehouse that's VOIN Donkey holding it on. But we do have other teams that's being very patient. I mean, Team Secret, they have been slowly rotating from the blue zone from the northern side just now. It seems to be very fruitful as they managed to get into the circle with no problem. And but they're not completely in yet, just 250 meters apart from the edge of that white circle. But they need to slowly going in because we saw too many teams just now around the shoreline, especially around Primos and Ferry Pier. I don't know how Team Secret want to do it, whether they want to go for a long rotation towards the northern side or they're just going to cut straight across into Ferry Pier, right across Quarry as well.
Hey, guess what? MEC, they actually left the military base island unscathed. Well, not really unscathed, but they lost game. But after that, they were okay, and now they're in the circle. They made a long rotation up north, coming back into the Katka field area. On the elimination field, we have Red Base taking on the player of CelcomDigi Alliance. And Oleo knocked out by Red Base. So 2 knocks back-to-back. While on screen, we have Team Secret and VOIN Donkey.
Yep, they decided we're going to cut across straight away into Primorsk and going straight into the center and just on the north of Ferry Pier. They don't want to go for the long rotation. But while we have to pause regarding Team Secret rotation, we're looking at CelcomDigi Alliance. There's a lot of swimmers this time, but we have Claw coming up from behind. I don't know if CelcomDigi Alliance actually have any infos regarding them. But Team Secret, their decision making just now will actually put them in a tough spot. They're cutting across straight. They will have to fight against 2 teams, not just VOIN Donkey, maybe even Vampires or even Glue coming up from behind. They are surrounded left, right, center for Team Secret, while around the field, the playing field right on the northern side, we still have plenty of teams not getting into the circle. Even coming in from the north, it's not going to be easy.
And we also have a bit of water with the circle. Okay, now our highlight teams here. D Xavier playing with 3 players, no circle, surrounded by so many other teams, including FaZe Clan, but they will finish up Dewey, and that's going to be their first point. Yay, congratulations, D Xavier. They got the first point here in the Super Weekend. But FaZe Clan, they want to take back what was lost to the hands of D Xavier. The fight will continue on with Lamborghini on the high ground and Macari's Red Bull coming in.
Guy going straight for it by himself. I don't know what was he thinking, knowing that there's 2 players up here just now because their members got shot down from afar. Straight away, he made a U-turn and managed to escape with... he managed to even heal himself while going down the hill just now. But at the foot of this hill, this is going to be an awkward angle for them to fight against FaZe Clan. Now, they're going to rearrange their position. But Lamborghini down to only 1% of HP. Nate T going and take over. But we have another contender across the other side. There's going to be MEC coming up from across the other side of a hill. While the bunker seems to be very wild west as well. As eArena, Joker, 10k and NCT already down on the ground. This is where we get to see whether Mormon will be at his best. It's going to be him against the entirety of Boom right now.
And Momo with his nade. Oh, but 2 nades at the moment. He managed to evade that one. Now it's going to be Moment to show his heroics here against Boom Esports. He gets 0. Okay, that's going to be a start for Moment, but he's very low as Bombit followed up. And 0 will be back up again. eArena with Moment this time, not able to gain many points, only 2.
Yeah, but didn't get anybody out of Boom as well. For 0, they will revive as a fallback for Boom. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, I mean, at last we saw they were trying to chase down or fight against these Saviors, but I feel like they already part their ways and go for this engagement. But Vikings will actually try to spot out FaZe, who's next to them right now. I don't know if FaZe Clan will try to hunt people down because it seems less aggressive than they performed last one. So maybe because of this circle seems to be so hard to predict, they play it slightly safer as GLBU. They've been at the top very here for the longest time. It seems to me right now this is the time they've been waiting for. Look at MVKE Vikings taking apart limb by GLU.
Oh, as MVKE knocked now 2 players on the second floor while GLU, they want to win over this compound. It's by the edge of Ferry Pier. And GLU, they also have 1 player as a support role in case MVKE jumps out. Nade after nade sent across onto the second floor, trying to hit the members of MVKE. MVKE responding back with their own nades. But finally, it's going to be broken down by Stickley's nade. Now only Superman left with 10% of health. Superman still within the smoke, buying a little bit more time, but Brick is bleeding out. And here comes GLU. They're just on the outside, on the window. The snake, bam, onto Superman. But lucky enough for him, he managed to heal up in time. But now all in rush onto Superman. Superman gets 6 smokes, but just too much for him to handle.
I was hoping for them, for the side of GLU to toss a molly for that, but actually just going to go straight off hand grenade. A bit late for the side of MVKE to toss that hand grenade because they already hop into that compound. But for GLU, it's pretty much securing the left side of the circle without any contenders. But look at the jetty area, Cloud. It's going to be a fish world out there. 3 teams in a line on top of that jetty. There's going to be VOIN, Donkey, Team Secret, and Claw fighting each other out.
And Claw, they don't have to circle at all. It's going to be a straight line for them to rush in, so they have to clear as many opponents as possible. They're going to start off with Team Secret on the left side. And here comes, oh, they have a hovercraft as well. Okay, that could give them a bit of a lifeline to move forward into the circle, as the hovercraft will give them that extra protection. While managing Team Secret, Red Face move forward, but VOIN Donkey, they're waiting at the jetty.
Lucky enough, there's 3 teams, so Team Secret can actually take their time to recuperate. And the smoke will dissipate any time now. It's going to be a clear view for them to be shot down for those have some slight high ground advantage. And that's going to be the Xaviers. At least there's a bit of ditch between these bunkers areas, so they can take covers from the structures. They do have that very small building, though. They can actually take covers from that as well. But for Claw, this bridge, this jetty actually give them so much cover that they can actually slowly closing the gap between them and also VOIN Donkey. I don't know if VOIN Donkey put anybody to watch out for that side of the bridge.
Yeah, not sure of that. They're very focused on the Claw. But they're also, okay, they're kind of checking out whoever's behind in case anyone does anything funny, but they don't really need to push on onto the jetty area. So their main target is going to be Claw, now that they managed to breach into the circle. Pretty much every team is in the circle, but on the right side, okay, I'm curious to see. Okay, here comes CelcomDigi Alliance and Tam, the fighter player of TODAK. Here we go.
1v3. I think look toss the first one. 50 HP down already, down to only 10%. Oh, this is going to go down for Tom. There's no way out except for fighting his life by himself up there on top of the rooftop. They know exactly where he's at. But lucky enough for the side of TODAK, they are quite occupied by other teams. That's going to be Empires too. But Tom finally fought back. He managed to secure Olio first. Where are the rest of CelcomDigi Alliance? They should not happen to face this casualty because Vampires keep pushing the nade towards their side. And there's another different side as well. Schwab's making it so difficult for CelcomDigi Alliance to shut down on Tom. But CelcomDigi Alliance, Leon still managed to secure that point out of a TODAK just now. But that gonna leave CelcomDigi Alliance with only Leon left. With Vampires fanning out, they try to corner any way possible, but they might be want to shift it. Their focus for Vampires towards their right side. That's gonna be VOIN Donkey watching out for Vampires.
I was kind of hoping for some heroics from Tam, but it is what it is at the end of the day. And CelcomDigi Alliance, they got the compound. But We're coming on to stage number 6 in about 10 more seconds. So they might be forced out into the open area. On the northern side, we have Boom Esports with the high ground. And it will depend on the next stage of the circle if they will need to cross this road. Now, this circle is going to be super duper interesting. And looks like Boom Esports, no circle is shifted to where Team Secret and D Savior is at.
Yeah, but Boom, they pretty much capitalize the northern side here. They can fan out with more manpower compared to these Xaviers. It's easy for them to wrap around and corner down these Xaviers at this point. But we're back towards a Jetty fight. Now, VOIN Donkey, they've been watching this Jetty for a long time, but nobody to watch out the other side, which gives so much room for Claw to slowly creeping in. And right now, they have to randomly toss blindly with no information regarding the other side of the Jetty. A bit too late for them to cross over because Team Secret can see straight through VOIN Donkey if they try to hop across the bridge. But I think Team Secret will want to take a jab against Claw if they overpick and overexpose themselves towards the shoreline.
But at the shoreline, Claw is not only focused onto VOIN Donkey because they have to be aware of the fact that Team Secret is also behind them. So we can see that Bobo Hu, he can only play by this ledge where he has cover behind. As VOIN Donkey now, they're trying to approach CelcomDigi Alliance, perhaps. Okay. We have Leon here healing up. And Vexy is very close. He's cooking up this nade. Okay, a little bit of an off shot there. And now it's Leon's turn. Leon's with his nade. They landed on the Vexy and Razak, but it did not knock them down. Instead, it shredded their health down to 40%. Second nade by Leon's will not connect. And Leon's is still all right.
How much more grenade he's got? That's the question here right now. Because if it's resorting to CQC or a confrontation, there's no way Leons can win that one now. If he go up slightly towards his high ground, there's going to be vampires waiting for him as well. So how to cross towards any compound nearby? Well, we do see at least VOIN Donkey now stepping up the game but trying to be on top of that bridge, while the teams like Boom, you know, they're pretty bored themselves. There's nothing on the northern side. But Leon, he building the bridge of smoke just in case across that street there's somebody else watching, and exactly that's going to happen. Tony K, even the smoke, he can see slight silhouette. That's no way he's going to miss that one shot.
Yeah, and Vampire Esports, this has to be their comeback round as well after a 0-point round before this. Claw, they continue to fight back. They got Xbox from GLU squad and now replaced with this nade. Across onto VOIN Donkey. It's not going to be easy for him to land that nade as he does not have a clear vision onto them. On the north, here comes Boom Esports. They cross the road and they're going to meet with Vampire.
Boom, look at the nade galore by these two team Vampires and Boom. Now Vampires couldn't focus anything on VOIN Donkey anymore. They're a bit occupied with the teams coming up from behind. That's going to be Boom, who was bored before with nothing to go against. Right now they're challenging Vampires, try to flush them out. They managed to knock down on Onzens. The next one is going to be the one that execute Onzen. That's going to be Boom of 0. Nade booming out those elimination points. Now Mastery, aka Misery, they want to breach in, but they have to wait for another knockdown. This is go time. But the moment they try to go, Tony can try to stop them, leaving only Schweppes down here.
Whoa.
They still managed to close it out.
Whoa!
Yummy when it comes to CQC. There's going to be the master of shotguns.
And he will be the savior of all his other teammates. Boom Esports will be back up as a full team. Now as the circle shifts, D Xavier, Team Secret still has the circle. While now the Jetty area where VOIN Donkey and Claw is at, no circle there. It's time to settle the score.
They use so much their utilities. They're running dry with their hand grenades. All that's left on Potato is going to be that 2 Molotov. And he needs to save it for later. When it comes to the bullets, it's not going to last as long as well. Boom, can they score a back-to-back chicken dinner here? And VOIN Donkey, Claw, we might actually have an Indonesian finale teams once more with DX and Team Secret still alive, but not full squad though, compared to Boom, of course, the only team with a full 4 men. But VOIN Donkey, right now, they finally found the position of Claw. Just next to him, Vexy heard the footsteps, but he couldn't figure out where. The smoke's kind of blinded for now, but the moment they leave the smoke, that's going to be another team from behind, while Boom a bit busy against these Xaviers.
Yeah, here comes Boom Esports. After their recovery, they're going to face off against the three players of Xavier, but the neighbor Nate knocks down the big guy. Yummy is now down on the ground. Same goes for Poppy as well. It's going to be Misery, but they managed to counter. Wait a second, no. They got a bit of assistance from GLU squad. Noel actually gunned down the members of Xavier, now allowing Boom Esports to reset.
Oh, this is a Team Secret might be watching here as well, but they're a bit busy with GLU. But GLU will still away those knockdowns. So Levi have to really make it quick. GLU Noel keep the pressure on Levi. It's so difficult for Levi to actually see the shots coming due to the smoke. But what a track coming up from Noel just now. GLU, they will be focusing all their attention towards themselves now as Team Secret say, hey, we're here, look at us. And here comes a nade from GK, hoping it will connect somehow with GLU, only one more man standing.
And here comes the nade by GK across. A little bit too short. Second nade, also a bit too short. GLU, they try to counter back with their own nade. But everybody has to be aware because stage 8 is going to happen right now. And it will go slightly towards the northern side. Team Secret still in the circle.
GK with Frankie. I managed to work as a trio. They've been there for a long time, Team Secret, really. GLU, on the other hand, the pop of smoke will actually save them a bit more time and revive and reset the rest of 2 players that knocked down before. It's back to 3 people except for VOIN Donkey. I don't know if, yeah, he's definitely tried to revive his teammate as well. VOIN Donkey, on the other hand, have the worst possible case scenario with a very small space. And the moment they jump out to get out of that jetty area, it's going to be an open field and fire be blazing to its side. Boom, on the other hand, they are just not stopping. 12 eliminations already. They might wrap things up with another big kill numbers out there.
And they have a good position on the northern side of the circle. VOIN Donkey, however, no circle will be stopped by Team Secret. It's going to be Xerus knocking him down. And Potato will be finished off by Xerus himself. And that's going to be VOIN Donkey out. So it looks like it's going to be between Boom, Team Secret, and GLU squad now.
Boom. This is it. It's all about trying to fan out, find a position of Team Secret and GLU at the same time. So Pombit will secure the position to his side of GLU. The rest of them will try to focus on Team Secret. But Team Secret now barely actually can get any space except for that very small compound or very small structure they have to work with and a couple of vehicles to make a barricade out of it. But for Yummy, he's definitely interested to go towards a small shack to have a better angle. But thanks to the none other than an Xbox, GLU taking a pick and managed to go off angle towards Team Secret. Team Secret, they have to focus 2-way with only one person left. Frankie, can he actually do this? With Xerus also knocked down by a big nade of Noel. And Frankie, here comes Yummy. They are closing the distance. And Noel is so close to his Boom players as well. It might be quite risky for GLU at this point.
Frank in numbers is Boom Esports. Look at the threat they have. Knocking down Noel, finishing him off immediately. It's going to be Frankie. And Frankie stole away that point. Xbox is going to be the final player of GLU squad, but that one day by Yummy, he will want to take that point back. And Frankie eliminated. Now it's going to be a 4v1 against Xbox, and nothing is going to stop. Boom, boom, boom. Boom Esports from the chicken dinner.
A flawless run at that. 4 players still alive and well and scored chicken dinner with a high kill volume. That's amazing. I mean, today has been incredible chicken dinners all around. Previous one, we had FaZe Clan also secured almost similar amount of points. But at the same time, we have a new contender on the list. Boom coming in strong. Well, Vampires, especially these Xaviers. So these Xaviers, too quiet. But also the other teams like CelcomDigi Alliance, we haven't seen the best of them yet. But so far, whoever's waking up early will actually get a better worm to, for their breakfast here.
Wow, the early bird gets the worm, they say. And Boom Esports will not only be saying, they'll be singing Boom Shakalaka all the way. Now that they scored this chicken dinner right before the extended break. And they also bring home a lot of eliminations together with them. We're talking 15 eliminations, 25 points for Boom Esports. They are back.
With a P90 on Bombit, I mean, not everybody gonna love that P90, but he definitely was actually worked wonderfully with something that nobody else wants to use for, and he got himself 5 eliminations with that. And 6 on the side of Yummy. I mean, we've seen him using a lot of shotguns movement in there as well, closing the distance. You know, he knows that when it comes to long distance fight, he sometimes can track it up as the rest of the teammate, but he did so much front line plays for the rest of Booming, giving so much information for them to actually make a move. And they were coming up from the northern side of the circle where they don't have any contenders. Instead, they were the ones that initiate the fight and trying to hunt them down. So Boom, with their effort, with their initiative to actually take things further, it's well deserving chicken dinner with crazy amounts of eliminations out there. Definitely will push themselves possibly at the #1 spot and maintain it. Let's rewatch their highlight.
And here are the top 4 teams. Boom Esports. Man, this team is on fire. Followed by GLU Squad, their first Super Weekend. Welcome back. And here's Team Secret as well. First Super Weekend, making the top 4 teams in game number 3. And then we have VOIN Donkey with the least amount of damage. They saw, well, not as much action. The only team that they really want to block out was Claw. And Claw, they held on for a very long time. Hence, VOIN Donkey did not have the opportunity to dish out as much damage as the other top 4 teams.
And Team Secret, they're taking the shoreline bunkers just now. They have the general idea and they got themselves quite a sweet spot to have a couple of bunkers as barricade. But it requires all 4 men to be alive. But the moment one of the players being shot down and one by one taken out, that make it so difficult for that one player to defend the place by himself. But nonetheless, this is definitely going to change the overall rankings later on, which is going to make the benchmark for our Smash Rule set point getting even higher by end of today.
Yeah, so the Smash Rule match point, that's still up in the air right now. Who will set it up? But the one that set up the win for Boom Esports this round is Yummy. MVP, welcome back. 6 eliminations, 891 damage. And what we saw earlier on was his close quarters combat. It's just still amazing. And Yummy, what a player he is. He's back as the MVP this time, carrying the shoulder of Boom Esports to their victory, to their chicken dinner in Game 3.
Yeah, it's been a while actually we've seen Yummy for MVP, but I always love when it comes to his CQC. Hence, the 483 damage. He likes to make a close contact with his opponents. It's easier for him to deal with it face to face with those confrontations. But nonetheless, a huge win is a huge win for Boom, regardless of whatever strategy they're going for. But for the rank and the points for this map and match, 25, another whopping amount for Boom. GLU with 15 points. I mean, they are doing a very good start for GLU despite this is their first Super Weekend.
Yeah, and they need to have this kind of good start, right? Because, yeah, you want to be in the grand finals, obviously. So 15 points, pretty happy for GLU squad. And Team Secret 10 points. That's the double-digit club. And Xavier, their first 7 points in this round. Not too bad, I must say. Vampire Esports from a 0 to previous round, this time also 4 points. Now on page number 1. But on page number 2, well, BTR, after having an explosive round, now it's a 0-point round for them. Same goes for the Vikings.
It seems like the monster's being tamed down there. And for the Vikings, it feels like a bit of a roller coaster ride for them. I just hope they don't take it too last minute for today, because there's going to be a lot of catching up to do for tomorrow. But for FaZe Clan, I feel like the gap between FaZe Clan and Boom right now seems to be stretched slightly even further with the performance coming up from Boom just now. But we've got to wait and see, because we haven't seen the best of eArena, Vampires, even the Xaviers and CelcomDigi Alliance. And look at the gap. I mean, we're halfway through. You talk about the benchmark or the match point for the Smash rule. It's going to be over 60 or 60. Already halfway through. We still have 3 more games to go. We might actually head towards 90 points here.
Well, if they can continue to perform like how they are, and if they can really stretch onto insanely 90 points in 6 games is insane, by the way, then surely they will create an insane gap. Maybe like a 1-game gap or maybe 2 games gap if it goes that insane with the second place team, in order for them to have a cushion to smash it by tomorrow. But of course, we're only 3 games in. Anything can happen. Flipping on to the next page, these Xavier, they're no longer number 16 and number 15, but the one that dropped down is Roy.
That's for any consolation at this point. But it's a bit awkward for us to see so many big names on the second page here, especially those legacy teams like Vampire, TALON, the Xaviers, even CelcomDigi Alliance. They have to wake up after the break, that which going to head up very soon. But we still have 3 more maps to go. Anything can happen for that time and during that time. But right now, that's a lot of work for the teams on the second page to fill the gap to reach towards the top 3. But for Boom, I mean, 60 points is within reach, maybe even further more after this. But I wait and see whether GLU and Team Secret, with their first time in this season Super Weekend, can actually catch up to Boom right now.
Well, what you all need to catch up with is the Grand Finals venue that will be happening next week at the Basket Hall GPK. And you stand a chance to grab free tickets tomorrow, 15th of June, Sunday, in the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports. And we're talking about free tickets. It's free. So whatever it is, grab it, plan your trip to the Basket Hall GPK, because you definitely don't want to miss out on who will lift the cup, who will lift the trophy for PMSL Southeast Asia Summer this season.
And also, you guys can actually wear the jersey if any of these teams with the on-site booth actually win and lift that trophy or their cup, because TALON, RRQ, GLU, Alter Ego, Boom, BTR, VOIN, Donkey, all of them will have their own respective booth, which are available for you guys to have your collections of jerseys and jackets, because we do know when it comes to their styles and their fashion sense, it's incredible from these teams. And you guys can test out TECNO booth as well, because there's so much fun activities in there, and you can win some free team merchandise, everything. There's so many things are free for you guys. I mean, if you guys not grabbing it, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, who doesn't like free stuff, right? So head on to there. Pretty sure there are a lot of goodies waiting for you. And of course, you get to interact with your favorite teams, which is obviously free. You get to say hi to them, take pictures and everything else. But you know what else is free? Is our break time. We'll be taking an extended break this time, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break.
as a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
that top. New line reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of Scene already here. Rocky out the open. The smoke. TALON. Strategic.
Go!
The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
Paling untuk 3 yang lainnya, kalau misalnya kita kalah berada di hashtag 2 dan kita nggak bisa dapat hashtag 1, yang pasti nanti ada hukumannya, ya paling traktir sih atau enggak ya challenge-challenge rank lain. Tapi jangan sampai dong hashtag 2.
Mọi người hãy tưởng tượng tôi như kiểu một cái chùa đấy, với lại cái team của tôi như là một cái chợ ấy. Chùa thì muốn yên tĩnh, còn chợ thì lúc nào cũng ồn ào.
Okey, kepada teammate saya, kalau tengok video ni, harap tak ambil hati sebab semua perkara ni benar.
Solusinya ya gue tutup aja pakai bantal mulutnya Asa biar dia nggak berisik.
Ngenokin teman sendiri sih, itu ada bisa pakai bom, bisa pakai bensin, itu sering terjadi dulu di zaman-zaman RA. Nah kalau di zaman-zaman itu kita sering ngemoli teman kita sendiri, itu sering terjadi dan tapi kita ya ngebawa itu jadi lucu aja sih.
Điều ngớ ngẩn nhất cả đội từng làm chắc là những quanh nét và những quanh lửa, tại vì thay vì chúng tôi chọi vào địch thì chúng tôi chọi vào nhau.
Diorang selalu tinggalkan saya seorang-seorang, saya rest seorang-seorang, dia memang lembab gila.
Wah, kalau itu gue pernah sih, waktu itu nge-push kompon, terus si Asa ngebom diri gue, bukan ngebom musuhnya, jadi malah friendly fire. Ah, parah sih dia.
Satu pemain yang aku bakalan pilih itu, aku bisa bilang LeonDZ, karena LeonDZ itu selain dari pengalaman dan juga skillnya dari tahun ke tahun itu udah cukup oke, dan jujur dari diri aku sendiri itu aku penasaran main sama dia, makanya aku pilih LeonDZ.
Cho em tuyển cả 3 người luôn được không? Thứ nhất là Tony Kay, hai là Rosemary và Kaluk, tại vì cả 3 tuyển thủ đấy luôn luôn nằm trong những cái top player của các giải đấu và cũng có MVP của mình nữa.
Saya akan ambil TODAK Naim sebab dia punya backup laju and then sharp shooter.
Gua maunya Yami sih. Karena alasannya gue pernah SEA Games bareng Yami, gue ngerasa klop main sama dia, sama berasa kompak, chemistry gue kayak ada sama dia.
Untuk Red FaZe, jangan maju mulu ya, karena gue bakalan maju dan gue yang lebih jago, jadi jangan sosok maju. Untuk Firman juga sama, begitu pula juga Pepeng. Untuk Boboho, banyak raiding lagi.
Đồng đội của tôi như cái radio vậy á, tại vì kiểu không thể tắt được.
Manzi sebab dia ni macam star syndrome, selalu siap lambat, orang kena tunggu dia. Dia dah macam raja dah dekat dalam team ni. Asyik nak kena tunggu dia je, semua dia siap lambat. Confirm kena tunggu dia.
Oh, Asa sih. Karena kalau Asa nih, kalau di GH, kalau di gaming host, dia tidurnya tuh ngoroknya paling kenceng. Jadi gue keganggu banget tuh kalau tidur. Jadi dia ngorok tuh berasa kapal pecah.
Hello, PUBG Mobile people, and welcome back to the interview session after the first half. 3 games has done, and Boom Esports played real well with 2 winner chicken dinners. And join with me right now, Boom Yummy, the Grenade Masters, and also our amazing translator, Jungs, on the stage. So, before we are going for the second half, as usual, we are going to have a little bit chit-chat with Yummy right now. So Yummy, congratulations on the double winner chicken dinner today. That was crazy, and you were also in the #1 spot during day 1 of last week's Super Weekend. How is the team feeling today?
Oke, Yami, pertama kali selamat atas 2 kali WWCD-nya. Dan kalau kita lihat di minggu lalu juga hari pertama kalian mendapatkan tempat nomor 1 lah. Ya, gimana perasaan anak-anak sekarang, begitu juga dengan perasaan kamu sekarang?
Perasaan kita sih ya, alhamdulillah kita masih excited banget ngejalanin 3 match terakhir ini. Ya kita pengen top 1 sampai hari kedua nanti.
Yeah, of course we are very excited and look forward for the rest of the match for today. And then yes, our aim basically we just gonna be a top 1 until tomorrow's game.
Love the spirit because Hungry Beast is real right now. Last season, many believe Boom Esports lack an in-game leader, or we can say the IGL has mastery or misery, previously the name, proven to be the answer for it so far.
Oke, jadi di season lalu ramai orang pada bilang yang Boom ini kekurangan IGL lah, yang kurangnya itu di IGL. Dan sekarang dengan kemasukan Mastery ataupun juga nama dulunya itu Misery, adakah itu ngerubah semua ataupun ngerubah total lah?
Ngubah banyak banget, dengan adanya dia kita bisa main banyak banyak gameplay lah. Jadi kita nggak terlalu terburu-buru, nggak yang gerasa gerusuk banget. Jadi kita benar-benar terbuka banget sama dia, jadi enak banget. Terus kita jadi banyak strategi juga karena dia masuk, jadi banyak in game-nya.
Of course, he has proven his IGL. I mean, when he joined the team, we have a lot of multiple gameplay. I mean, a variable gameplay. We no need to stick with one. And then yeah, we always open up with him. And then he kind of a person where he helped us a lot. So yeah, that's how we believe in Misery.
An important of IGL. Actually, yesterday, the Indonesian casters, Jelly and also Junior, also talked about the IGL. It's really important right now. So for you guys, if you want to jump to be the pro players, I think it will be more valuable for you if you can be the IGL. Because Boom Esports proved to us, change the IGL, better gameplay. Next one, or the last one, now with a different roster, do you feel confident about going back to back and winning another PMSL trophy? What is the biggest difference between this lineup and the previous one?
Ya, dengan roster baru dan juga gameplay baru, apakah kamu yakin yang kamu bakal mendapatkan kejuaraan lagi? Dan ya apa perbedaan roster season ini dan juga ya season kemarin?
Perbedaan roster sekarang itu lebih good vibes, lebih care satu sama lain. Terus kita yang pasti kita pede banget dengan roster ini, kita bisa jadi juara yang ketiga kalinya lagi dan bisa bawa pulang piala untuk Indonesia.
Yeah, I think the difference between this season roster compared to the last season, which is it's bring us a good vibes, and then yeah, we care with each other, and then we believe in each other. Basically, it's a new roster, new era, is it? I would say. And then yeah, I am confident. My team also confident that we're gonna lift back the trophy and then bring the trophy back to the Indonesia.
Love it. 2 champion title for Boom Esports is kinda quite long. And right now we are having at the PMSL SEA Summer 2025, maybe. But lastly, maybe, Yami, you can say, stay hungry. And we are going to say together, Hungry Beast, can you do that? Let's go.
1, 2, 3, stay hungry.
Hungry Beast! And that's Yami, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for Yami and also Junks. And that's the end of our interview right now. Because we are going to the second half, 3 more maps, Erangel and Miramar, to decide who will be the #1 of the day 1 Super Weekend. So without further ado, we are going back to the casters. So casters, take it away. Let's go.
Well, we're definitely hungry for more actions coming out from Boom. I mean, for them to rescore their championship here, it seems like very possible and doable at this point. I mean, they are back for more.
I was kind of glad that Eldoji actually followed up on the Hungry Beast shout. I thought it would be like Hungry Beast. Yeah, so yeah, good cover there, good cover. I see what you did there. But we all saw what Boom Esports did. 2 chicken dinners out of 3 so far, and they're way up there in terms of points. Now it's all about consistency for the last 3 games, and if they're able to set a match point bar that is way higher than anyone else, they will have a good cushion tomorrow.
Oh, I love the highlight that we didn't see too often. Just now, TODAK was jumping so far from above. But the thing is, it's not going to be too easy for Boom as well. Now, these teams, they start to feel hungry for themselves too. Especially the teams that has been quiet as expected. Maybe Vampires, the Xaviers, will be one of the teams to watch out for. Even though despite Boom, they're proving they are in a different league at this time. If you compare for top 4 fraggers, they are way ahead compared to Vampires, FaZe Clan and TALON.
Wow, 85. And I believe this is collected throughout the entire week. And they are way ahead of even Vampire Esports, FaZe Clan, and TALON, obviously. Whereas for Vampire, FaZe Clan, and TALON, they're pretty much the same around the area of like 68, 64. So they're pretty close. But that doesn't mean that they cannot catch up with the remaining 3 games on hand. And I believe that a lot of fans might be a bit concerned with Vampire Esports' performance because it's very different as compared to the Super Weekend one.
But yeah, a lot of audience actually do feel a bit shaky with Vampire's current performance. So we can see it as well for you guys in the chat. But we do know it's not the end. It's not over until it is over. And we've seen that happen too many times right now to say, hey, they're not performing. No, we gotta wait until the end is finally to our last Miramar, because then we get to really conclude what's going to happen. And don't forget, there's still tomorrow as well, because we're just in the first day of our week 2 Super Weekend. Boom, yes, they got a double chicken today. FaZe Clan joining in with a huge momentum today as well. But we still have 1 more Erangel to go and 2 more Miramar. Then we get to set our match point for our smash rule for tomorrow as well. But something that's quite 100% solid for you guys out there, there's no up and down. It's gonna be your free ticket for the PMSL Grand Finals
that you can grab tomorrow. Again, a reminder, tomorrow, 15th of June, which is Sunday, at the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports. And then you can have your free entry into the Grand Finals venue, which will be held at the Basket Hall GPK. So don't forget to check out the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports tomorrow to grab your ticket. And when you're there at the venue, don't forget to visit these on-site booths as well, featuring TALON, RRQ, GRU Squad, AE, Boom Esports, BTR, VOIN, Donkey, and of course, our official sponsor for this season, TECNO, where you can join in on more fun activities with a chance of winning team merchandise. And you can meet up with your favorite teams and players as well. Take photos with them, get your selfies, get your merchandise signed, or whatever that you want with them while they're there.
Yeah, but make sure and best thing, you can actually win it free, team merchandise, instead of buying it from the booth. You can also join the fun activities. I would want to go for free first. If that not happen and it seems like difficult, then they are trying to think, yeah, I have to spend something on it. I'm like, everything we're gonna go for free, because with the financial crisis going on right now, that's gonna be our best bet. But what we're looking forward right now, who will score another chicken? We're still gonna be the same team. Can Boom score a triple in a day and pull themselves apart from the rest of the team? And knowing the fact, hey, tomorrow we're gonna cut it off easy, cut some slack, because today we have been performing so great.
Yeah, and we're going to repeat in Erangel, where they have scored the chicken dinner before, just right before the break. Now, next game up, we do have a few teams to watch, and I believe that you will switch up your teams to watch, but we'll show that one later, because we also want to remind you on their journey. The top 3 teams from the PMSL will be playing at PNWC as part of Esports World Cup that will be held in Riyadh. So only the top 3. That's how little the slots are this season for the teams.
Now, do tell us, who do you want to be our Southeast Asia representative in the Esports World Cup? Because right now, there are too many names to drop and too many teams that are so good at this point. Or do you still resort to one of the always be at global stage Vampires? Because right now, I don't feel like they are heated up yet. Hopefully, after that break, they gain some momentum.
Yeah, let's see if it cools them down or actually heats them up a bit more. But you know what else is heating up? It's our official sponsor. Thank you so much to TECNO for being together with us. The shiny phone right beside us is the exact phone that's used by the players at the venue, and you also get to check out this phone yourself at the grand finals, where TECNO will have a booth, and you get to see the players use themselves and how good this phone is in playing PUBG Mobile. The model here is the 4x7 Ultra 5G, and it will help you to win battle with ease.
If you can't win the battle, the trouble and the problem is you. Sometimes you're just gonna have to accept yourself, okay? But because there's no way you're gonna blame the device right now. It's gonna be a high-end device already presented. And speaking of today, we're not done for today. Still 3 more games to go. And with the benchmark setting so high, it's gonna be difficult for a smash rule tomorrow as well. Maybe we're gonna have a short smash rule if like Boom maintaining today's performance and scored themselves way far apart from everybody else. And the only one can catch up to those points, it's going to be themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be themselves, especially if they set that super duper bar. But of course, the smash rule is not easy to overcome as well. Yeah, you can hit the match point, but can you hit the chicken dinner to smash it? Yeah, that's the excitement of tomorrow. I really love the smash rule because yeah, you can see the teams really switch up their strategies on how they're going to smash it tomorrow. So that's going to be super interesting. Make sure you check in onto us tomorrow where the smash rule will be deployed. But today, of course, we have 3 more games to set the match point for tomorrow. Whoever who's at number 1, tomorrow's match point will be determined by adding 10 points to today's number 1 team, and that will be the match point. You hit that match point, the next game you score a chicken dinner, you smash it, the day ends. Whoever who's at what stage except for that team that smashed automatically goes to number 1. Everyone else will be locked in. So that's how the smash rule will work for tomorrow.
TLDR, smash rule, plus another 10 points. Overtake that points, get a chicken. That's going to be the wrap of the entire day. We haven't got the shortest ever smash rule in the Super Weekend ever before. I mean, we did have some smash, but it usually occurs quite at the end of it, because if the smash rule not getting smashed at all, then I'm going to have to play out the entire day 8 maps for tomorrow, which means we're back to the classic of ranking point system. Whoever's at the highest score will get the usual, the most head start points. Now, speaking of head start points, I don't think there will be too much of a difference into getting the grand finals if Vampires don't try to take the lead for this week's Super Weekend, because right now, yeah, they're standing at number 1 at the league points, but if they're still not waking up from this, it's going to be a lot of small gaps and a lot of team can catch up anytime now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Even though they smashed it last week, they got maximum points, which is 15 out of last week's Super Weekend. But that doesn't guarantee anything in week 2. So they still need to put out the work. And with the rise of like VOIN Esports and generally BTR has been doing well too. So there are a lot of teams starting to be on the rise, which can be pretty scary for Vampire Esports. But for teams like those who, well, at the current performance, especially even for BTR, that they've been performing, we should be able to see them in the grand finals. It's more of just setting what will be the starting point in the grand finals. Of course, if a team can maximize the starting points, they will go for it, right? Who doesn't want extra points? Nobody wants to let go of extra points. And that will be the goal for especially Vampire Esports, since they smashed it last week. I'm sure they want to retain that somehow.
I personally was hoping for teams like eArena to make a spotlight here today, but unfortunately, we don't see them coming in any way strong when it comes to today. I don't know, are they saving it for tomorrow? Do most teams that we expect them to be all out today right now gonna just wait it out for tomorrow or later? We're gonna have to wait and see, will this break actually make a change? VOIN Donkey for me right now for the second half, but maybe a bit too late because VOIN Donkey did somehow perform earlier on. But we don't see any teams that's quite strategic like Vampires with crazy amount of firepower. Even CelcomDigi Alliance did not actually pop up yet. For you, you have unusual selection of teams down there. Yeah,
I just went 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. just to give every team, a bit of spotlight. So it just went there. But it doesn't mean that those teams cannot perform, right? So who knows? From the back, another team can suddenly rise back up. Looking at some suspects here, especially the Xavier who has scammed us before. Maybe they can just do the Xavier again. But the cameraman, you know what? Just loves Tam. Just wait for Tam to do that flying kiss. Okay, Tam, do the flying kiss. Okay, he's not in the mood for that. He just wants to focus.
I know Tom is super friendly. Maybe that's behind the scene story that he actually exchange a lot of jokes with the camera crew. That's why they like to tease him as well. But speaking of jokes aside, no more jokes. It's all about seriousness into the game here. We can see Claw already ready up. We can see all the teams already put their gears on. Vikings, they made a Cinderella story yesterday. Can they come back just like how they did yesterday as well? Because we head over to our last Erangel.
Last Erangel before we switch up the maps. And if we were to revisit the last circle before this, it was pretty scammy. It kind of looked like it would go to main to the base, but it pulled back up to Ferry Pier. So, and the first Erangel, the circle was kind of 50-50 between the ruins area and also the shooting range area, but eventually went up north. So what kind of circle are we going to get? If we want something really different, bring us all the way to Lipovka. I won't mind that.
Maybe a northern circle? We don't see a lot of Siderni, Stalber shooting, except for just now. Yeah, we do have one shooting range circle. But it might be a very centralized circle. We had Pachinki before. I wouldn't mind another SMB at this point because this flight path seems to be favoring teams and make them want to drop on the northern side. You can see a lot of teams already open up their parachute. Not many will try to delay their jumping down towards SMB. Maybe some of them still gonna go there. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait it to see where the circle favors this time.
Yeah, if you want to talk about early fights, we didn't really see one in the previous Erangel. But we're going to see still South Jogopo occupied by the Vikings. eArena's not really there. But we're going to get a kinder circle this time. After two circles that was rather challenging this time, we're going to have an okay circle centered around perhaps school or like what you like to call it, the Medusa intersection as the very beginning of it.
Yeah. I mean, last time we had school once, and that was quite messy due to so many buildings and apartments in there. And the buildings in school is pretty huge itself, so it's quite confusing whether which floor will be your teammate and who will be your opponents. That's where we get to see the blunder of self-nade or teammate nades. And that's the most annoying thing can ever happen in that certain case. But for the next circle, I think it might actually just comprises mostly towards the Medusa intersection. But we can assume when it comes to the particular heels of Pachinki, we might actually have a lot of teams going there. But for MEC, Amazel is playing this time.
Yeah, Amazal in substitution of Kim, who had a good performance last week. But looks like we're going to see Onzens as being subbed out for Nuzi this time. Okay, I know. I can read the comments right now. I can imagine it going like, okay, everyone's going to talk about like, oh no, Lord Newsy. No. Okay, but let's give him a break and let's allow him to prove his point this time. Axel for Boy Chill as well. So looks like after that break, we're going to see these three substitutions at least. Now, what do you think the value of Boy Chill will bring to TALON for this round?
I'm going to go for Nuzi first, but wait, we're still not done with the swaps here. Pepeng and Chipeng, even though they sound very similar, it's a very different player. But when it comes to the swap of Nuzi, I do want to see that. I feel like we haven't seen the best of Nuzi. I feel like he's been holding back due to the swap roles based on those golden days we've seen about him. But I that he can actually do something, especially when he's solo handling the situation by times. That's what he shines the best. But for Chill, I feel like it doesn't actually. It feels for me there's no kind of vibe for Boy Chill to swap in and out. So I guess it's pretty much how the dynamic for the team to work with Boichil. But yeah, he do actually have certain value when it comes to firepower, when it comes to different variety of approach. But I love the stats coming out just now for Yummy. I mean, that's pretty much straightforward for MVP. But yeah, for Boichil, I guess for Talon as a whole, it doesn't really matter who's actually playing.
Okay, and Talon, they did perform very well during the group stages, so I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing with the swap. And Boom Esports, they definitely know what they're doing with Yummy. Now, number 2 in terms of average eliminations, number 5 average damage, which is okay. Average assist, number 8, which is okay. At the end of the day, it's about the eliminations that he's able to bring in for the team. And so far today, he has been a very important asset for them. So Boom Esports, they need to keep Yummy nice and fresh and happy and always well fed so that he will be able to bring out the best of performance in the battleground.
I want to see this team, these Avies. They've been super quiet. I don't know what's going to happen next, but eArena also is one of the teams that we can expect surprises, but the gap between the first and second place, that is huge. Almost half. Team Secret, of all the teams that we mentioned and a lot of fan base out there, it's going to be Team Secret and FaZe Clan, even Claw up there. These are the 3 teams that's always the unsung heroes, but the one that we've been singing the entire day is you guys getting those free tickets tomorrow, because the grand final is going to happen next week, guys.
Yeah, it might feature Boom Esports or maybe even Roy. Now that they will be in the fight here at Rosal. Rosal is the hometown of Boom Esports, and Roy decided to pass by this area to get into the circle, and now they need to fight against the team that takes this place as their home ground. So they know this place like the back of their hand. They're opening it up the space against Roy, who's still pretty much stuck inside of this warehouse.
Mastery. Roy is one of the teams that's kind of fearless, but unfortunately always caught himself during their migration. Mastery want to go in, but it's a warehouse. You do know warehouse, there's only 2 entry in and that 2 exit too. It's the same entry and exit, but if you cannot breach it, don't take the risk for it. But for Roy, they are the one that exiting out the warehouse, knowing that, hey, it might be more than just one team that will pass over Rosehawk, because based on the circuit we saw just now, including this bridge, around the patch of island, right on top of Rosehawk, first contact made, but no first blood yet, only knockdown players by GLU against Roy. SKF, where the shots coming out from?
Oh, and he's alone here. He came from the other side, but the other members of GLU looks like they provided him the support needed, and they took out the members of Roy. Now, only 2 left for Roy. Looks like they're going to take an alternative routes away from this bridge area. No longer going to camp and no longer to stop Blue, and GLU will have an easy access across.
They were running against Boom. They're running away from GLU. Now, this is not the best scenario for a team to maintain their survivability. If you are on the run constantly, it means that you're going to get bite as a whole later on if there's a third party that they might run into. But at least for FaZe Clan, they are the one that's initiating the fight against Talon. But that's going to be bold and present from Gui. Very ambitious with those very long shots. I think that's going to be over 100 meters apart between them and the one that is shooting against.
Yeah, if someone lands a knock, then that will be rather interesting. And then FaZe Clan, they can kind of decide on like, okay, whether they want to really push in or not. But without that knock, then the answer is quite clear. They're going to let that one go since they're also in circle anyway. So for TODAK, they're going to land themselves in the Potato Hill. So this is a pretty good spot to see other rotating teams before deciding on where exactly to go in stage number 2. And they have about 10 more seconds. So likely that circle will move away from here. I believe that's not too far from the edge of it. But for Team Secret, yeah, they're pretty nice in the circle now, but that might change as the circle will go to the Medusa intersection area, and right in the middle of it, there's going to be an airdrop.
But where TODAK stand, the Potato Hills of Pachinki will be one of the hardest spots where more than one team seems to be very interested in. They're lucky for TODAK, they actually reached there way early than the rest of the others. But can they defend? I think they probably want to stay there for a bit longer with stage 2 still inside still comprises that Potato Hills. But there might be more than one team that's super interested in that spot right now, because we saw how the surge of all the other teams start to move. But maybe it will be vacant in a couple of minutes, because maybe the circle will keep on shifting toward the Medusa intersection. And what's tricky about the Medusa intersection, there's too many open space. And if you got in the wrong side of the road, that's going to be so tough to cross over the other side. And everybody will be having their eyes on you if you trying to move.
Well, Roy is just holding their breath, trying to move at the same time, cutting across teams to be in the circle. And they found this compound. Okay, 2 players here. That's fine, but they could be a target now that the information is sent to some teams to know that, okay, there's only 2 vehicles, there's probably only 2 players there, and if they really want to take over this compound, most of them would know that they have the man advantage against Roy.
That's BTR. At least Roy is the one that opened fires against somebody else instead of them running away from somebody that's gunning them down. At least that's a good sign that they will recuperate and they will try to reassess situation, even though they are working out as a duo. And they are the only teams that are actually losing their members here. So it's best for them to play a bit low profile. But we talked about Rosshawk not inside of a circle anymore, so this bridge will be left alone. But we do see a couple of shots coming out from CelcomDigi Alliance. I think they got 2 knockdowns on TODAK players. But eArena seems that's very long shot hit a bit on that vehicle, but we don't know who yet. That might be a very long shot. A lot of teams already start to loot up and ready to go for the hunt. We can see everybody leaving the building and trying to collide with another team, hoping to gain those eliminations.
And since it's a 100% land, right, that's why we're seeing like teams playing more positioning rather than trying to force fights and also take over areas that they would want. So more fights might happen later, like probably stage 4 or maybe even 3 if the teams are especially in the mood for it, for those high fragging teams especially. Vampire Esports hoping to be one of those high fragging teams with Newsy in the lineup. Let's see what sort of change that he'll be able to bring. But also to note that there's one player from Vampire Esports that has not played this season. Vin Torres has not had his debut yet.
Yeah, I don't see we're going to see Vin Torres anytime soon. I feel like he's probably going to help the coaching staff to analyze the game instead. But right now the circle is slightly shift. The Potato Hills surprisingly still in the circle, and TODAK is still there. And it's quite a precious place for them to hold on to, because they can actually farm so much eliminations from that view. But Team Secret coming up from the north, there's plenty of team coming up from north. We can expect a thinning of crowd the moment we hit stage number 4.
Oh yeah, stage 3 looks still pretty chill. Stage 4, that's where it will become explosive. Now, will it be explosive at the school apartment? Very unlikely, since it's by the edge of the circle, unless teams passing by, they see an opportunity, they will go for it, just like GLU right now against MVKE. Tins will be gunned down, but they trade it back against Noel, but they got no Superman instead. And that's going to be 2 players of MVKE down to the hands of GLU.
I really wish these 2 teams will not fight against each other, because they need the points more than the rest of the teams down there, so they can push their numbers up in the league points. But it is what it is. Next, it's going to be Boom versus GLU, as the Viking managed to squeeze into the compound of Boom. Now, they're going to share this multiple level of buildings together, so they won't actually, unless Boom taking the initiative to push towards the Vikings, or they can just wait it out and make a peace treaty for now and wait for the teams to present themselves towards where this team is standing, because a lot of teams, including eArena, might want to go across school with Vikings and Booms standing by.
Yeah, they are waiting on the inside. So let's see if any team were to pass by them. Speaking about passing by, Vampire Esports is going to zoom in past farm into the circle away from another team. And the team was waiting at the farm area, and Vampire Esports will pass by them with unscathed. It's still alright. They do have vehicles that can protect them, and they will arrive in the circle. They're fine. On the north side, okay, FaZe Clan. If you look at the minimap, there's another team on the outside, so FaZe Clan can play this gatekeeping role as long as they're aware of the presence of MEC and they don't overpick themselves.
Nobody dares to enter the center of circle quite early. It's an open space. There are a couple uneven terrain. There are some pits and ditch to work with. But you're just gonna give away your information and just expose yourself to plenty of teams out there. So everyone approaching this sort of circle very slowly and carefully. They know for a fact that due to how scarce the compounds around this area, there's not many buildings they can take cover from. So it's best for them to play at the rim of the circle instead. But the circle will shift to the right or left. It's going to be on the north, entirely clueless for us. But it's still going to be BTR who split themselves into two sides.
Yeah, and they should get back right now. Yeah, we can see that Sata and Federales is on their way. But on screen, we're seeing a fight here at School Apartment that involves Boom Esports. They will start off by taking out Brick from MVKE. And MVKE, okay, they are still in the school apartment area. And Boom Esports, they're looking and waiting for the rest of MVKE. While Team Secret, in a fight of their own against VOIN Donkey, it's probably a long-range one because there's no follow-up after that. And now we have Team Secret on screen. They're going to come in from the northern side. They're just creating a pathway so that they can get in the circle.
For Boom versus Viking just now, we can see the difference between a player that's so confident with his own ability to take a firepower by himself against a team that's not too much seasoned compared to Boom. So they do know how to wait, but they did not expect them to push in like that. MEC, they're kind of cornered down within that small shed, but Boo-Boo, this is an open space. The players only help in getting him on his knees, while Claw, will they save Boo-Boo, who is quite in the open with Kiddo? I don't know, is this a bait? Is this a setup by MEC? Because they did it before. Will the rest of the team join in if Claw start to push towards Kiddo?
Oh, here comes the fight between Roy and Team Secret. The two Vietnamese teams. Team Secret, 3 players here. Roy, last we checked, they only have 2 players in this compound. The Team Secret, they have the man advantage. 3 other cooking their nades, but Frankie gunned down. From where? It came from Euro from TALON, had to butt in. But they managed to land the nade out the Huikong. So that's only car left for Roy in the building with the DBS.
Frankie will be revived by Trunk, but they have to be extra careful. The fact that they don't know where the shots came from, it might get another shot down to a side of Team Secret. Teller still eyeing out towards the backside of Team Secret. They need to rush into us, Roy, or Frankie relive himself and also manage to reset. That's Team Secret. Without a doubt, they just go in and finish off Roy with 0 point right now in TALON. Thankfully, they're being wiped out at the same time. That's why nobody's shooting up from behind to us out of Team Secret to follow up.
But now MEC against Claw. Try and land those nades by the edge of the circle. And here comes Redface with a hovercraft. Immediately crashing on Manzi. Not giving him any face at all. But Kiddo on the other side. Off angle by Kiddo. Knocked out by Peng. Redface now is the only one here from Claw. The nade from the other side. Lucky enough for Redface in the non-land. While Redface tries to fire back on the Kiddo this time. Kiddo 10% of health there. Kiddo, together with his teammate, will finish off the final player of Claw, taking them out at number 13.
But MEC is not out of the woods yet. FaZe Clan is just next to them. And Mazel, despite just being put in and swapped towards this map, but he managed to just confidently handle the situation by himself. Next, we go back to Team Secret. Now, they are the ones that's fighting FaZe Clan from the back, and FaZe Clan couldn't actually focus their initial plan towards MEC before. GK repositioned, going to the backside, going for an off-angle shot. But the circle will commence itself now, where it goes slowly to the north, and now it pulled down south. Just a bit of that put of the hill still in there, so TODAK still not need to move. But Vampires will try to fish them out and slowly try to take them down one by one. JLU against Boom. That's going to be the fight on the north as well.
Now Vampire Esports will need to fight their way in for the southern side. But for MVKE, Woonti tanking the blue. How many more healing utilities does he have? Ah, he takes damage. Ah, that's it. That's it because of that damage. No way he's going to be able to heal up, but he's able to still deny away the point thanks to the blue itself. MVKE out.
This is just tough to be MAC. Kido, the last man standing. FaZe Clan and CelcomDigi Alliance firing toward MAC while they try to navigate across the battlefield just now. There's too many guns towards their side. And for FaZe Clan, they saw CelcomDigi Alliance try to steal away for the points of MAC just now. They will reposition, going for a long rotation to move themselves in a better spot. Next, we're not done. Team Secret, as FaZe want to move, Team Secret happen to collide with them. Speaking of coincidence, but FaZe, what a fast reaction. That's almost a big swing, but Frankie at the back saved Team Secret from being decimated.
Oh, Frankie, the hero for Team Secret, but now the blue is something they need to be concerned of. Okay, he managed to pick up GK, but GK needs to run. GK, run! That was a close one.
Oh no. It's not done yet for Team Secret. There's another team just across them. That's going to be BTR. And he cannot even heal himself back up yet due to the pressure of another team coming up from forward. But GK, Frankie actually will wait it out for GK to hop onto that buggy. But GK is still healing up. They need to leave. The blue zone will hurt this time. But they will bump into BTR, or they're trying to park behind BTR. Hopefully they've not been discovered. Thanks to the heals right across them, it's kind of hard for BTR to spot the vision on Team Secret, but the crossing of this road might actually be their graveyard.
Oh, and BTR is the one gatekeeping them. Not only BTR, but Boom Esports as well. Where is Team Secret going to go in now? Okay, Frankie will finish off 0. Nice one from the outside. And looking for the other members of Boom. Frankie, he needs to punch his way through. Unless if he can rotate towards the left side further, but that will put him on the lower ground and expose the Boom Esports.
Frankie's just on point today. His swings has been swinging it big. He just casually just getting left, right and center to defend himself and with a fast reaction. Not just Boom, BTR is eyeing out to his Team Secret. They try to keep them at bay and denying their entrance from the north. Unfortunately, to fight against two teams at the same time and multiple teams back to back at that, Team Secret couldn't hold on much longer. But Boom, they will be in the same spot as Team Secret right now.
Whoa.
Wow.
Here comes the rain of nades from D Xavier onto eArena. A moment still there together with 30k, but D Xavier, they won't make it easy for them. They will rush in and finish off eArena. Number 8, 1 elimination points. D Xavier, now they're on fire. But now, it's going to be BTR, the 2 Indonesia connections against Boom Esports, and BTR finish them off.
BTR managed to shut down on Boom Rain. Just at the second that we're looking at the circle shrinking. These Xavier's got the circle this time. They're splitting themselves to two sides. Those coming in the center and those giving information from the northern side or the upper side of the circle. But BTR, which way they want to get into? Because right now, every angle of that circle, there will be somebody waiting to gun them down.
But for Vampire, well, there are also teams waiting on the left and on the right to try to gun them down. They are not in the circle fully yet. They have one representative in front, but they're playing this very, very carefully. Next, BTR, their turn to come into the circle, while CelcomDigi Alliance will try to stop them.
Vampires, they're holding the south as long as they need while waiting for the team on the left and right to show themselves. Instead, they take it on Frenzy. What a shot by Tony K. And Frenzy might get finished off by either Tony K or Schraps, but these Xaviers take it on Frenzy TODAK. They have been focused by two teams. Speaking of three-way war, it has been going on since stage 4 and not stopping.
Yeah, there's multiple warfare. I guess that's something that you could expect if you see like, oh, it's still 15 teams, 16 teams when we reach stage number 4 onwards. And the fight's definitely not going to stop here as BTR, they will push themselves into the circle. Same goes for Vampire Esports from the south, but their target is going to be TODAK.
Newsy, now it's time to shine, Newsy. Don't let us down. Vampires. But Mela. Here comes a nade coming up from Tony K. Double nade down. Hit a bit on Tom. And Nyan, will he get chat? Another one to make it double. And it's going to be 4th grenade. And that's the last one by Shrep. That's sweeping off the floor clean. And it's going to be the entirety of TODAK laying low and booted out. We're down to 5 with GLU, D Xaviers, Vampires, BTR, and CelcomDigi Alliance alive.
Wow, 3 teams at the northern side. It's going to be explosive here. GLU, you need to be careful of both sides now as they fully enter the circle. BTR is already waiting there together with D Xavier on the other side. And Vampire Esports, they're marching in from the south. They're trying to get as close as possible to the middle side circle. preparing themselves for stage number 7. Wow, you, CelcomDigi Alliance, they still put you on the right.
Yep. It's always a good sign for a team that's quite isolated than the rest, but BTL won't let them to be lonely too long because based on the direction they're going for, Federalis is more interested in fighting against GLU. The rest of the team want to scout what's in the back. So Federalis actually take his position to slowly creep up towards the hike and to see the rest of the team right across. But I don't know about the rest of BTL. Will they reunite and regroup with Federalis? It seems like that's going to be the case. Well, these Avis, within this circle, they are the only teams that got themselves a compound.
Yeah, and this is going to be the fortress. Hoping for stage 7 to also favor them, then this compound will be a heavy fortress for these area. While they try to stop Vampire Esports from doing anything funny from the northern side. And here comes the next phase of the circle. Where will it go? Looks like it will favor the side of CelcomDigi Alliance.
Nuzi is trying to hope for the circle will somehow go south, but they will regroup for Vampires coming up from the southern side, maybe try to take the off angle from CelcomDigi Alliance, who happen to be busy against BTR. Here comes the rush coming up from BTR. Federalis almost knocked down. His stick is down as well. Adik, look, there's a bit of an awkward angle, but Leon's managed to finish off Federalis, raise it down to 10% of each. We managed to get the backside of Olio. Next is going to be Leon DZ, and that speaks the shot will connect somehow, but who get the final shot? And that, the entire crew of BTR being eliminated. CelcomDigi Alliance, they need to reset, but time's not given as Vampires just wiping them off the floor.
Wow, third party, they saw the opportunity, they went in for it, and they wiped out CelcomDigi Alliance. And now they are in a very confident mood. Look at them just circling around, gathering information. Next, they see the Xavier.
GLU still have a full squad. I love this. That's 3 teams left, but all of them having a full squad well and alive. But for the Xaviers, they don't have to part ways with that building yet. They still have a solid fortress they want to work with. But for Vampires Anglo, it's all about the slopes uphill. Whoever mispositioned themselves here will get gunned down immediately by Vampires. GLU Stickley have to be extra careful, but they need to relay those information. They need to have a bit of courage to push slightly forward. But it's all down to these Xaviers who got themselves those elevations. They got the higher ground. They can be the third party and wrap around for this chicken dinner.
And that's Nuzi behind the blown up vehicle, so that will give him extra cover. The smoke is still active for Nuzi. Now they'll fire on the GLU squad. GLU squad try to hike up to the high ground. They are very, very at the edge of this circle. We still have stage number 8 coming in soon. Nuzi and Shreps try to suppress GLU squad, and here comes Tony K as well. Positioning himself behind the tree. GLU squad, a lot more gatekeepers now in front of them. And looks like Nuzi got XKF.
That's going to be the opening. But here comes a nade from the side of the Xaviers. They are aiming for Vampires, while Nuzi and also Shreps just now have to deal with GLU. Tony K and Shreps was aiming for the Xaviers early on, but the nades will be too much for GLU to hold on to. There's too much pressure on this side. They're losing one member, and at least they get to revive with the Blues are still not closing in. But time is not on their side. 30 seconds to go, and stage number 9 is going to hit. Whoever's not in the center will be taken out first. Parajan managed to take down on Shrub. That's going to be a big one with Lamborghini. These Xaviers, they might actually finish off Vampire, where Vampire are actually marched by 2 teams. There's no way for them to actually take covers, and Vampires have to bow out at 3rd place.
Wow, the third party timing by the Xavier. Collecting 5 elimination points after eliminating Vampire Esports. Now it's between GLU squad and the Xavier. But you, look at this. Look at their utilities. The Xavier, there are 13 smokes. They can open up a bit more space as compared to GLU. And the fact that GLU has no circle now, the Xavier, they will have absolute control against GLU.
Look at how they capitalize this circle as well. Left and right, all comprises of the Xavier's player. GLU with some slight low grounds and the slope of hill covering that view right now. That's not the best case scenario, but at least they've got a couple of structures to take covers. But Lamborghini had it enough. They're going to rush in. Lamborghini will try to run them down within the smoke, but Levi managed to take down on SKF. Lamborghini taking on Xbox, leaving only one player left standing for GLU. Things seems to be very bleak on GLU, and these Xaviers, flawless run. What a comeback with the chicken dinner. And just now, I mean, that was a smart move. Patience is a virtue. They did not butt in way too early. They were waiting for Vampire versus GLU first.
Yeah, what a scam by the Xavier. We did mention about the potential of scam, and now they're showing it after coming in from the break. Scores a chicken dinner. Might not be the sexiest number of elimination, but still, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. And this is what the Xavier will need after having the first 2 rounds with a 0. Third round was okay for them, but this is a chicken dinner round for the Xavier. The Xavier, with 2 more rounds to go today, they are back.
Will they keep pushing forward? That's a big question, because the moment they get themselves those momentum, there's no stopping these guys, and this is only the start for the Xaviers. But what a splendid spread, and how they conquered the circle just now against GLU players, cornering them down and tucked into one corner and just slowly swarm them around. That was remarkable, and such a high quality communication and gameplay by the Xaviers.
And look at this. So the amount of eliminations that they got this round is 9 eliminations. But the number that stood out for me is Levi's number. No damage received at all, but still able to come out with 112 damage with 2 eliminations. This guy's a ninja this round. The Xavier, 19 points collected this round, and they are back on track. Going into Miramar will be a test for the Xavier, of course, whether they can adapt to this lobby with a new map. Let's check out the highlights.
I really wish we can listen to team comms for Vampire just now. It's left with top 3 teams, because they were very undecisive regarding which team they want to push first, because I can see them splitting apart into 2-2, with Tony K and Schweppes were actually trying to aim for the Xavier, while the side of Newsy and his 4th player actually tried to go for Glue, and they initiate the fight first against Glue. But we can see that it's a bit later for Tony K and Schweppes to join in, because they want to take out these Xaviers first. But that was a really tough decision to make for Vampires.
Yeah, they found the best opportunity against CelcomDigi Alliance, and they went for it, which was fine. But of course, if you have other teams still around, then the risk is that another third party would happen, and that's where the Xavier came in onto Vampire Esports. But they made the best decision for themselves, which is, at the end of the day, not too bad if they can still place themselves as one of the top 4 teams. Not the most amount of damage. They didn't see too much action except towards the very end. But we have to give it to Paragen this time from the Xavier as our MVP. 2 eliminations, and look at the amount of damage for 2 eliminations. 906.
78 damage received. I wonder what kind of damage and what kind of trouble it actually caused for all the other teams to make sure that they managed to get knocked down. But I'm not sure if his teammate managed to execute those knockdown plays, or was it been stolen by everybody else. We're gonna have to wait to see the scores of all the other teams too. And these Xaviers, they scored 9 eliminations despite that one single player, Paradigm, dished out 900 over damage.
Wow, one single player to bring that amount of damage so that the other players can pick up the elimination points. And with 9, it's going to be 19 points for the Xavier. GLU, not too bad as well. 12 points collected in total. CelcomDigi Alliance, 11. That's the double-digit club. But we have TALON, Roy, and VOIN Donkey with zeros down there. Now, again, today is more of just setting the bar for tomorrow. So whatever happens, there will still be opportunities tomorrow for all these teams to recover.
Now, with the Xavier squad themselves, a chicken dinner now with multiple elimination, 9 eliminations at that, this will definitely change a lot when it comes to the overall rankings at the point afterwards, because they will push down so many teams down there. Like we mentioned before, the Xaviers managed to squeeze to the 6th place, so whoever beneath them before this will get pushed down tremendously. But the gap between them and the first place, Boom, is still holding reign at number 1 spot, and the gap is still not getting any smaller.
Yeah, it's still like what, 22 points gap between Boom and FaZe, so that's like about 1 round's worth, right? Other than that, some glaring numbers. Looks like Team Secret only 6 rank points, the lowest of them all at page number 1. But it doesn't matter because they made it up by bringing in 20 eliminations. So they have the strategy of just going for eliminations if I were to look at the numbers. But on page 2, we have 2 teams without any rank points. That's MEC and Roy. Something for them to ponder upon.
But MEC, they are aiming for those eliminations too, despite not having any rank points. Same goes for Viking with only 1 point here. While eArena try to balance it out, but they are at the lower end of balancing instead of getting those numbers, quite on the high end up there. But we don't see, I don't know, are they reserving themselves for tomorrow? Are they saving their energy for tomorrow? Because it's all about the stamina too, especially when it comes to the Smash Rule day tomorrow on Sunday. But we're gonna have to wait and see what's gonna be the verdict by end of today. What will be the match point for our Smash Roll tomorrow? Because with what Boom just offered in the last map, it did not crack them into the 60s yet.
Yeah, if they are saving for tomorrow, then they have to hope that it's not smashed early. Yeah, so that's something that they need to catch up on, and also, well, kind of hope that the top teams don't smash it in maybe game 2 or game 3 as early as that. But you guys can get your ticket as early as tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, because it will be out for free for grabs at the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports. And the venue for the grand finals will be held at the Basket Hall GPK at Jakarta. So especially if you're around the area, don't forget to grab your tickets first before heading on to the venue. I'm afraid that you won't get any seats. And if you're planning to fly there, do arrange a ticket for yourself as well. Again, PUBG Mobile Esports social media tomorrow. Grab your free tickets.
My suggestion will be, after you got your ticket, then book your ticket flight, take a vacation, do a honeymoon with your partner, and if you happen to be solo, take a day off from work and take some vacation, because you don't want to miss the on-site booth available this time. There's TALON, RRQ, GLU, Alter Ego, Boom, BTR by Vitality, VOIN, Donkey ID, and there's also our sponsors booth, TECNO. You guys can actually try the device by yourself and try to hold it in your hands, whether it suits you or do you feel like a super pro player after you're holding it. Who knows, maybe you'll be our next team in the PMSL.
Or you could be a super Attack on Titan player. I don't know what you call the people who actually defend the Titans. But anyway, you can check out the new event that's currently up live inside of PUBG Mobile itself. It features the Titan transformation, ODM gear, and a lot more inside the game. Now, how long will this be in the game? We do not know. So make sure you enjoy it right now, because this is your opportunity to feel like a Titan warrior. Okay, I don't know what to call it. I haven't watched the anime yet, but maybe you guys can tell us in the comments.
I can tell you in the comments too.
Okay. What do you call it?
But wait a second, let me finish with this. We need to shout out to Shelby collaboration, which already available in PUBG Mobile, because you know how rare Shelby is. If you're like those American muscle and you want to feel like you're one of the people that's in the Fast and Furious, you are Dominic Tomato, go ahead and get your collaboration collection with the Shelby American collab, because there will be Shelby GT500 and the 427 Cobra in the game.
I was hoping that you will continue with the explanation, but no worries, we'll have time. Because right now, before we get onto that, of course, we have to remind you that the World of Wonder Elimination Skill Fest is live right now. You can check out this map by keying in the code 12886867. 12886867, and this will be the map that you can show off your skills, you push your limits, and you can be the next brightest star on the battlefield. And you create content out of it. Who knows, you might be scouted by any of our professional teams. So what do you call a soldier / warrior / fighter in Attack on Titan?
Okay, TLDR, there's going to be some spoilers here. Sorry, Attack on Titan fans and the ones that just start watching. Now, there's 3 regiment, they call it, for the Attack on Titan division, right? So you have to defend, there's like multiple walls. So that's going to be a sort of apocalypse day where suddenly there's an emerge of titans out of nowhere. So all humanity kind of converge into one spot. So there's multiple layers. The royalty is going to be in the center one, the most safest one. So there's multiple groups that call as scouters. There's also the military police. And there's one more, the one that actually, that I forgot what it's called. It's like a roast. There's a roast kind of thing. So they just the one that got the people and the civilians inside of those walls. There are multiple layers of walls. The most safest one is going to be the one where the royalty stays. So whoever actually at the outer walls will be the first one to fall down. I think it's called Wall Maria. So there's each wall have their own respective name. So the Titans actually sort of a human-made experiment. Yeah, so it's kind of trying to find a cure for like what you call it, the fountain of youth, or something that you can live forever, like the eternity potion or something like that. But it just went really weird where you can regenerate yourself when you're becoming a Titan. But it's pretty good. It's a really good story. It made me cry so many times. So yeah.
Clearly, the ones that created the Titans, they forgot to create clothes. That's my only feedback. What? They forgot to create clothes, they forgot to create clothes for the Titans.
The weird thing is, okay, whoever that becomes a Titan, they become so big. Of course, the clothes won't fit. They will get ripped out.
I mean, they can learn a thing or two
we have technology.
Yeah, I mean, they can learn a thing or two from Incredible Hulk. You know, Incredible Hulk, like he grows, he goes big, he goes green, but yet he still has his pants on. So
no, this is way big. Okay, for Hulk, it's like double the size of a normal human being. This is 100 times more than a normal human being. Like, probably like many hundred feet tall. So I don't think any spandex can actually expand to that level, you know?
I don't know. I'm not that big, you know. But maybe they should have considered it. I mean, they could have created like flying weapons from one of the characters. I'm not too familiar with the names, but yeah, they couldn't create spandex for Titans. But what we could create is teams to focus. Yeah, maybe they have their own spandex. I hope so. Or maybe they don't need it. I don't know. It's up to...
But you know, for our team to focus, you're putting... you're just going according to the names, right? For me, I was a bit early for these Apes, I guess. They coming in a bit later. But we haven't seen the best of Empires, surprisingly, yet.
Putting in Nuzi, yeah, it looked like some improvement. But then again, we need to see consistency. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint at the end of the day. And they still have some time for them to have spandex on. Hopefully they're prepared with clothes, not like Titans. I still think that we need spandex on the Titans.
We're gonna get into the Titans talk once more in the game because I love that show so much. But you guys should stick out till the end because we don't know what will be the benchmark. We're starting off with a different map this time. It's gonna be Miramar. Will any other team surprise us? Will be the legacy teams returns their triumph and legacy here in
And we're switching it up to the Dusty Dunes, and it looks like the land where the Attack of Titans actually play or fights. Am I right? Is it like a desert-ish?
No.
No? Okay.
It's more like Sanhok.
Oh, okay. I really gotta get watching on the anime. I have almost no clue except for seeing content here and there. And that's about it.
Oh, you should watch it.
And PUBG Mobile.
Please, I beg you to watch it.
Okay.
Please watch it.
I saw the episodes, right? And I was like, I don't have time for this. It's too much.
It's sort of a double meaning story at certain point, It's basically very forestry when it comes to the terrain because humans create problems for humans. We actually making a global warming and also the tree is cutting down. But when there's no more humans out there due to the Titans, that's where the nature is coming back to life.
Is that a spoiler or is that expected?
No, it's actually in the first episode, so it's not really a big of a spoiler now.
Okay. So don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. If you heard that but you have not watched it just like me, then yeah, that's not a spoiler. But what's also not a spoiler is our first circle. We're going to get a Monte Nuevo centered circle. Claw is going to be happy with that as they drop into Monte Nuevo, so they'll be fine. Early clash, since this is a new map with a new group of teams, we don't see it. So it looks like we're going to have a okay early start for everyone.
Quite even for the flight path, making sure that everybody will not hot draw himself into a team. Except for the team in Los Leones just now. I feel like they are a bit too close, especially for Vikings. But Vikings, they're called Vikings for a reason, right? A true Viking go for a fight.
The true Viking. And they're doing 11 points now? Oh yeah, now that we get to look at the points again, since we have a bit more time now, no early clash. It's a very different performance by TALON as compared to the group stage. If you kind of remember that they during the group stage they were really good, but now only 9 points. So very different it seems.
That was Group C.
Oh.
Axel on the next switch. We do know majority of Group C did not count for grand finals, so I leave it there.
Okay. Because the most hardest group was Group B, like how we saw. But we're gonna see Consulate coming in again. Okay.
This is twice now. What do you think of Consulate so far when it comes to his performance?
Honestly, I felt that when he came in during the group stages, it wasn't the best measurement because by that time, VOIN is already we have enough points. We can do anything we want. So whatever potential of Consulate, we don't get to see the best of it. But it's also a good warm-up for him because now VOIN Donkey, they only have 14 points. So at least he had the last day warm-up. And then now, whatever it is, he should be prepared mentally, physically, got himself acclimate to the lobby or at least the stage. That prepares him for today. So I guess if to answer that question truly is to see what he can bring to the table in this round.
I agree. And I think the first time we were looking at Consulate when VOIN Donkey was actually leading in the top 3. So that's the first when the coach want him to get a feel. This time the coaching staff is actually testing whether he can bring a different perspective, different facet for the team when they are actually in need of points. If he can actually turn the tables around, then he's probably going to stick, if they get into the grand final, he's probably going to stick with the main roster here.
Yeah. So it's like a chance for him to prove himself, right? Just like how Ryan kind of proved himself during the group stages of week number 2. But today he is not playing yet, or at least as of now.
Oh, yeah.
CPTR. Yeah. But tomorrow is a more important day if you kind of think about it. Today is just okay, we just set the bar. That's about it. Tomorrow we try to smash it. Maybe they'll put Ryan in tomorrow.
I'm looking forward for that because I always want to see Snape and Ryan in the same lineup because so far it's always either Snape or Ryan, right? And we've seen both sides, like Snape has been immensively pushing the teams when it comes to what he can bring to the table. But we saw the same from Ryan's side. What if they actually bring both players for tomorrow? Now, that's something that we can be excited about.
Yeah, I know, right? We'd like to see him again because he has proved himself. Now it's going to be Snape. They do have Voxy as well, but if we were to base on track record, it's between Snape and also Ryan that has brought the best result for BTR. So we'll be interesting to see if at some point we will get like you theorize like what if Ryan and Snape actually plays together?
Yeah, and don't forget Federalis, man.
Yeah.
He's going to be pissed if you don't actually mention him. He's been working all day long. You didn't mention him. Come on. Don't do what you did to Homeboys last time.
Yeah, I think he's just gunning for like, okay, I want to be the FMVP. Like, you can swap anyone out except me. But at least he's been also showing like, okay, I've been performing, so, there's no real reason to take out Federalis.
I think the best one to swap out, I mean, not taking the credit away for Satar, but he is one brilliant player. But, yeah, usually Satar is the one getting swapped out anyhow. So I assume that if we get to see Ryan and Snake together, then probably Satar's the one going to be swapped out. Because Razy, I think we've seen Razy doing so much work, getting a lot of clutch by him before. So they definitely will not leave Razy out. Federalis, there's no question asked. He's multiple MVPs by now.
Yeah, the Filipino Terminator is still at his best for Federalis. So yeah, no real reason for them to take him out at this point. And with the fact that he's been playing all the games so far, he could be in the running. But now he will face tough competition from like players of Boom, like maybe even Yami, maybe Pondbit. Who knows, right? And with still a lot more games to go until the grand finals, maybe somebody from Vampire Esports can actually catch up too. So we'll see. There's no like clear indication that, oh, this guy, he's been like carrying every single round. Not yet to that level.
Still not having first contact by any of the players. Based on the last circle we saw, it's going to be on the left side. There is a possibility of Chumacera circle still, because last time we saw a lot of Chumacera still in there. So probably there will be some teams trying to get into the Chumacera high grounds by now. Or even Monte Nuevo, who knows, either the north or the south of the circle. But so far, teams are taking it very slow rotation to it inside of the circle. There's 4 teams taking the blue. I'm surprised even Boom is taking it slightly conservative this time.
Yeah, maybe it's because of the big map. So they're like, okay, big map. It's like mostly land and going to be 100% circle here in stage number 2, so they can take their time. But okay, I also want to point out the fact that even though this circle looks like 100% land, but there are curves on the left side that are unplayable land. So it's about like maybe 10-20% of the current circle. So there's only about 80% of playable land that these teams can play. That means, now that we're in stage 2, potentially we'll see fights.
This is a very hard circle. You have to pick and choose those high grounds, whether you want to be on the left side or the right side. And this is one of those circles that's so undecisive till the very end. You don't know where and which one to go. But BTR, taken limb by claw, FaZe, as per usual. I don't expect anything less from him. But that's going to be some distance since he got himself those high grounds. But for Ladrilera kind of circle, where we do know those high grounds play a big part in this. So everybody are rushing themselves and try to get in as fast as they can. But like you mentioned, there's so many uneven terrain. One mistake and one accident, you're done.
Yeah, just like what VOIN Donkey is taking this risk now, passing by at least 2 other teams. Okay, they receive a few shots, especially Consulate, who is at the back of this buggy. He's very, very exposed, but he managed to arrive. Whew. And he will have those first aids to heal up again. Xavier tries again with the second buggy. Not able to get the knock. VOIN Donkey's alright. Okay, now it's Vexy's turn. Now Vexy will be holding his breath, but he's in A Mirado. Okay. Extra cover. Should be fine. I can't say the same for Razak. But Razak has his teammates, so he should be able to be recovered.
Multiple times by Nate T. But I am surprised how he actually managed to escape without getting shot down like that. That's surprising. But for VOIN Donkey, they managed to save Razak due to the long shots. But I'm looking at these Xaviers just now. They are spreading across the left side of La Durilera. So this happened before. And this is exactly where they used to take their post. And all they need to do is just wait things out. If they can actually conquer or dominate over the left side of La Durilera's high ground, nobody can actually overtake them because there's no way for you to go higher when it comes to the level of terrains behind these Xaviers at this point.
But speaking about high, Boom Esports, they took the high ground in the route less taken, it seems. And not only that, look at this. Oh, they're rotating past Patona and they're going to come back from the south up again. Okay. This is a unique rotation because it will surely avoid most teams because by now, based on the timing, they would think that a lot of teams are already like by those high grounds, so they want to avoid that. Very smart by Boom Esports to avoid it. And the circle happened to shift slightly down south. That will allow Boom Esports to have an easier entry in.
This is a tricky circle. There's so many roads in between, those valleys so deep that if you cannot get to those high grounds in time, you can actually resort to taking it at the foot of those mountains and people still can't shoot you down because of how steep the cliffs are. So even if they try to toss those nades, it will take them some time to land one on.
But nobody's landing onto anyone yet. MVKE, however, okay, let's see how high they're going to climb. Oh, Team Secret now passing by. All right. And that's Roy here, and they will park themselves across Roy. So they're not going to engage yet because they know it's not only Roy. There's surely a lot of other teams on the high ground. So if they go in, they take Roy, then there could be a third party that comes in later. So they don't want to face with that. They have a compound that they found. They're fine now. They're in the circle. No reason for them to push.
Yeah, plenty of small shacks and houses around here as well if they want to take covers. But Claw Redface has been going on everything by himself. He's been doing all the job. I mean, he got himself almost two times knocked down, but only managed to secure 1 point by now. But when it comes to his SLR, those bullets will run down, but Vampires here comes against Boom, and the Blues start to close from behind as well, so they need to squeeze into this for Vampires here rushing to his Boom compound, and they got wiped out quite early.
Well, I guess their plan of rotating for Patona in didn't really work for them. Vampire was still waiting. But now Talon and D Xavier, ooh, they got Paragon. Nate's on the other side. And for Talon, they still have a full team. So now they're trying to flush out Nate. They send that Molly across, but it did not hit on Nate, so Nate is still fine on that other building. But this nade by Yoru on point against Nate.
That's huge. It's go time for Talon, but they need to find the rest of the Xaviers. But it's not just them. There's another team coming by. And speaking of another team, eArena, Tony K will have a clash with FaZe Clan. Macquarie's already bleeding on the ground. Red Bull's going to be next. Down to only Sharper to clutch it out. He managed to do 1v2 just now against Tony K and Joker. Where is Mormon? Mormon is here to save the day. Can he actually do it?
Okay, it's going to be a 1v1 and Mormon managed to land a lot of damage on the Sharper. Mormon just needs to rush in. And he will get it. What? Thanks to his teammate as well. NC2 came in from behind. But look who has arrived. BTR third party in to steal away the elimination points, eliminating eArena.
That's crazy. That's crazy. BTR a bit upset they didn't manage to steal those points away. They got finished off by what? Who knows? Because there's nothing that's actually killed off all the rest of eArena players just now. But next we have to focus on VOIN Donkey. They got the circle this time, Cloud, and they tried to just dominate both sides between the street.
Oh, but not only VOIN Donkey, now MEC, they're going to push Team Secret. Okay, but Boki gunned down by Roy. Behind, they didn't expect Roy to be at that building. And now it's going to be Team Secret with a bit of help from Roy. defending this one against MEC. Amazon low, Kido down, GK down. Frankie is the only one here. It's going to be a 1v1 between Frankie and Manzi. Manzi 50% of health with Frankie on the second floor. Manzi taking his time. He is the final player. He needs to clutch this one out. Oh, yes, Amazon to get away there. Amazon managed to heal up back.
Frankie tossed a Molotov straight into Menzi. He knows he's going to go out, but Amazon waiting on the side for the rest of Team Secret to join in. And Amazon managed to make such a cover fire, but unfortunately it's Frankie! Frankie saving the day again. What a play by Frankie today.
That's the D-Saver DNA for you, ladies and gentlemen. Frankie is still an important player for Team Secret. He has to play every round, and he will be the hero. Team Secret will be back as a trio.
Not just that, it was a 2v4 against MEC, and Frankie managed to hold that long while his teammates being shot down from the outside as well. He was holding that all by himself. My God, what a play. GLU climbing up towards the side of TODAK. That's going to be the highest peak there is here. But TODAK 9 is going back to regroup with the team, knowing that the rest of the team of GLU now climbing up and closing the distance. He needs to regroup or he will get shot down here.
And GLU need to force their way into the circle right now. By taking out this fight against TODAK, it's going to be inevitable. GLU, they're going to push it through. And 9 is going to fall back to his teammate Frenzy. They're going to play the high ground game against GLU now. GLU, they're trying to find an advantage. Noel lobs a nade, but 9 repositions himself. That nade will not connect. Second nade into the warehouse and nobody is there. Make that the same for the third nade as well. Now, time is not really on the side of GLU as zone is starting to close now. And GLU, they have to find an opening, but they can't. They don't have the vision against TODAK.
These two teams are not alone. Vikings are climbing up. Look at the right side of the mini-map. They are approaching TODAK on the other end. TODAK, they get sandwiched. If they're not aware that somebody else start to take the fight behind them. Frenzy is not aware about this at all. Nobody's actually watching behind them as GLU will be their main focus right now. I'm waiting for Vikings to be a third party here. Look at how they pulled over, but it's a very slippery slope. It takes them some time. But TODAK, there's so many nades flying by. GLU trying to actually flush up the rest of TODAK. They have those elevations, but the view is obscured by those buildings. It's so difficult for them to get those nades connected, but here comes Vikings.
Oh, and
CelcomDigi Alliance from behind.
CelcomDigi Alliance onto Vikings. So Vikings, they're going to focus on TODAK. CelcomDigi Alliance doing TODAK a little bit of a favor. Now the blue has arrived. It will put pressure onto those two teams. And looks like Olio gunned down. Lots of fights happening at the southern side, but the circle shifts up north, and the south side teams will all need to end this fight soon.
High chance BTR can actually conquer this one circle. They have been spreading out already, while GLU still suffering in the hands of TODAK. Vampires also seems to be on the move as well. But GLU, they're down to only 2 players against 3 of TODAK. Here comes Erangel coming in, but what a shot from KF as KF. Another one bites the dust, leaving Frenzy down to 1 HP. He knows he's somehow connected. He wants to go in and charge, but the corners make it impossible for CelcomDigi Alliance. On the other end, the Vikings being stopped to put on hold before they actually rush towards GLU and TODAK because they are a bit busy themselves. But GLU, they try to recuperate, they try to reset singles for TODAK, but they are already cooking up the nade for Frenzy. Here comes the nade to his side of GLU.
Okay, reset for these two teams. Reset right now. But they have to make it fast. Look at the blue. It's chasing onto them. They will receive the wrath of the blue right now. 9 is still down. But 9 back up again. But because he received damage from the blue, as well, the nade for Stickley. We'll put him back down onto the ground. Frenzy fights back. Frenzy gets a double. But GLU, they have enough people. They have enough manpower to take out TODAK.
Stickley. What a clutch just now to go against the entire crew of TODAK, who was actually winning. But Stickley, can he still stick to his guns here? As CelcomDigi Alliance, the moment they picked out, who was that shooting down on there? Was it the Vampires? Was it the Vikings? It was the Vampires butting into CelcomDigi Alliance clear view. And that somehow saves Stickley for a bit, but not much longer as they've been booted out of this lobby.
Now we are at the top 8 teams here. All the teams starting to rack in placement points, including Vampire Esports now with 6 elimination points. They should be able to get into the circle. Not going to be a problem for them. Nobody's going to stop them from entering. But Claw is going to stop Moon T from coming up and entering the circle.
I haven't seen any BTR players yet. So far, we do know they've been fanning out on the other side of a circle. And so far, nobody ever reached out to them yet. Vikings, Wunty, he needs to budge. But that's so difficult for him to see what's on top of it. There's also Team Secret right across him. He couldn't pick out.
And Wunty, like what you said, because he couldn't pick out, he can't get enough information, but it doesn't matter. He actually came for Zero's Team Secret from behind. And Claw, they failed to secure that elimination point. Right now, they're going to trade it back by trying to get the members of Team Secret, but they're in the same position of not able to see Team Secret clearly.
Now, Claw have to deal with Team Secret or Talon right next to them. But, the moment they want to see Team Secret, try to pick out shots coming up from right on top of them. So, Claw, they have to tread this very carefully. They're walking on eggshells, and you need to reload on that Scar L as well. Yep, there you go. But for the side of Claw, whether they want to go way towards the northern side, which is quite empty right now, and Vampire seems to be in a very peaceful moment. I don't think there's any other teams nearby.
Yeah, they've all been cleared out, especially the southern teams earlier. Ooh. But now, since they don't have the circle, when they move forward, they'll meet with VOIN Donkey first, or maybe when CelcomDigi Alliance, depending on where they want to put focus on. But on screen, we're going to focus on the Claw from the northern side, trying to get in. In front of them, it's going to be Talon and BTR. But the furthest one away right now, the most difficult one is going to be Team Secret. Not only they're on the lower ground, they have 3 teams waiting for them in front.
That's kind of tough. I mean, a Team Secret, they have to pick a fight there. There's no way free in. There's no free entry for any of these guys. But for Team Secret, they have to resort to CelcomDigi Alliance poking them on the side. If they try to run away, next it's going to be Talon taking them down. So they have to pick their poison. Which one is easier for them to deal with? None of them seems to be giving any free entry for the side of Team Secret. But CelcomDigi Alliance, last time they saw where Vampire's at. So they are a bit segregated regarding their focus, whether to focus on Team Secret or Vampires.
Yeah, they have to pick their poison now. And it's going to be now Team Secret also picking their poison, okay? If they move front, it's going to be Claw. Let's see who will they go for. Okay, Talon's there as well. Talon will try to stop them. Now Nades being cooked up by Zeros. Nuzi on the other side managed to get Sata from BTR. Okay, this is Zeros sending his nade across, but nobody's home. And Talon with another nade, this time on the Zeros, cuts his health down to 50%. Team Secret, they're running out of time. The blue is going to close in onto them.
I just hope they really have enough utilities to pop the smoke and rush towards either Claw or Talon at this point. They don't have any other options right now to enter into this circle. If they got themselves that chicken dinner, it will be one big run with their position right now. This is going to be the most bitter position there is amongst all the teams inside of this circle.
Okay, zone time. Look at Team Secret, they're running out of space. Frankie gets gunned down by CelcomDigi Alliance Jimmy. Okay, they're around the corner as well. Interesting. Super duper tough right now for Team Secret to cut in. Back on the Team Secret. Okay, the revive is happening. They still have a little bit of time. But the bigger question is how they're going to enter right now. Okay, CelcomDigi Alliance from the side. He runs in. Look, almost got him. Team Secret not in it yet. And now with the smoked up buddy, it's going to be even more difficult for them as Look is still looking at them from the corner.
Oh, they managed to squeeze in there, but at the last minute, Jimmy managed to knock down on Frankie, the man that managed to clutch, a big clutch just now, but it's doable for them to revive with a small heal will cover their position for the time being. But CelcomDigi Alliance, they open fire way too much and way too long, giving so much opportunity for Talon to seek them out. Trying to fire back against Jimmy right now, but CelcomDigi Alliance, they have to divide themselves into 2 parts. Half of them will have to deal with Talon, if not, they get bombarded from behind.
And now, Team Secret, somehow they managed to slide into the circle. This is crazy by Team Secret. The level of survivability that they have, man. The will to survive, just gotta give it to Team Secret. But they still need to deal with Talon. And also hope for the circle to be not too far away from them. But it will go to the middle, and Team Secret will still need to track forward.
Now, lucky for them, Claw actually moved away from their initial position. That gives some space for Team Secret to push forward, unless Claw decided to make a U-turn. Now, that's going to be dicey for them.
Yeah, that's going to be super duper hard. But it's also kind of hard for BTR to look at where they're at right now, out in the open. The only thing that's covering them now is the smoke. But once the smoke goes out, then they'll be super exposed to Vampire Esports. And they're not in the circle at all. Okay, one vehicle blown up. They have another vehicle, but the question is how they're going to push through. Satar is on the other side, across the road. It's going to be even harder for Satar to cut it across. Tony K gets snaked. And Tony K will be the one to finish him off. Wow, the counter fire came in from Federales to knock down Tony K.
Out there goes the smoke popped out by Shrap. Shrap's going to reach out towards Tony K, but here comes Satar. Satar going to run them down. And for the Railers, don't waste any more time. Remember, he got that knocked down. He's straight away going for the push. But VOIN Donkey coming up from behind. This two team might meet their demise very soon now. It's VOIN Donkey will steal those points away. Satar managed to finish off on Swaps. Newsy will have to hold the line by himself right now as Tony K still bleeds out. And VOIN Donkey coming up from behind. But he still managed to fight back. While Team Secret now going against Claw. But Newsy on that has still survived.
And VOIN Donkey, they're actually doing BTR a favor. Man, by backstabbing onto Vampire Esports, but now it's going to be Newsy. Lord Newsy to do it. Oh, but here comes Claw. Claw is coming too.
Claw is hot in the tails of BTR. They got surrounded completely right now. Federales, Satar, they just barely make a reset. Federales, and then it's going to be going down. Claw, next their target, it's going to be none other than what's facing. That's going to be Vampires. Thanks to Claw, though, Vampires managed to survive just slightly tidbit longer. But we're down to the 4 teams with 2 teams having a full squad. And Claw already secured 11 eliminations by now.
Whew, and they're not stopping yet with the full team. They can continue on, but Bubuku is alone here. Axel driving around and Bubuhu managed to land it, but actually it came from Redface, who gave the support fire from afar onto Bubuhu, knocking out Axel. But Jimmy OP will steal away the point.
It's not done yet. Claw, they're spreading out. Bubuhu a bit separated from the rest. He's trying to get to the off angle of Talon. Actually, he's super aware regarding this. He's getting his eyes wide open to make sure nobody will advance from Talon's side. But there's also CelcomDigi Alliance. Don't forget about them. Don't disregard them just yet. And VOIN Donkey too. VOIN Donkey, despite they only have 2 players, they can backstab anybody if they're not aware.
Achul gets Jimmy OP. Okay, now Claw in the circle. It's going to be Bubuku. He's Yoru. Sprays on the Yoru, but Yoru does have CelcomDigi Alliance to deal with as well on the other side. And Yoru, at least he managed to get himself into the circle. CelcomDigi Alliance is still not in it. Yoru is fine right now. He will be the marker for his teammates to follow up. But Claw, they're still busy with VOIN Donkey. Here comes the nade to Claw.
Oh, then they're going to respond with the nade as well, coming up from VOIN Donkey. Consulate and Potato left here. I do see Bubuhu running out of his bullet. I think he's asking for Zuxi just now for those bullets. But Consulate now burning by the Molotov, and the nades will not stop raining towards Consulate. There's no way out with CelcomDigi Alliance aiding Claw from behind. Now Potato, how can he survive this? 2 teams focusing towards the side of VOIN Donkey. They know who will be the biggest threat. That will be the teams that's not been focused before, and now suddenly out of nowhere they're under the radar. But CelcomDigi Alliance is so where Claw was shooting against and trying to shut down a VOIN Donkey, which will they be eliminated with 1 elimination right now. But look at the spread coming up from Claw. They are opening their view and their space right now, making it so difficult for the teams to shut them down.
And they want to add to their elimination count right now of 11. Looking for more. They're managing multiple teams at the same time. CelcomDigi Alliance 2 players. They do have a ditch right now. But Adi, look! Needed Arjul. But the point stolen away by Redface. And another point stolen. Now 12 eliminations for Claw.
And they ain't stopping for the side of Claw right now. As much as they can, they will try to get it. CelcomDigi Alliance down to 2 players. They have very limited supply and amount of firepower. Now with Olio being chipped down to 30% of HP, here comes another nade. But he will not miss a look. Chip down to 50 HP. Now Claw, they did not realize there's still Boy Chill in there. With the Molotov, will try to stop the movement of CelcomDigi Alliance. Olio managed to knock down on Zuxi. He managed to get it off angle. But there's still plenty of Claw players they have to deal with.
And here comes the blue, forcing CelcomDigi Alliance to come out of that ditch. They're going to show themselves to Claw soon. But Zuxi is still down though. But they must not forget that TALON is still in this. Boychill is still in the game. Boychill could be the kingmaker. And Leo will make Google out for Boychill. But nothing will stop Claw's players from finally slaying it to get the chicken dinner.
Boo-Boo, who is running low with the ammunition, and Redface make sure he got everyone covered. Zuxi was being eliminated early on. He was way satisfied. The fact that the one that took him down got completely decimated in the hands of none other than Claw. But what a play and what a battle we just witnessed just now in Miramar.
Oof, what a tight battle it was. I mean, from the terrain to the number of teams, number of players. Oh man, that was a feast earlier on. It was so technical, but Claw, they had the man advantage. And we're going to relieve the best final blow moments here, ladies and gentlemen. CelcomDigi Alliance, they were still able to secure a few extra eliminations before they went out. And Claw, well, after that, it was like 3v1, 2v1. They had the numbers across and they wrapped things up by scoring that chicken dinner. But look at Redface eliminations. 9 eliminations by himself.
I have to give it Claw. That was way too clean and very clinical approach towards that very tough fight, uneven terrain. And Redface, there's no stopping this guy. Once he's on the rush, there's no stopping this monster. 1,619 damage. With that elimination, he should have that much at least. That is too much damage by one particular player. Despite Boo-Boo, who he was trying to keep the pressure on since no elimination, but he did make all the other players out of their hiding spot, so Redface can actually shoot them from off angle. But how much confidence can you have to spread out like that? Let's rewatch Claw. Amazing eliminations.
If Redface is not the MVP, I'm out of here. Claw, what a performance it was. 15 eliminations brought here. He had the top 4 teams, CelcomDigi Alliance, TALON, and Vampire Esports. Looks like having Newsy in the lineup is not that bad at all.
I agree. Definitely a comeback from Newsy, and welcome back Newsy into the PMSL. But for Claw, they really clawed all their openings and ripped their heart out just now. But regardless of that, CelcomDigi Alliance, they did manage to defend it to position for a very long time. I feel the hardest one to get in and the hardest team to go through that the previous Miramar map was actually Team Secret. That was a difficult round for them.
Yeah, absolutely right, with so many teams in front of them. But it was an exciting round for Redface, as he is surely the MVP. 9 eliminations, 1,619 damage with a 23% hit rate on headshots. what a player this is. He did put up a very strong performance during the group stages last week, and he's still able to put up a strong performance here in the Super Weekend. What a player this is. Red Face. This guy is potentially in the running as well to be the FMVP if he continues like this.
And he ninja'd himself so much, nobody realized he's shooting them from afar. Only barely over 100 damage received at that. 25 points by Claude. This will definitely push them up as a top contender to set the benchmark for our Smash Rule match point. Now, for CelcomDigi Alliance, they're definitely going to be in the middle pack, but they definitely will end up in the top 5, I assume. Vampires, at least we do see some improvement after News is getting in. TALON with 20 points. There's going to be 14 to double digit, but sadly, boom, after such a phenomenal start of the day, and suddenly they boom to 0.
Yeah, they got to start sharing the points, right? If not, it will be too OP. So 0 points. So that means the points that could potentially be taken by Boom, it's spread out. But that doesn't mean that they will lose number 1. They're still there, 57 points, but the gap is only 8 points between them and Claw now. But we also have to give it to Team Seeker. Let's not forget about them. No chicken dinner, no problem at top 3.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Team Secret, the teams should be watched out for, because if you compare with all the top 5 teams, they are having the least amount of position points up there. Their elimination points is as much as Boom. That speaks something itself.
Yeah, so that's how they make up to it, right? Like, we just go for eliminations. They're only 1 elimination behind Boom, like what you mentioned. So whatever brings to the points, that's okay, right? They keep it close. They keep it tight there at the number 1. So whatever the match point will be tomorrow, at least they're not far away from that. That's on page 1. But on page 2, Roy, now the only team with a single digit.
Kind of stuck themselves down there. They're being eliminated quite early, multiple times right now. And we saw early on they were running away from multiple teams. Despite we don't have too much of hot drops early on, but the moment they want to go for the second checkpoints, that's where they're being surprised by other teams' attack out of nowhere. But even for Boom, right, it's been quite a stagnant for their progress of point. We've seen them 2 times at 57 points. And if they don't budge from those points, you might actually have in the 60s with 1 more map remaining to be the Smash Rule match point tomorrow.
And it looks like the trend today is that if you want to score a chicken dinner, you have to be the team with like red-ish colors on your logo. Happen to be for Boom, FaZe Clan, Xavier, and Claw. And these are the chicken dinner teams here today. 1 more Miramar to go, and then we will set the match point for tomorrow, which is plus 10 from the number 1 team. But speaking about setting, set your calendars for the PMSL SEA Summer Finals venue.
Yep, don't forget it's going to be tomorrow for you to grab your free tickets for the 2025 PMSL Summer at Basket Hall GBK Jakarta. Take a day off, take plenty of day off, take a week off, and go enjoy yourself, not just the cuisine of Indonesia, but also make sure that you have your hands on this booth ASAP. I don't know if Claw actually, do we have Claw booth? We don't.
Oh, we don't. But we do have other amazing booths. TALON, RRQ, GLU Squad, Alter Ego, Boom Esports, BTR, VOIN Donkey, and the most important booth of all is our official sponsor for the PMSL SEA Summer this season, which is TECNO, where you can win team merchandise. Maybe you can get Claw merchandises there. We don't know. You got to find out yourselves. And also snap photos with your favorite teams and also players at the TECNO booth while checking out the phone itself, ladies and gentlemen. So 1 more game to go to.
If Boom can score another big one, that's going to be a huge benchmark for tomorrow, man.
Yeah. If they can score this chicken dinner, then yeah, the benchmark will be pretty interesting. But if they don't, and like a team like maybe from behind that scores it, then the benchmark is small. So that means that it opens up more opportunities for a lot more teams to reach match point after the first game tomorrow.
Right now with only 57, not really only, there's still plenty. 57 points pretty much is doable for anybody to take over that plus 10, 67 points. I'm scared to say it, but I wish it's a close gap because that's where we get to see the fun part going on for Smash Roll, right? It's everybody's game. And I wish it's going to be the team at the very bottom, Roy, to catch up for the numbers and can secure the last chicken dinner here.
Yeah, so if Roy suddenly comes up with that chicken dinner and also taking in a lot of elimination points together with him, basically pulling up the points there. And then subsequently, if it's like, okay, we're going to make it more dramatic, like Roy and whoever's number 15, 14, and so on, basically the back teams take away all the top spots in the final round today, then it's going to be tight. That also means that after the first match tomorrow, we might see more teams hitting the match point, hence higher chance of it to be smashed earlier tomorrow.
Yeah, whoever get the chicken first, after the first match, of course, because the first match is not eligible yet for the Smash Rule to be applicable. It's all about getting over that match point for the first. Sometimes we always hope that the chicken will be getting over by the teams that's close to the match point. They always get the first chicken, which did not qualify them to end the game. But we're going to have to wait and see how big the gap will be. And I really wish this last Miramar map will be taken by the teams on the second page.
Yeah, then it will make the points close and dramatic for tomorrow, right? The fun part is to see like the points close. The maybe not so fun part is to see like, oh, one team just goes all the way and then, you know, it's only one team dominating. Then yeah, it's not that tight. We like to see a tight one to the very, very end. So tomorrow, maximum up to 8 games. I do notice that some people are still asking about like, oh, how does the Smash Rule work, right? So it can go up to 8 games. Maximum. So if nobody smashes it by game number 8, it will still end and like normal points would apply. But if anybody meets the match point first of plus 10 of whatever number 1 team gets here, then they score the chicken dinner in the following round. The day ends, whatever position is locked in. So it could come from any of our teams to focus here.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, almost close enough for us. And we get to see a different version of Vampires with Nuzi coming in now. They definitely have improvement with them going up the ladder. But yeah, Boom. I mean, if they scored this chicken, it's going to be difficult for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, if they score this, then they will have a gap. Well, of course, it depends like Team Secret and Claw, how they perform as well. But assuming that they don't perform well, then they will have that one game cushion that could give them like, oh, we could be the only team who reach match point after the first game tomorrow and the only team that could smash it in game 2. We haven't got a game 2 smash yet. So based on track record, last season, it was RRQ at game 8 and last week was Vampire Esports at game 5. We haven't got anything below that yet. But who knows, it might happen this week because teams are really starting to adapt and learn how to play the Smash rules. So that potentially could happen. But of course, that's the conversation for tomorrow. For today, we're going to set the match point in this final game in Miramar.
It's gonna be the last Miramar of our first day of Super Sunday week number 2 here. And I just wanted to mention, I just want to bring up the topic about you mentioned the Smash Roll last season. I mean, we did go down all the way to the 8th games, but it still got smashed by RRQ by the very last minute too. Speaking of dramatic.
Yeah, it went all the way there. It almost like, okay, yeah, you smash it. But the benefit was that they automatically get number 1 and then everyone else gets locked in. But yeah, it's not as like, oh, is it going to end here? Because it's already the last game anyway. The difference is that it's just, oh, they get pushed to number 1 or they don't. That's all.
You remind me and let me relive my PTSD for the Xaviers that time. You know, they were the one that's closest for the Smash Roll. They got the first chicken though. And then all they need to do is score another chicken and they could not do it for the entire day.
Yeah, I clearly remember that moment. That was the Miramar moment that they came very, very close to smashing it. But yeah.
No, they came very close too many times, almost every single round.
Okay. Well, I clearly remember that one. You clearly remember more than me, as I have a goldfish brain. But yeah, I mean, yeah, you can hit the match point, but if you can't score the chicken dinner, then it's still like, eh.
It was so frustrating. That was the first time we implemented this smash rule, right? So everybody was super excited. Go, you can do it. We just want to see the smash rule happening, but it just failed every single time. And what's not failing us is going to be this circle. This circle, I do wish it dragged all the way down to Platoon as we get a glimpse of it for once.
Oh, we're going to have a glimpse of Kim coming back. And you guys can have a glimpse of the grand finals as well. Don't forget to grab your tickets tomorrow at the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports. And the grand finals will be happening next week, Friday until Sunday. And Sunday obviously is the day that we will see the team, whoever it is, to lift the trophy and the top 3 teams to move on to PMWC.
We're back about the game. Roy, come on, you can do this. Just one time, Roy. Make it fun. Oh, Vaxi and Zeta. Swapping places. I mean, usually we get to see Vaxi and Zeta actually play together, but they want to let Consulate to be. I think he probably will be one of the play. Another task for him once more. So if it actually can execute it and bring the numbers up for the team, I think he's probably going to play in the grand finals here.
Oh, and Ryan's coming back as well for the last game today, giving him a run out here in preparation for whatever they're going to plan or do for tomorrow to hopefully smash it. So we're going to get Ryan, Razy, Sata, Federales. Okay, this lineup. So we haven't got the mix that you wish for yet, like having Snape and Ryan playing together. Maybe in the future.
I think they're saving the best for the last, that kind of lineup. But maybe it can, break the team chemistry in that terms, because there's too many wild frag in that terms, because you have Federales always going wild, and then you're going to have Ryan who also craving for blood, and you put in Snape in that. That's going to be a whole team of really havoc bloodthirsty players.
Yeah, that will be fun, because based on the stats, yeah, they bring a lot of firepower to them. Yeah. Maybe if they want to smash it, they would do that. I don't know. Or maybe if they want to catch the match point, they would do that tomorrow. So you sometimes won't know what BTR would do, because they have such a solid lineup that it feels like whoever that you put in the lineup, it doesn't matter. They will still be able to put up a good performance.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Razy is the IGL, right?
Mm-hmm.
For BTR. So imagine Razy to control these 3 bloodthirsty monsters to give them the call outs. It's gonna be crazy hard.
That's where he needs to be the gangster, So if you,
Razy is too kind for that.
Maybe he's like like Lambo, It's like, okay, he's very kind on the outside, like he can have fun, he can do whatever. But when it comes to the game, he's like a totally different person. He's the gangster in game. Maybe he's that kind. So Razy's that kind.
General?
Oh, yeah.
General kind of vibe. He needs to grow a mustache and a beard for that. Then he can play that part. Right now, he looks too nice. He looks too nice right now.
Okay, so there's a message to Razy. If you can grow facial hair, please do it, because Choo Choo likes guys with facial hair.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah, there you go. Except for Stone. Stone is the only one that gets a pass.
Yep. Don't forget about Captain Jack Newsy too. I mean, we've seen a better comeback here from Newsy, but we want to see more. We want to see the old version of Newsy. I kind of missed that a lot though.
I know what he's missing now. He's missing his Jack Sparrow makeup.
He still have it on.
Not as much. He need like, thicker eyeliners. Then he will become the Newsy from Infinity.
Hey, He got the bling bling on his neck. I mean, that's more than enough than the ticker eyeliner. But Redface just now was a complete monster.
Wow.
He was obliterating and decimating the entirety of PUBG Mobile players. I don't know if he can actually do the same thing again. But this is Redface. He's unpredictable.
So he's the number 1 average eliminations, number 1 average damage. Ooh, okay.
Not so much for assist.
Yeah, I mean, they don't need him to assist. He just needs to secure the points. Much better than assist, because assist is like the sad award, right? Like, you don't get anything.
He's like a good friend.
But he's clearly
With
not.
you,
now.
first contact made. Nobody being taken out yet. BTR almost completely lost their first player just now. But I think it was a very long shot. But eArena closing the distance. eArena suddenly out there hunting people down.
Ooh, okay. I mean, they're at 19 points now, and if they want to close the gap before we lock in the points, yeah. Will be a good time for them to try to hunt and try to gain those elimination points, but not really yet. They could play this strategically and try to get a good place in the circle.
Now, we talked about Tony K versus Tony K. I see the difference now. Now, Tony K, when it comes to tracking, he's way cleaner and more experienced at that. Even though there's smokes in between, he still can shoot people down. Tony K is more to a straightforward player where he prefers confrontation instead. There's two very different plays out there between these two players. But Claw, they want to do the same thing they did, shooting people from above.
But eArena shot first on the BTR, bringing them the first blood. Okay. That's a start, getting Satar. So normally Satar is in a support position, so he could have been found alone by eArena and now eliminated. So they'll be playing the rest of the round without Satar. Circle! Patona, come on. You can do it.
Oh,
there's still a bit of Patona!
We might actually get it for once. Please stay south all the way. I just hope it won't ping pong all the way up there. But with this river in between, it means there's going to be lesser space for 16 teams to squeeze in. Everybody will try to fight around Valdemar area.
Okay, we gotta get a replay. That's how they found Satar alone. Okay, I just want to give a disclaimer that I had Korean popcorn chicken today. It was quite salty. And yeah, hence salty mouth we're getting at least now stage 2 battle.
Because Patuna look like chicken popcorns?
I mean, it looks like a piece of chicken popcorn, yeah.
It does look
making
like
me
a
hungry
biscuit at a certain point.
Oh no, let's not have the food conversation now. Not until it's over.
I don't mind. But we have to switch our attention to the players. CelcomDigi Alliance and TODAK. Real, that 7 bullet will not do anything.
Okay, but maybe Adeluke with the Nick can do something. Okay, cook this one up. Okay, not yet. It's good to save it for now. But look at the amount of teams here. We got 5 teams around the area. Everybody wants to be the king of the hill.
Minas the Valley, just outskirts of Valdemar, and that's a lot of valleys to go through. We're talking about the uneven terrain. It's so ridiculously hard for them to actually find any good shot here. Now, Xerus, yeah. I think these are up and rising players, Xerus. Frankie, I love this combination right now coming from Team Secret. They should stick with this lineup.
Oh yeah, I'm a fan of Frankie. I think that he is a very important player for the lineup, and he needs to play every single round. I mean, you have the Xavier DNA in him. So whatever it is, he definitely brings skill, experience to the team. So he has to play every round. And with that, look at this. Team Secret, 41 points, number 3. Not too bad.
Now, speaking of Xaviers, I think they need Chua right now to do that as well for the team.
Oh.
Yeah, Chua is one of those insane players that can actually go so wild, unpredictable.
Yeah. It's so wild that they even made content out of him.
Really?
Oh, farewell, Chua. 1 week later, welcome back, Chua. I mean, come on.
But he did so great.
oh, he's that good, and within 1 week they re-sign him, right? Or maybe it's like, Xavier, because they don't change their lineup, everyone does. And everyone has like their team announcement. Xavier's like,
They want to do something.
yeah, we want to join the party too, right? Like, so Chua, you're the guy. We'll fire you and we'll hire you again.
Just for the sake of story. There you go. I would love that to happen once more. Chua, you're signing off again and we're signing you back tomorrow. But with that circle still comprises a bit of Patona, but the river will make it such a hindrance for the teams. Nobody coming up from the southern side unless some teams willing to go for an adventure. I mean, Vikings want to drop themselves there early on, but now everybody have a very little space with only one team can win, 16 teams to squeeze in that very small space. That's not going to be enough.
Yeah, that means it's going to be fun for us to watch. Though we're not going to get the Patona circle, but that's fine. This circle is okay. The Team Secret, they're finding it okay. The fact that they got a knock onto a member of Boom, that's 0 on the other side. And the other members of Boom, okay. One of them on the high ground though. But alone, if he's able to get something, it will be great. But it's going to be Trong first, securing it onto 0. Okay, that's Bombay here on the high ground. Okay,
Hate me, guys.
Opportunity.
Hate me, guys, but I want Boo to be out from the lobby right now because I don't want the gap too big, because tomorrow you're going to be super dramatic if Boom will be taken out early. But with this high view, Pombit can actually secure so many points from above.
He's trying to get GK. Okay, but GK will be healing up behind. Oh, wait a second. Mastery with a mini 14 got GK. Okay, now he's been held hostage. Okay, the smoke will buy him some time. But, oh wait, the point stolen by Zuxi.
Claw is actually across all the ways from Patona, because there's no way for you to be around the water to actually push those bullets from there. Boom realized, hey, we're actually not in the circle. They need to actually move forward because they are taking the hiding spot for Team Secret with a couple of structures in between. But here comes the teams of Boom closing in the gap. Team Secret, they're quite spreading out here, far from each other.
Tapping away with mini 14 is Frankie. As Boom Esports, they will push on to the 2 players of Team Secret. Frankie might not get a good view, but then again, Zerus is there. Zerus got 1. Zerus to finish up Pombit. Now it's going to be Yummy pretty low. Comes in. He tries to move forward, but Yummy is ready with the S12K. 1 more to go. Behind that smoke is Zerus. Yummy reloading. And here comes Mastery as well. With probably a Mastery nade. Cooking it up.
Wait,
Zerus
Yummy!
pushing forward, but Yummy will make good work out of him.
Him is Yummy within the smoke. He was proning down, so Yummy was playing it smart. But at a cost for the side of Boom as well, they have heavy casualty next. It's going to be the Xaviers versus CelcomDigi Alliance. This is going to be a different angle entirely. Those high grounds getting into fight as well. Adik look down to 20% of HP, but the circle, shrink center, there you go. But it's going to be Claw going back to Minas de Valley. They just arrived Patona, but they have to leave again.
Yeah, they were banking on the circle to go all the way down south, but it didn't happen. But at the same time, a lot of teams trying to take the high ground. We have Xavier, we have CelcomDigi Alliance here on our screen. Olio very, very low, has to be extra careful. Adi Luke will get Parajin. At the same time, in another place, FaZe Clan, GLU squad, Roy in a 3-way fight.
Roy managed to finish off GLU with the help of FaZe Clan just now. But I think it's going to be them versus FaZe Clan next. The Xaviers versus the CelcomDigi Alliance. Nate down to 30% of HP. Lamborghini got shot down in an instant the moment he stands up. It's going to be Adik Luke. He needs to deal with Adik Luke first. But Talon's just arrived. And the Xaviers got sandwiched in between. Look at how many teams swarming around the Xaviers. There's no way out for them.
Oh, it doesn't help that the circle is not here. So many teams on the outside right now with the zone starting to close. And Talon looking at TODAK. TODAK's on the edge of the circle with the compound. So they will be the one to try to stop these 2 teams from coming in. But Talon, they're going to focus onto the Xavier. Yoru will be at the forefront. Yoru, M4, shoots, will not score yet.
Lamborghini reposition himself. At least they managed to reset. The moment the blue zone hits, everybody disperse and they try to get themselves regrouping around a different angle. But Levi just cutting across in between Talon. I don't know what was he thinking, but Nate hoping somehow Levi will fish out all the players of Talon so he can shoot it from behind, but Talon's not taking the bait. They're gonna be on the move as the Boy Chill spotted out these Avers. Levi waiting on the other end. That's why they're leaving him behind, but Boy Chill will be shot down by a different team entirely. I think that's gonna be TODAK.
Oh, he managed to dance around with the vehicle. Now, he'll try to escape this one. Atul gets frenzy from TODAK. And Red Face gunned down, but Bobohu gets consulate. Looks like multiple fights happening elsewhere as well. Here we have it on screen. It's going to be TODAK with Levi's on the lower ground. Tam will be together with Real. And the pickup will happen right now while 9 will play the Watchman role.
TODAK. It might get finished off. Lamborghini position with the DBS. Now going in straight towards the man that being revived by Real just now. But he's running low with his helmet. It's going to be shredded completely. TODAK, they try to play around the corners and buy time, but Lamborghini finish him off straight away. 9 just arrived. Real still bleeding out. 9 going in for the push with a UMP. And bullets need to be reload. While Lamborghini will be revived by Nate, who just arrived, but he couldn't even reach out. Levi is a bit too far, and he got knocked down. He got ambushed by Talon. There's no way these Xaviers can get out of that, and they will be booted out as well. Next, TODAK versus Talon. It's 1v4 here.
Okay, time for 9 to push it up to 10 right now. He needs a 10 out of 10 performance here against Talon. 9 with the UMP, not the most clutchable weapon. His other weapon is a Mini 14. So mostly dependent on his UMP right now against Talon, unless he can swap weapons with his teammate. But from the back, he's being shot at. It is the Vikings now from the back, eliminating Real. Now 9 needs to take care of his back as well.
I thought it's going to be Secret, but Secret will sit this one out. But Vikings the one hiking up just next to Secret just now. But the circle will shrink. It will be Roy. I feel like it's going to be Roy's circle here, but it's still going to be in it. And they got the highest ground down there. We're hoping for Roy to actually get this chicken. While Claw managed to leave Batuna, but they were going to be Voin donkey around the foot of the mountain. The battle resumes for those coming up from the right side and outside of safe zone.
Oh, this is going to be a messy fight here with the Vikings coming in. They get Achol and Yoru gets Woonji. They're going to trade it off. As Skins behind the smoke. Okay, Yoru's right in front of him. Now, Nate lopped across by Yoru. He repositioned himself. He's on 9. 9 eliminated. That is the end of TODAK. Number 12, 4 elimination points now for Yoru. Can he actually put in a performance here against MVKE? They are not in the zone yet. 10 more seconds before the blue starts to close. There's another team behind these two teams. But Axel, now at the forefront with the DBS. The smoke will buy him a little bit more time as Superman navigates around. Superman sees his target, dancing around with the shotgun, trying to get Yoru. Yoru very low, and Superman will get him.
He needs to swap, but never mind that. Finally, Superman will be shut down by Talon. Axel, the cover fight from behind. There were multiple players of Talon left. And all they need to do is just pick back Yoru up and go straight into the safe zone. But Team Secret's waiting there, still watching them and hoping for them to pass by them afterwards. MEC, there's still 3 players remaining, but they will have to force the fight and gatekeep a FaZe Clan from entering in. And FaZe Clan, like it or not, the only way in is to go through and through MEC. With the smoke-up vehicle that won't last any much longer, we still have Roy inside of that. MEC, they have to be extra careful.
At least MEC, they're playing in the circle, so they have a little bit more time. Maybe not much time here for Frankie to find a player of Team Secret. And Talon, they're looking for him. They don't know where exactly he is. Frankie with the nade. 2, 1, lobs it across. Get pushed down! Frankie comes in, finishes up immediately. What a nade!
Frankie nailed it. Oh, what a time. Well, perfect time hand grenade. And he actually did the last one behind, so they cannot make a U-turn for that. But for Vampires, they're being charged in by Talon. The moment Talon left and leave their members being bombarded by Secret, that's going to be the end of another player. Down to only Yoru. He tossed a nade, hoping to connect on Nuzi. It did somehow knock him down and finish it off straight away. Shrubs versus Yoru. Who's the better player here?
1v1 right now. Traps and Yoru, S12K versus S12K. And Yoru navigating around the outside, coming in on the inside. And Yoru is the one that's the better player. Yoru, the hero for Talon.
They managed to survive, but 1 play remaining for Yoru. We have to hit it back for BTR next. Yoru, can you do it again? 2v1. He tried to reset. He's down to 30% of HP. He didn't even have time to reset, for Durales is the best player among those 3.
Oh man, it's going to go crazy right now at the north. Look at this. 4 teams here. 8 more seconds before the zone shifts. It's going to be insane. Get yourself prepared, ladies and gentlemen. Surely the circle will move away, and it will move away from all those teams. They need to fight their way to get in.
Now, Roy do have the advantage of the high ground. They will try to shut down on FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, they have to get in. But Roy somehow, even though they got the advantage, BTR is waiting on the other end. I don't know if they want to be into this business, but Carl, we do know how he can get those off angles. But it's versus Red Bull. This is not going to be an easy feat for them, but Red Bull, as always, managed to knock down on Mango. But he's down to 10% of HP. Oh, it's not going to be enough. As we talk about Hui Kwang and Carl combination was lethal.
And look at this, you. Roy's already at 8 eliminations. Okay. They are starting to tune out the engines. But right now, their next challenge is to get into the circle with BTR in front.
Okay, they managed to deal with a FaZe Clan. Now next BTR. BTR Federalis is on fire. Can they distinguish or extinguish that fire right now? But Frankie! No! The one and only legendary Team Secret player taken out by Razy.
Oh well, he did put up a good performance earlier on, but number 4 is not too bad for Team Secret. With 4 elimination points, that's okay for them. And now, we'll see how VOIN Donkey will deal with Tony K up top. But not to worry about VOIN Donkey. I mean, they're in the circle, they don't really need to push it. The one that needs to push it in is probably going to be eArena now. And Roy managed to make it in.
Don't forget about Claw. They're still up there. They're still alive with 4 men. They have been quiet all this while. Where are Claw? Because they've been peeking from above and stabbing people from behind multiple times. So they are watching. Trust me, they are observing all these players and waiting things out.
Yeah, okay, now you asked about them. They show up on screen. Next to BTR on the south. But the first mission is to hike up to the high ground. And then they'll think about dealing with BTR. At least get a good position for themselves. At least cross the road where Pubuhu is currently at. It'll be a problem for them as they have a marker in front and they do have vehicles. Redface is the one at the forefront right now, trying to scout out as much information as possible, while BTR playing without Satar. Made it into top 5 so far.
But VOIN Donkey know exactly where Claw is right now. They will keep it themselves aware regarding Claw's position and how their movement will be. But for BTR, they definitely want to just jump over this hill and get over there to its Claw's side. But there's so many buildings in between. Roy, on the other hand, this circle still comprises a bit of this compound, so they're quite safe. And if BTR are starting to fight against Claw, they might actually try to push from above, while eArena is the odd one out. They haven't climbed down their high horses because they're still inside of a circle anyway.
And speaking about that circle, it will shift in about 10 more seconds. Roy currently still has this compound. BTR knows that they're there. Nade sent onto the outside of the fence, but nobody's home. Circle might not favor Roy no more. And this compound will not be valuable. Now that Circle have shifted and BTR can play from the inner side, they can't wait for Roy to come out.
Roy, this is going to be tough. They sandwich between eArena. Unless they start to move, it's going to be a different story. But I feel like Moment want to take Roy out as well. So Roy, they have middle ground, while eArena, that's a huge advantage where they're standing. Look at how the spread of eArena. Joker gained so much information about BTR for the Relics position, even including Razy. Look at how he tried to pick out multiple times right now. While Roy, it forced them to use those smokes up straight away. They need to get out of that house ASAP.
Ooh, and BTR got a little bit of assist from eArena from the high ground. And BTR, okay, Ryan, gun down. Okay, Ryan. Oh, points stolen away by Redface. Again, it's Redface the one that steals away the points. Redface gunned down this time by Moment. But Pipeng is there together with him. He should be back up soon.
Now they kind of overpicked themselves for Claw. Joker keeping them a tight eye, and Moment as well. Razy just randomly tossing it, hoping it will somehow connect to Roy players. But due to that car, he can get revived by Mango. And Roy is back up with 3 players here. eArena, they're not spreading out yet, but bang! Double down with a nade.
On point need by Pepeng. 5 eliminations now for Claw. And that will create a little bit more space for Roy to move forward. But now they have eArena in front of them. Hui Kwang gunned down, but Kai is there together with him. But the back of them is the blue. Oh, this nade. Oh, damage on the car. And this is stage 7 blue. But Joker will land it in on the car. Hui Kwang eliminated. Mango now in trouble. Car taken out. Only Mango left for Roy.
Joker is not joking at this point. He's kept the pressure on Roy. Mango burned off by the blue. This is stage number 7. He has to force himself up. And Joker keeping a tight eye, giving the pressure on Mango. It's either Claw and Pepeng managed to steal it away. It's down to 3 teams. VOIN Donkey have been sitting out for a long time. We're waiting for them to be the third party against eArena or Claw. If Claw scores this, the gap will be even. The margin of the gap will be stretched over for the overalls and for tomorrow's Smashville. But if it's VOIN Donkey or eArena, there's so many possibilities for tomorrow.
Ooh, that's going to be fun. We want to make the points as tight as possible then. But it will depend on who will score this chicken dinner and the remaining elimination points. Now we're at stage 8, and there are still a few players on the outside of the circle. A lot of them also on the inside, so it's kind of 50-50 now. It could go either way between Claw, eArena, and VOIN Donkey. Joker gets Pepeng. Not able to secure that elimination point yet. Pepeng is kind of far away, but we can see that Zuxi is on his way to pick up Pepeng.
It's like a deja vu of last match. Different angles of the circle for each of the team. And here comes Joker pushing in with the vehicle, hoping to bait out Red FaZe from his hiding spot, but Red FaZe will not take it. It's gonna just cook the nade, hoping it will somehow land on Joker. It got almost completely clipped down by TECNO from afar. Pepeng managed to reset himself. Same goes for Red FaZe. He got the space, but Claw, they spotted out VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey cannot go for the flank of Claw anymore. And eArena, it's not possible for them to spot out the complete lineup of Claw yet due to the cliff. Very steep indeed.
Yeah, the terrain is so difficult for all these teams. But they still need to navigate through stage 9 soon. eArena pushing forward on the Claw. They know where Claw is at. But they don't have a clear information of where VOIN Donkey is at. So VOIN Donkey can be the kingmaker here. Here comes Momo with spray on the Moment. Moment takes a bit of damage. Receive 50% of damage. Red FaZe knocked out by Razak from the side.
Out of this 3 team, VOIN Donkey is the one without any eliminations yet. They need to gain those points. And the only way to gain those points is just by pushing upwards and hike it up. But Claw already reached out to eArena from the side. Joker responded back, but they are running dry with their throwables right now for eArena.
Oh, and here's Zeta. Sees Momo. At the same time, Potato is going to push on. Zeta will join very soon. Look at the damage because of stage 9. And finally, Red FaZe eliminated by Razak. Okay, the rest of Claw right now fighting back against eArena. They're all in focus on the eArena while VOIN Donkey is monitoring the situation.
Oh, they could not monitor anymore. The Claw, the resort to just split themselves to 2 sides because VOIN Donkey coming up from the flank. The Razak got shot down by Suxy. Boo-boo-hoo spotted out another VOIN Donkey player. That's left only Zeta alone. Claw, their fast reaction making VOIN Donkey eliminated at that place. Now it's either eArena with a 3-player. They can actually secure another knockdown on Claw. It's going to be a clean side, but no, it's down to 2v2. And Suxy, what a spray! Amazing spray!
And now it's going to be Zuxi versus TECNO, the new and the old. Who is going to score this chicken dinner? It's a 1v1 right now. Claw, 10 eliminations at least, and TECNO shows up. But then again, who will stop the OG player Zuxi from still bringing in the chicken dinner for Claw?
Zuxi, the true GOAT, the greatest of all time throughout his entire career. Since the PMCO days, 7 years, and still one of the top player today. What a play.
Still showing that he still got it. That is Zuxi here, bringing in the second chicken dinner for Claw. But eArena, what a good rise back to the occasion for them. they're not going to take it away from Claw, definitely. What a run they had this round. It was a difficult round. They had to navigate around this very, very difficult terrain. And they had to manage like multiple teams. The circle kept running away from them. VOIN Donkey had an easier route in, but they had to face off against Claw. They tried to take him out from the side, but it is Claw that's still too tall. Zaxi, 7 eliminations.
Claw, every single player is just a star player. You saw how they were dealing with two teams at the same time, dividing themselves into two different fights. And they managed to wrap up both at the same time. That was crazy. That was insane. Zaxi, Pepeng, Redface, and Boo, every single one of them can clutch a 1v4 anytime, any place. And that was just incredible. There's no stopping. Even if you manage to take one out of Claw players, the three of them are still so strong, individually speaking. That's just crazy. And we gotta have to rewatch the highlight after this because they have been gunning and running non-stop till the very end. I mean, yeah, they're gonna make a big gap for the top and the benchmark for tomorrow, but that was well-deserving coming up from Claw. That was just phenomenal run with tremendous amount of eliminations here today. Don't disregard this, guys. You might want to shout for Boom, you might want to shout for VPE, but these guys just on a different league individually. Amazing, amazing play. Zaxi, Pepeng, Redface, and Boo Boo Hoo. After Redface waking up, the rest of them just follow up. That just a ripple by Redface, but a tsunami taking over the last Miramar map just now. What a play by Claw.
13 eliminations. 13 eliminations. 23 points. Let's relive the best moments here. Well, top 4 teams. Claw, Roy, welcome to the top 4, by the way. So they're no longer the single-digit team. And then we have eArena and TALON that needs a performance here to close the gap in preparation for tomorrow.
I was really rooting for Roy. But it means there's a huge gap tomorrow. But we know anybody can catch up to that. But for TALON, this is just the start for this team. The arena just start to wake up, Cloud. We've been waiting them the whole day.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? It's been a while since we see a strong performance by eArena. But of course, never too late. Because today is all about like setting the points, trying to close the gap. And tomorrow will be D-Day for not only eArena, but also all the other teams. So Roy, at least with the final game, good performance shown. They close a little bit more gap, but there will be a lot more work to do for Roy tomorrow.
And the firepower of Claw, they only use 7 hand grenades and 2 mollies, by the way. If you compare with TALON, another team with the crazy firepower to dish out that much damage with only spraying. But the man, the myth, the legend, you gotta give it to Zaxi.
The player that brought in the chicken dinner to Claw with final blow. Total of 7 eliminations and 627 damage. How can you ever deny this guy? Still able to put in a performance after so many years, joining whatever team and still able to perform. Now with Claw coming up with a MVP performance. What a player this is. I mean, there's just no denying Zaxi ever.
The way he's praised at the very end just now, that was such a precision and it was just a big swing. Amazing play. That's just how seasoned players for the entirety of PUBG Mobile Esports, he has been there. Claw with 23 points, Roy 12 points. Now definitely I feel like they are close to the 20s, not yet. But eArena finally waking up to join in the Super Weekend. TALON with 9 points, or BTR, VOIN, Donkey, and as well as Team Secret. They're all in the first page. TODAK without any rank points, but they got themselves quite a number of eliminations still.
Yeah, no rank points, 4 eliminations, still putting them up here at page number 1. So that's really nice. Same goes for TALON as well, going all in to bring in those eliminations. So that means that again, there's a possibility that we will see a few zeros when we flip over to page number 2. Besides that, Team Secret, who has the strategy of like, okay, we'll focus on the eliminations. This time it's 4, but they still bring in 2 rank points. Now speaking about 0, sadly it's only GLU. No points this round at all.
Yep. It's going to be tough. Well, it has been inconsistent for GLU. Last time we saw them, they got themselves on the top 4. Pretty good and decent round. Next one, you know what? It's pretty tough with that kind of circle. Patona all the way. That was kind of rare.
Yeah, I wish it actually goes to Patona. Then that would be super duper rare, right? But what's not rare? Oh, it's Claw now at number 1. So it's 72 points collected. That means tomorrow the match point will be 82 points. Oh, that's quite big. That is big.
Yep, and Claw and Boom will be the one that can smash it. And these are the two teams, especially Boom. Both of them having 2 chickens in a day already. It's a no problem and no brainer for them to get another chicken tomorrow. Hopefully it's not going to be the first game though.
First game, chicken dinner. Well, then they might meet match point. And then second game, they have to score that chicken dinner unless if it's a Xavier curse moment. You score the first chicken dinner and then after that you can't. So I don't know. That's also kind of scary.
I got PTSD from that, you know. But Team Secret still, what a play today with Frankie playing without chicken. 38 out of the highs, one of the highs up there. And when it comes to the second page, TALON and TODAK also aiming for those eliminations only. If you see VOIN, Donkey, they do favors more towards their rank points this time.
Yeah, so they're banking on that, but they cannot only bank on rank points tomorrow. They have to catch up before it potentially be smashed, and then they might still be on page 2. So you don't want to remain there, of course. Xavier, now they're on page 2, but who knows, tomorrow Xavier could show up big. But our daily MVP, not going to take it away from Red Face. Average eliminations of 2.8 at number 1 and average damage of 600 for today.
I mean, Claw today has been incredible, especially in Miramar map. We don't see too much in the early of Sanhok or Erangel before. I guess they probably just prefer Miramar, or they're just late comers, you know, they're just having a bit more warming up to do. And then tomorrow is going to be a different case entirely. We're going to have to wait and see for the other teams to rise up. But right now, 0.3 average assists. This guy is for himself. We saw how he kept on picking those eliminations from afar and relentlessly going for a hunt by himself.
Oh, let's hear it from the players themselves, sending it to the host.
What an outstanding performance from Claw Slayers to end the day number 1. They are on the top and the decider for the Smash rule tomorrow. And join with me right now, Axa or Redface from Claw Slayers and also Junks as the translator. So, firstly, congratulations on the double chicken today, Redface. You almost single-handedly carried Game 5 today with 1619 damage and 9 elimination by yourself. Were there any specific call from your teammates that helped you take all the fronts?
Oke, pertama sekali ya selamat atas 2 kali WWCD-nya. Dan kalau kita lihat di map spesifik yaitu map kelima, match kelima, kamu itu sepertinya bermain sendirilah dengan mendapatkan 9 elim. Apakah ada call dari tim kamu yang membuatkan kamu emang main sendiri aja gitu?
Yang pasti gue main nggak sendiri. Di sini gue main bareng-bareng. Gue main bareng keluarga gue. Mereka udah kayak keluarga gue sekarang. Dan gue sangat bangga bisa main sama mereka semua sini.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm not playing alone. I mean, I'm not single-handedly carry the team. It's because of I play with my family. I mean, I play with my team, and my team is my family. I'm proud of them.
The level of chemistry. Sorry for my voice. The level of chemistry. Not only the team, also the family. Next one. Did you know you were also the top 1 player for most elimination in week 1? I mean, even you are the daily MVP right now. Is that something you aim for going into the tournament or just you in the zone?
Apakah kamu tahu yang kamu itu bisa dibilang hari ini MVP-nya dan mendapatkan elemen terbanyak? Apakah kamu ya bangga dengan itu ataupun kamu cuman kayak emang fokus saja di zona kamu sendiri?
Yang pasti bangga karena gue bisa ngebuktiin diri gue di sini sekarang. Tapi gue nggak mikirin itu sih sebenarnya.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not thinking about it, but then in other way, I feel very proud of myself is because of I can prove to everyone that I deserve to be here.
The most important thing is the proof. The achievement is next on, but again, a lot of elimination coming from Redface. Many in Indonesia community says that you always make extra movements, and you are called player gerakan tambahan. For that, do you have any comments on that?
Ya, kebanyakan orang-orang di komunitas PUBG Mobile Indonesia itu memberikan lu kayak nickname sendiri yaitu gerakan tambahan lah karena kamu suka bikin gerakan tambahan. Ya, ada tanggapan soal itu nggak?
Gua nggak punya tanggapan karena gua nggak peduli sama orang-orang yang nggak ngerti jalan pikiran gua.
Yeah, I don't have any comments about it. Is because of I don't care about what other people gonna talk about me, and I'm not gonna care about those who don't understand what I'm thinking.
Most important is how Axa performed, or Redface performed, and he did really well today. Last week, you guys didn't do too well during the Smash rule, but tomorrow you are going in as the point leader. What have you noticed that you want to change, whether mentality or gameplay-wise?
Ya, minggu lalu kamu nggak begitu bagus lah di hari terakhir yaitu yang ketika format Smash Rule dijalankan dan besok kamu adalah ya bisa dibilang tim yang mendahului yang bakal nyentuhin titik poin Smash Rule-nya. Ya, menurut kamu sendiri apa yang harus dirubah dari besok hari?
Nggak ada yang harus dirubah tapi apa yang hari ini ada bagusnya harus dibawa buat besok.
Yeah, I'm not gonna change anything. I'm not gonna change anything. It's because of I believe that whatever we do good in today, we're doing great in today match. We're just gonna bring for tomorrow match. That's all.
All right. So lastly, Redface, last game was brutal. A lot of elimination, winner chicken dinner, and one of your teammate Bagas or Zuxi did the clutch 1v3 situation. And a lot of people in Indonesia, of course, say that he already at the old stage or mechanic tua, we can say. Do you have any commentary about that?
Ya, di match terakhir itu kita bisa lihat ya kamu udah pakai WWCD dan banyak elim juga dan kita terlihat Zuxi rekan tim kamu itu nge-clutch 1 lawan 3 dan ramai orang bilang yang Zuxi itu udah di penghujung harinya lah bisa dibilang ya udah mekanik tua gitu. Ada tanggapan nggak buat orang-orang yang bilang Zuxi itu mekanik tua?
Buat gua dia itu god. Jadi gua nggak peduli sama orang-orang yang ngejelekin dia. Dia pantas ada di sini dan gue bangga dengan dia.
Yeah, for me, Zuxi is the greatest of all time. I don't care about what people gonna think about him, what people gonna say bad about him. I don't give a damn. It's because of I believe that he is the greatest of all time, and I'm proud of him.
Greatest of all time. What a bold statement, but I like it. And the last question: how many games do you think will be held tomorrow?
Oke, menurut kamu terakhir pertanyaannya besok main berapa game nih?
Gua harap gue bisa sama tim gue nyelesain ini 2 match aja.
Yeah, I hope my team can settle tomorrow match with only 2 games.
Love it, the confidence, and I really like when Exa or Redface always say about the team, not only him. So play as a team. Thank you so much, Exa or Redface, and also Jungs in here. And that's the end of the day 1, the last Super Weekend. Tomorrow, we'll be having 6 more games with the Smash rule. So stay tuned at the live stream at the same time. I'm signing out. Thank you so much, and going back to the casters. Bye-bye.
He got the most cheerful bye-bye. Bye-bye. But you know what? Claw players, I mean, I agree. We don't jinx it, buddy. We don't jinx it. We can't jinx it. We'll be on the game. Our voices will be in the game tomorrow. We can't jinx it. But you know what? That was purely Claw players with their instinct, game sense, without coach and analyst. They drove the game by themselves. That's crazy.
2 games tomorrow.
Don't jinx it.
I said it. Actually, you can take it as like I repeated what he said, right? Redface say 2 games tomorrow.
I'm scared.
Okay, the same question was asked last week to somebody from Alter Ego, I believe, and the answer was 3 games. So Redface said 2 games. That's even more explosive. We have never got that before.
They asked the Xavier's last season too. It ended up at games.
That's on them.
I'm scared. Okay. But what's not scary is going to be the top 2 teams right now, Boom and Claw. Who will finish it first or will be a new contender coming up?
Ooh, that can also do the... yeah, leave it as
Not possible. That's a huge gap for the number 3 though.
Hey, maybe Boom can do it, you know. I mean, to hit the match point, yeah, 1 explosive Sanhok and then obviously smashing it with chicken dinner. Yeah, Boom is the other team that can potentially do it. Other than that, you'll need like 3 games and above.
You know, the jinx is those top 2 teams, if they score the first chicken, then the jinx is on.
Oh. But you know what we're not jinxing? It's the end of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching today. But make sure you tune in tomorrow because it is Smash Sunday, the game mode that you do not want to miss. My name is CelcomDigi, together with the amazing, wonderful Red Beanie Choo Choo today. We'll be signing off and we'll be seeing you for Smash Sunday tomorrow. Bye-bye.